It's a proud city that sits on the edge of the inhabited world. South of here, Stewart Island, and then Antarctica. It's a location that has always loved its motorsport. Before this racetrack, they used the beach. Oreti Beach, made famous by the world's fastest Indian and Burt Munro. These days, it's all about the next generation of flyers, those with aspirations of Formula One and IndyCar. If you win here, you're on the radar. 19 drivers, 11 different nationalities. This weekend is a jam-packed schedule. Toyota's young guns in the GR86s, the multi-million-dollar fields in Summerset GTs, open-wheel classics in Formula Ford, the V8 roar of the TA2s, and the unmistakable shriek of the rotary-powered Mazdas. Welcome to the Ascot Park Hotel Teretonga International, live and local.
We are almost at the southernmost point of New Zealand. Southland has so much to offer. Stunning architecture in the city, a wonderful motoring and motorsport culture or passion in these parts as well. And the Southland Car Club, the organisers of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship, continue the tour with our first event in 2 weeks straight on the South Island. Good afternoon, everybody. Greg Rust and Rihanna Crean with you. Some damp conditions greet us here now. It was the story on Saturday as well, Rhi, and that meant that race 2 yesterday afternoon was postponed.
It really has been the story all weekend, Rusty, hasn't it? Just the conditions that continue to change lap upon lap as the rain starts to get heavier on our backs right now as we stand on the grid. And yeah, unfortunately, yesterday's race, the conditions were just, the weir was too bad for the race to get ahead. So we have postponed that. That hasn't been cancelled, we just postponed it.
Yep, so we are running race 2 now. Race 3, which ordinarily on our CT Frot schedule would be happening at this time. Organisers are currently looking at a way that they can hopefully slot that back into our calendar. It's a compressed season for CT Frot. We're obviously at Highlands next week. Let's see what they can do there. Hopefully we can come up with a solution for competitors. We have had all sorts here in our Repco NextGen offering in Invercargill, including a pair of very cool supercars. Did I spot you going for a ride before we came on air?
I am very lucky that I was able to jump in. I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky to jump in the passenger seat with Ryan Wood in his supercar, his Ford Mustang, in fact, from last year's Supercar Championship, the car he won a race in, and we had a lot of fun. Tony Quinn was in the 888 Camaro as well, so not very often would you get two cars on a track that were able to just a bit of a demonstration for the fans here at Teretonga, the most southern circuit race fans have ever seen a supercar.
Yep, now ordinarily, he's been a little flat this weekend. It hasn't been going as well as Topor last weekend. Was he well behaved when he took you for a ride?
Define well behaved, Rusty. It was a lot of fun, and I'm sure the spectators would have loved it. And as you said, it's been a really tough weekend for the MTech group as a whole. They just haven't had this car speed that they would have liked. But as we say that, Ryan Wood will start this race off the front row of the grid.
Can we talk about a couple of other stories here this weekend? I feel like, I know there have been investigations into red flags that may have been triggered in sessions and so on, but I feel like Freddie Slater's turned a corner here.
Yeah, we've spoken to him a lot as the season has been unfolding. He has been quite frustrated with his results so far. He's been there or thereabouts, but hasn't been able to lock down that pace and that victory. And what we saw yesterday was him finally being able to break through, get that victory, and he was really, I suppose, just finally able to unlock what they've been chasing.
Now, Uga Chukwu has been the kind of model of consistency in building this championship. We're in the crucial second half now. Does he change the way he goes about it from here?
Well, he's so difficult to read, Rusty. He's been so cool, calm and collected the whole season long, but he is the one standing at the top of the championship. And as we stand here, he's the man that will start this race outside of pole position. The conditions have been so changeable. It's been so mixed up this weekend long, but it looks like this race could really be the opportunity for him to be able to capitalise on this pole position and extend that championship lead.
Now, we are going to talk to some of the drivers on the grid, continue the build up to that. But first, though, we want you to meet one of the rising stars. When we spoke to Mark Pilcher a little earlier today from M2 Competition and reflected on the fact that Arvid Lindblad was a star in this series last year, he is now Liam Lawson's teammate in Formula One. Mark's words were that some of them in this field are going to do exactly the same thing in years to come. Let's meet another of them now.
My name is Ryan Wood and I'm from New Zealand. I started in motorsport mostly because of my family and my dad. He used to race jet sprint boats and started racing when I was 7 and just developed from there. actually started on quad bikes and then moved into karts later on. What I love about motorsport the most is probably the competitiveness, and I think for me, turning up to the racetrack and just, you really never know what's going to happen over a race weekend. So I think that's really exciting, but also really scary at the same time. And as a racing driver, it's something that you want to keep coming back to. My biggest achievement in motorsport so far is being a racing driver for TWG by Walkinshaw Racing. So that's really exciting. It's a really big step in my career. I've driven for them the last 2 years and yeah, raced at some really cool races. So yeah, managed to win my first race last year and trying to do more of that in the upcoming Supercars season. Why I'm racing in New Zealand is to really develop more skills that I haven't found before, and yeah, just push myself to a new limit that I haven't found. So yeah, really excited about that, racing an open wheeler, which I haven't done before. I'm racing in CT Frot to really help develop my skills. I haven't raced open wheelers before, so yeah, going to push myself against a really stacked field. Got some really fast teammates, and yeah, just looking forward to the challenge over the next 4 weeks. Away from motorsport, I like spending time at the river and at the lake, and when I come back home over summer, I go to Taupō quite a bit, so really excited to race there. But as the season is running in supercars, it's a year thing, so usually I'm just cycling and I'm trying to keep up with my fitness. Really lucky to live in a beautiful part of Australia in Melbourne, so yeah, really just enjoy that time and, to be honest, knuckle down with all my homework that I've got to do between races, so in at the workshop quite a bit as well. My motorsport goal is to just do the best I can each weekend I race, but eventually I want to win a Supercars Championship and win Bathurst. So would also love to tick off winning the New Zealand Grand Prix this year, but there's some really tough competition, and just excited to see how I stack up against some of the best open wheel guys in the world.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this a NAPA Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Blackferns in a Prado. A happy family in an electric vehicle. And a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying her kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
The rain may have picked up ahead of the latest race of the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy, but you know what? You cannot dampen the spirit, the enthusiasm of the people of Invercargill. There are cars lining the spectator mounds all around the track here at Teretonga Park. Delighted to be joined now by Nick Jeffrey from ILT. The trust that is all for the community here, and one of their, companies, of course, is the Ascot Park Hotel that proudly sponsors this event. You guys just love it. The enthusiasm for motoring and motorsports in these parts is hard to surpass, isn't it?
Mate, it is really, you know, and you've only got to come out to a venue like this, and I know we're giving you the full Southland experience here. A little damp underfoot, although I did drive out in slicks, Rusty, today, so I reckon these boys, I don't know what's happening here with the full wets on, but anyway, look, I'm not a race director, I suppose. Yeah, look, mate, it's like anything down here in Southland, to be fair, you know, that event space is so key. And look, I don't know, I think Teretonga as a venue, from my point of view, brings more international calibre athletes from a sporting perspective to the Deep South than anyone else does. And you've only got to look at this field in behind us, right, to do that. But when you look at some of the names that have come through this series before and what they've gone on to, and you look at some of the talent that the NextGen series has brought here to Invercargill, that I'm sure we're going to see, you know, coming up and through the ranks from a motorsport point of view, it's hugely exciting. So yeah, it's the classic two-way situation, right? We get to, as Southlanders, enjoy international calibre fields and sporting experiences like this, and at the same time we get to, you know, obviously bring the travelling roadshow that is the series to Invercargill. So great fun. Well,
you have just done me out of a job. Brilliant piece of chat there. Thank you so much for having us, Roo.
No, appreciate it, mate.
As we just sneak under the umbrella here with Ugo Chukwu, who is starting this race from pole position. Ugo, can you just describe to us, I suppose, the mental work that you guys have to do when the conditions are like this? How difficult is it for you from a mental standpoint?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, the conditions have been pretty similar all weekend. Bit of rain, stops, bit of rain. So I think just been about adapting to the conditions and yeah, trying to maximise what you can on track.
You're in the best starting position for this race. In terms of getting the car off the line in a condition like this, how much do you have to adapt?
Yeah, of course it's going to be quite slippery for everybody. Traction is going to be a lot worse, but try to do the best start I can and then manage the race from there.
At this point in the series, are you thinking about the championship, the points, the lead that you currently have, or are you still fully focused on race by race?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a factor you need to think about. But yeah, I mean, at the moment right now, starting on pole, main goal is just to win the race, and yeah, we'll look at the points after.
Thanks for your time, Ugo. All the best.
Thank you.
Just one of the stars that will be front and centre of Formula 3 this year. There are drivers on this grid that are eyeing up IndyCar as well. And before the break there, we played a wonderful profile piece on this young guy, Ryan Wood, who is eyes firmly fixed on supercars. You know, he's been doing some great things across the ditch there already. He'll be with Toyota for Walkinshaw in the Supra this year. I know you're looking forward to this, but I mean, the open wheeler component of your summer has been so cool, mate. Have you enjoyed that?
Yeah, it's been good. This weekend's been a bit tricky, to be honest. So we've sort of lacked a bit of pace in all conditions, and some of that's got to do with me and not being as confident on the high-speed corners. So we've got to dig deep in this race, have a good result, and look, I'm learning heaps, which is awesome. And yeah, we'll just see what we can do. We need to get going sooner rather than later, because all we've done is make the track wetter while we've sat here. So yeah, I'm ready to go.
You've got a good bond here with some of the MTech crew that you're working with over summer. Mate, just give us a sense, have you been able to keep dry in there, and how crucial is that, you know, keeping the even simple stuff like the soles of your boots nice and dry so they've got nice contact with the pedals and so on?
Yeah, look, it is important, but it's that wet I've given up on trying. So, no, the Pablo and Xander have looked after me and put towels down and try and wipe my feet before getting in the car, but nonetheless, I stay pretty dry, but once we get going, usually it gets a bit wet. So, look, if it's wet because of champagne, I'll be happy, but yeah, we've got to try something.
Good on you, mate. Thank you for talking to us. Nice work in the supercar there before too. Ree?
Jack Taylor for Giles Motorsport starting this race out of position number 4. Jack, we spoke yesterday about it feels like these conditions suit you, suit the car, just suit how you guys go about it. Is that still something you're thinking about?
Yeah, I think we definitely have some good pace in this race. I don't think quality really showed it. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what I can do in this race, hopefully move forward.
I just saw the team, just a bit of attention to the back of the car. Just want to make sure everything is okay.
Yeah, just tightening the bolts, making sure everything's good.
Tell Tell me about the start for this, the spray from other cars. I mean, obviously you're starting quite close to the front, but how challenging is it with the spray of these cars?
Yeah, they kick up a lot of spray. You know, even if you're only behind a few cars, it's still very hard to see. So if you can imagine at the back of the grid, you're going into turn one blind really. So yeah, the spray's definitely a lot. Yeah.
Mate, we wish you all the best. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I'm a little further down the grid beside Sebastian Manson. The colours on his car are more or less reflected in some ways across the entire Manson family who've been racing this weekend. His dad in Summerset GT, his brother Marco in Formula Ford. Really cool story to see the Manson family all competing here this weekend. We might try and sneak in and have a little word with him. Hello, mate. I know you've got your hands full there at the moment. It's been a pretty special moment for the family here, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been definitely a very cool weekend to see my brother and father racing as well as myself.
What's summary of your weekend so far? How you feeling and so on?
Bit wet, to be fair. Yeah, it hasn't been great, but it hasn't been bad. I've enjoyed all the work I'm doing at the moment. Qualifying this morning wasn't ideal. Yesterday's qualifying wasn't ideal either, but yeah, we're just chipping away, trying to do the best we can with what we've got.
Good on you. Enjoy the race.
Cheers, thank you.
There he is. I've bumped the microphone there. Apologies to our audio team. It's hard sometimes with these single-seaters. Let's wander back to Louis Sharp. Do you mind if I jump in? I'm getting the okay from everyone. He's just getting the belts strapped in a little bit tighter. I believe from the crew he's jumped in just moments ago. So we'll wait till they put that steering wheel on there and just let this young Kiwi get settled before we chat with him. As you can appreciate, this is a brave venue, right? So you've got to be at one with the car. You've got to be strapped in super tight. They've just made sure we're all okay. I think MTech are saying we're all right. Hey, mate, thank you for talking with us. This has been a bit of a struggle, I know, this weekend. In these conditions, how best do you play it? Do you have to kind of roll the dice and make some ground here, or you play it on, you err on the safer side? What do you do?
I think you just got to judge it in the moment, I mean, we need to be pushing forward. We're not quite where we need to be, so we need to make some positions and push forward. But just need to calculate the risk at the time, because you don't want to do anything too unnecessary and have any mistakes.
This is a very important year for you, mate. We're under no illusions about that. But have you enjoyed being home over summer and doing a bit of this and looking forward to Highlands next weekend? Maybe putting your name on that special trophy for the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Yeah, I've loved being back. It's been so awesome racing back home in front of, so many friends and family and familiar people. Next weekend's going to be exciting. My first New Zealand Grand Prix, so I can't wait. And, to be on that trophy would be a huge honour, so it's definitely what I'm gunning for.
Go well, mate. There he is, Louis Sharp. Let's go to commentary now. Here's Richard Craill alongside Andrew Waite.
Thank you, Rusty. Appreciate that. Busy period down there on the grid as the teams and drivers get ready for what is race 2. So a reversal, the top 8 finishing positions from race 1 yesterday, which was won by Freddie Slater with Jin Nakamura in 2nd position. Here's where we are in the world at Teretonga. We're just outside of Invercargill. There's about 55,000 people down here. It is as south as you can go on the mainland of New Zealand. There's a little island a little bit further south, and then you're into Antarctica, and that is about the sum total of it. But it is a terrific racetrack, fast and challenging, old school with some really quick corners. 7 turns. The slowest corner is turn 7. Turn 1 is the highlight, and this weekend it has been the corner that has been catching everybody out. Andrew Waite is alongside me. He's cut plenty of laps at this place. I don't know how many in these conditions though, Andrew, as the rain continues to fall as we get set for race number 2, and the tantalising prospect of Ugo Igachukwu and Ryan Wood on the front row of the grid.
I'll tell you what, Richard, we've been super excited for the start of this one with that battle off the front row. So we've obviously seen, and Ryan Wood, he made no secret of it, that they are struggling for pace this weekend. So his best bet is to get it off the line as quickly as he can and get into the lead, because we know it is so hard to pass around here. So he'll do all he can to get the best possible start, but I think if Igachukwu gets in front there, he's going to be very, very hard to stop.
People watching all the way around the world on the live stream on YouTube, on Sky Sport New Zealand, on Fox and KO in Australia, wherever you might be watching, thanks for joining us. We are very far south and it is cold today. The Repco weather, 13 degrees at the moment, but the feels like is somewhere in the single digits. Rihanna Cran reporting in the lunch break that it was I think 1.5 feels like earlier on this morning. So chilly conditions. They've even got some of the campfires going with some of the fans here today. But we're set for a hot motor race when this one goes green. There's a lot in this, reversing their race results yesterday. And this is an important race as well. A DNF here at this point of the championship could be enormously costly.
It's hugely costly, especially because it is such a condensed championship over 4 weekends. It's you have one DNF and it really puts you on the back foot. So I think it's just so important for these guys, especially at the front of the championship, to just bank some points now. Mitigate the damage as much as they possibly can, and focus on what's coming up. But we've seen a lot of cars off at turn 1, and we see Kalle Rovanperä there as well. He's full of confidence, shall we say, after his result yesterday, getting on the podium. That was very, very cool, very animated about it, was Rovanperä there. So fantastic job by him.
Well, and backed it up. He qualified 6th yesterday and raced his way to 3rd. And then he's qualified 7th for the feature race, the Spirit of Nations Trophy, later on this afternoon. So he's backed it up. As one of our fans, it's just over on the inside at turn 2. A little beverage. They've got the campfire going over there as well. If we had the time, we'd plan to wander over there and maybe join them at the lunch break, but I'm not too certain. We would have got some members of our team back for the afternoon. I think they might have settled in for the long haul. So some wise decisions being made. Getting ready for a formation lap. We have been hearing from race control that they may be looking at a second formation lap just to judge these conditions, which is an entirely sensible idea. The Sri Lankan fans are out in force as well. A great little community down here in this part of the world. They've been a staple of the championship so far. Really cool to see the support for Yevon David, who will start this one from 16th position. So he needs to channel all of that subcontinental pride and pass some cars today to work his way forward.
We've seen his pace in the weird as well, so there's any opportunity that he is able to come through, I wouldn't be surprised if he can, because Topor as well, he was super fast in the rain. So if we can get it together, we might see him pull a few positions.
The Cream Insurance starting grid here at Teretonga Park. It's Ugachukwu and Wood on the front row. Cooper Shipman and Jack Taylor, two drivers that at the midpoint of the season are on an upwards trajectory. Kanato Lee and Kalle Rovanperä out of 6 on the 3rd row of the grid. Then 1st and 2nd yesterday, a 7th and 8th today. Jin Nakamura and Freddie slated the winner. Phil McLaughlin and Sebastian Manson out of 10. Yuanpu Tsui and Louis Sharp out of 12. Trevor Lazarette out of 13th, best for the season for him so far, with Ricardo Baptista next. Then Nolan Alla, Yevon David, Zach Schooler and Ernesto Rivera starting from the very back of the grid. James Wharton not here this weekend due to some testing commitments with FIA Formula 3 in Europe, but he will be back for the 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix in just a few days' time at Highlands Motorsport Park. So we get ready for a race start here at Teretonga in tricky conditions. Puddles in certain points of the racetrack. It has been raining solidly for the last 45 minutes. Ironically, the conditions before the lunch break were okay, and then as we broke for lunch, it started raining, and it's just eased off now with a light sprinkle as we get set for this one. It looks like they're going to go racing this time by. The 6 drone cam sets the scene. We are hearing that they are going to wave them on another formation lap, but they'll do it from their grid boxes. So it's another opportunity to do a little burnout and maybe move some of that water just off the grid box to get ready for the start.
I would say what's just as important here is to have a full practice start, because normally in a situation like this, they'll be off and racing from here, but from here you best to do a nice practice start, especially in these conditions. It is so hard to get this right. It's so easy to get that wheel spin, so using the clutch to control it as much as you possibly can is really, really important. So expect to see them all. Be a good little form guide for us how they get off the line. They're all taking it reasonably easy.
A lot of wheel spin, Andrew. I'm just listening to see who was doing a practice start, and quite a few of them had the thing on the limiter ready to go and did a practice launch to understand both the bite point of the clutch and how much grip they've got when they release it, and that 450-metre run down towards turn 1. If you're anywhere further back than, I'd say, Kanato Lee and Kalle Rovanperä on the 3rd row of the grid, driving by Braille down there, it is going to be full of spray. All of your vision will be covered by that and the flashing LED rain light of the car in front.
Yeah, it's surprising how much that rain light does make a difference in these conditions, because it is just a wall of water that you are looking at, and you're relying on those cars in front, what they are doing. So Chuku there, working the car through turn 5, seeing what sort of grip limits he's got. And Robert as well coming through there. And Freddie Slater, obviously, was quick in qualifying this morning as well.
24 lap race, down 1 from the scheduled 25 on account of the extra formation lap. That is fairly standard as we get set. Short warm-up laps here, which is why they've given them another one. In dry conditions, they'll lap Teretonga in just under 54 seconds, well over 64 in racing conditions in the wet yesterday. Let's see how this one plays out. There's Ugachukwu, leads the championship by 25 points, 7 fewer than it was when he came into the weekend. But once again, opportunity presents for the 18-year-old American, who gets a chance to make up for a quiet day at the office yesterday with a pole position start for this one. And what about the high-tech drivers? They're yet to win a race this year, but they have been so close on so many drivers. We're talking about Jin Nakamura and Kanato Lee. And who knows, Kalle Rovanperä, who has been electrifying to watch in these conditions. All in readiness. The 6 drone cam sets the scene and shows you the long run down towards turn 1. Race 2 at Teretonga. Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. We're well into the business end of the season now. Every single race critical to decide this one. Ugachukwu versus Wood on the front row of the grid. It's the championship leader with the better of the 2 starts, but Wood in the second phase is very good. Second row of the grid, slow away. The high-tech cars launched well, but they're boxed in. There's nowhere for them to go. The result is the leaders have got 4 or 5 car lengths already clear, and they lose the field in the mist. Does everyone get through turn 1 and 2 okay? It looks like they've done a superb job. Someone had an enormous moment further back. It might have been Seb Manson or Zach Schooler perhaps, with a big sideways moment through turn 1, but they're clear there now into turn 3. Ugachukwu leads the way from Ryan Wood, and the championship leaders disappeared up the road.
Look at that gap he's got already. Ugachukwu there, way out in front as we see Slater up the inside of Nakamura there. Sorry, Kanato Lee sideways. Round they go.
2 contenders gone. Can they keep it going? Can they get out? It's so wet offline. An almost endless spin for 2 of our front runners as they disappear off the infield. That's the leading margin for Ugachukwu. He leads the way dominantly at the end of lap 1 of 24. Next is Ryan Wood, Jack Taylor, Cooper Shipman, Kalle Rovanperä up a position and in the toe of Cooper Shipman in front of him. So Kalle continues his immense wet weather form. Nakamura 6, Manson, McLaughlin, Sharp and Sway rounding out the top 10. Safety car. So those 2 cars have been unable to drive away, and from a championship perspective this is enormous for Freddie Slater, who climbed to 4th, and Kanato Lee, who was 2nd in the championship coming into this race. 2 of the top 4 are well and truly stranded on the run down towards turn 7.
So the initial launch there from Ugachukwu there was really good, but the second phase where Ryan had came back just a little bit. But from there, once Ugachukwu got into the lead, he was gone. Super committed around 1. He actually ran super wide. And from there, got the inside line, came back across the track, back onto the line, and just pulled a massive gap on the exit of turn 1. There was no looking back from here. And let's have a look at what happened here. So they're obviously both side by side. Just slightest of contact there. In dry conditions, that would have been a bump and a continue, but it's just so wet that as soon as they made contact, the lack of grip, and around they went.
Tiny margins, isn't it? But race-ending stuff as the GR Supra safety car gathers up the field.
And the awkward thing for these guys here getting going, it's as you're spinning out of there, you're in, say, 3rd or 4th gear, and as you spin and come to a stop, you're still in that gear. It's not like a good old H pattern where you can just flick it in first and carry on. As a car's stop, they can sometimes just get jammed in those higher gears. So whether or not that's their situation, because it doesn't look like they had much of a attempt to get moving there. Hopefully they can just get them fired up again and back on the track and back underway with this race very soon.
A couple of big movers on that opening lap. Mentioned Kalle Rovanperä up a spot. Sebastian Manson from 10th to 7th. So good early ground from him, taking advantage, of course, of the 2 drivers that were off the road. The other one that's gained some ground is Yevon David, who's up to 11th. And he was feisty in yesterday's race, made some great moves as he worked his way up through the field, and then unfortunately was a non-finisher. But he's proven he's got great wet weather pace. That's the yellow and blue car, number 21, shown in 11th position. So he could be one to watch when we go back to green flag conditions.
That incident is, no surprises, been put under investigation. And what they'll be looking at there is who was at fault, how much room was left by Slater on the inside there, and was he under full control at the point of contact. There's a bit to unpack for that one there, but either way, it did look like nearly Slater just on exit there as he got on throttle. The car snapped sideways just a tiny bit on him, and that was enough to create that little bit of contact. But we'll have another look at a replay of it. But Slater being super aggressive, we've seen him all championship long. So the side-by-side at this point, all's fair and well at this point, and it's right here as Slater gets on the gas. You can see the opposite lock. So he had right-hand lock aiming towards Lee there. So it's at that point there where they'll be having a look at that part, working out what's going on. So right there, just before the contact, you can see the opposite lock to the right-hand side as the car is starting to spin. So I'd say that's what race control go back to first. Was he, who was under full control at the point of contact, and whether or not race control and Chris Pither, the driving centre observer, deemed that as not full control. We will see how that all unfolds.
Now, in a rare occurrence for this weekend, they've got him back on track. So he's a long way down the field. He's going to be a couple of laps down. So scratch any result, but at the very least, he's going to maybe score some championship points to keep him in the fight. Remember, he climbed up to 4th place in the championship, but was only 7 points out of 2nd, with 25 to the championship leader, who is once again in a supreme position to extend his championship lead, because 2nd and 4th are buried down in the field, and Jin Nakamura is shown in 6th place at the moment. Every time that Ugo Ichukwu has a drama from a championship point of view and loses points, he has been able to recover. Every single time this season, he gets himself in a position to salvage some points and rebuild the margin that he lost in the race before. It's amazing.
And it's very reminiscent of what we've seen in previous years with this championship too. Obviously, Arvid Lindblad as well. He always seemed to be in the right place at the right time to redeem what has previously happened. If there's been a mistake or something go wrong that may or may not have been his fault, always seemed to be able to redeem himself. And the same with Roman Valinsky the year before. And that's no coincidence. That's not luck. That's just, having the ability, having a fast car to always be able to place yourself in the right positions to be able to capitalise on when things aren't quite going as planned.
Great work by the recovery team. They've got Kanato Lee back on track too, so the high-tech driver will continue onwards and rejoin at the back of the field. Ironically, he will be line astern with Freddie Slate. He's 1 lap further back though. Such a short lap here, 55 odd seconds in the dry, a little bit longer that in the wet, but it is so easy to go down a lap here at Teretonga. Rusty.
Lots of chat with the group around Freddie Slater's car here at M2 competition. So they've been chatting with him. Just had a quick word to Mark Pilcher, who tells me that obviously fastest lap is important in this, isn't it? So Freddie being able to continue in this race is now the focus in that sense.
Thank you to Greg Rust. Dan, I would imagine, down in pit lane. There is the boss of M2 competition, a team that has built an incredible strike rate in this championship. and looking to win yet another title this year. And they've had several drivers in the hunt all season long. 3 wins to that team so far this season, looking for number 4.
Reports back as well that Freddie has mentioned that the car feels A-OK. It was only a minor touch between them. And again, if that was dry conditions, there might have been a little bit of tyre smoke we would have seen. It would have been fair racing, carry on, but just those damp conditions certainly make it difficult. But at least we're underway with some racing today with these conditions a little bit better than what we saw yesterday afternoon. Obviously that postponed race that hopefully we'll get in later in the championship.
For their 8th consecutive title in 2 competition, dating right back to the last decade. Quite remarkable. Won it last year, of course, with Arvid Lindblad in Red Bull colours. This year they've got Hugo Chukwu. Freddie Slater has been a race winner for there. Ernesto Rivera has had a tough weekend, but he's scored a couple of podium finishes for the squad already this season. And it's been a tough year for Sebastian Manson, the young Kiwi, who's had a best of 6th so far, but there's plenty of promise. So once again, that team has built an impressive arsenal to get themselves into CT Frot. Lights remain on the GR Supra safety car as we'll start 6th lap of a 24-lap scheduled race. I'm looking forward to a restart soon with the track now clear.
The situation here for Ryan as well. He'll just be thinking about what he can do to try and close the gap down to Ugo. He's now at least seen what Ugo's done up in front of him and realise, okay, Ugo's better here. Ugo can do this with the car. I can't. What can I do while I'm out here to try and minimise the situation so Ugo just doesn't drive off into the distance again? Obviously, there's only so much. It depends on car setup. It depends on so many things to get right. But as a driver, you don't want to be thinking about that, oh, my car's not as good as his. You're focused on what you can do in the moment to improve, to be able to close that gap.
Down towards the south, just off to right of screen, is the Oreti Beach, where Bert Munro rode the bike up and down, and there's still an annual festival of speed there, which is a highlight of this part of the world in a city and a region that has a remarkable motor racing heritage. There's race cars in sheds and cool cars everywhere you look around this place. Lights are out on the GR Supra safety car. So the pressure will once again be on Hugo Chukwu, who leads the way. He has been so good in these conditions, and great opportunity for him now. Has Ryan Wood got anything for him? And keep an eye on Kalle Rovanperä, who's jumped his teammates and is now in the top 5 once again, having scored his first podium finish yesterday with 2 similarly inexperienced open wheel drivers in front of him in the form of Cooper Shipman, who, the young American from Austin, Texas, has been very impressive this weekend, and Jack Taylor, the Aussie from Launceston, who so dramatically and brilliantly scored a pole position last time out at Taupo and has had great form since then. There'll be 18 laps to go this time by. The safety car line is just at pit entry, the point where you can overlap and really go racing. Back to green flag conditions. Brilliant start for the leader. Ryan Wood's under a little bit of pressure from Jack Taylor here, who's got in the tow, and he's going to have a little look at the supercars driver at the run down to turn 1. He'll do more than that. He's going to get it down the inside, and Woody's going to have to go the long way around there, and he does hold on to that position.
It was a really good restart there by Jack Taylor, and also Woody as well. He did get a good restart, but was not quite enough, as Taylor there just got sort of held down low on the inside, couldn't do much with it, couldn't get back on the throttle, and allow Woody to stay around the outside. Woody knew it was important, and look at the pressure Kalle Rovanperä is putting on the back of Cooper Shipman.
And all kinds of opposite lock from the Kiwi Motorsport driver in car number 14, under pressure from the world champion in behind. And then his championship contending teammate Jin Nakamura, if they finish the way they are, will move to 2nd in the standings, with Freddie Slater and Kanato Lee so further down the leaderboard after they're off on lap 1. Hugo Chukwu disappearing up the road as he did on the opening lap. Rovanperä in the tow though, and he's going to go side by side with Cooper Shipman on the run to turn 1. He's on the outside. He's been making moves this weekend, has Kalle. but doesn't get one done that time. And Cooper holds on to his position for now.
Doesn't seem to have the same sort of straight line speed as what Cooper Shipman has, so that comes down to Aero maybe running a bit less downforce as Cooper Shipman there, because I was quite surprised just how much he was able to leap him down the straight.
Yeah, given the run he got out of the final corner was impressive, and was basically had half of his car alongside. Can change wing angle on the front and rear to affect the downforce of the cars. More wing means more grip, but less straight line speed.
And normally in wet conditions, it's just full wing. That's the normal thing you do. You just go to full wing, run that. But here, with this track being the only passing opportunity down the main straight, as we see up the inside.
Nakamura had a look at his teammate Rovan Pera, but couldn't get it done.
Yeah, back to my point there. So normally you just go to that full wing, but because there's such a long straight, you can actually afford to sacrifice a bit of corner speed, because after turn one, it's so hard to get any passing maneuvers done. So maybe their Shipman just running that little bit less wing, which is making it very, very hard for Rovan Pera to get through.
Seb Manson's having an awesome drive up to 7th place from 10th at the start of this, and clinging on to the back of this battle pack. He's got Phil McLaughlin, the Irishman, just in behind Louis Sharp. He's up to 9th. How's Rovan Pera with the car control? It's like a World Rally stage. He is so close, and Shipman backs it in to the right-hander. It opens the door for Rovan Pera. They're clinging onto these cars. They are working so hard to keep them on Teretonga Park.
So Rovan Pera going to be able to go up the inside towards the last corner. He goes to the outside.
Cooper placed his car well. This is the thing we wanted to see from Rovan Pera, is an opportunity to learn some racecraft. He didn't grow up in go-karts like all these other kids. So the art of wheel-to-wheel racing is still very new to the Flying Finn. This time he's got a great run in the toe. He was locked up under the gearbox of Cooper Shipman to get himself to 4th place. There's no room. Brave to go around the outside in these conditions at turn 1.
Especially with the way the entry starts into that corner. It's so blind as you turn into that turn 1 there, as you're clearing the brake. As again, Rovan Pera behind, slight little moment. Look at the wheel work. Look at his hands on the way into turn 2. He's fighting that car. It's moving around in the rear. And he's going to be sideways through turn 3. The pressure is mounting.
If this is Kalle Rovan Pera in an open wheeler, sign me up. It is going to be an adventure. His journey into circuit racing and open wheelers in particular, so much intrigue around it. Man, in these conditions, it has been awesome to watch. Just interestingly, further down the field, running on his own, Freddie Slater has set the fastest lap of the race. Now, that is important. Race 3 will be held at some point. It has only been postponed, not cancelled. And that grid is determined by fastest laps from races 1 and 2. So it still counts to set the grid for race 3 for Teretonga, whenever it may be held. So Freddie Slater right now the fastest on the racetrack. A little bit further down. Ugochukwu still leads his margins, almost 5 seconds. But we're watching Cooper Shipman be attacked from all sides by Kalle Rovan Pera.
And you've got to give credit as well to Shipman to be able to hold off that much pressure in these conditions. It is so easy to make a mistake when it is this wet and you're under that much pressure. So great drive by Shipman as well to hold off the charge from behind by Rovan Pera.
Jin Nakamura needs to be smart here, just following these two around. He's got a championship points game to think about with Kanato Lee and Freddie Slater buried down in the field. This will be a big swing towards the number 12 high-tech racer. Away we go. This defence from Shipman has been resolute so far.
And this is perfect for Rovan Pera's single-seater career. He has a look up the inside. Is he going to be able to make it this time? Not quite. But just doing this racing, getting this racecraft, knowing that he's able to run with the guys at the front once again.
Car control and watching
sideways on the line on the exit of turn 1.
Well done for wearing the bright yellow gloves so we could see that massive fistful of opposite lock as he got out on that painted curb, which can flip the car off the road in a heartbeat. Lap 12 of 24, race 2, round 3 of Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. Jack Taylor clear out in front of this battle pack, by the way, and doing a really nice job. Ryan Wood is second. Ukachukwu leads by 5.1 seconds. Here we go again. That straight line speed advantage the Kiwi Motorsport car's got is paying off at the moment. Every time Rovan Pera draws alongside, Cooper Shipman can withstand the attack and hold on down towards turn 1.
Rovan Pera, they're putting his car in different positions. As obviously there's still a lot of aero in these cars, even in these conditions. So sitting right in behind the gearbox of another car, it makes it it doesn't turn as nice because you don't have the car pushed to the ground as hard because the hole's being punched in the air by Shipman out in front. So you've got so much going on. As it is, it's slippery, but then you've got the aero changes from where the car in front's placing itself. But Rovan Pera here is doing everything he can to try and get this move done. It's like he's been doing this for years, Richard, just always driving the car.
It really does. The wheel work is utterly spectacular from all of these drivers. Jin Nakamura nice and smooth just in behind. It is dragging the young Kiwi Sebastian Manson into this, and Phil McLaughlin, the Red Bull junior. A little adjustment of the visor, and this time Nakamura has got a run on his teammate. The two high-tech racers go side by side into turn 1 this time, but Rovan Pera holds on.
You see, you just break that a little bit later, Rovan Pera, to make sure that that move wasn't going to happen. He knows he's got pace. Currently can't do much with it. He's going to try fire it up the inside. Fakes to the inside. It's actually quite a hard corner to get the move done into turn 2 there, because it's there's a little bit of a right-hander before it, so you're breaking up the corner on the way in.
I wonder if you asked Cooper Shipman before the start of the season, and Trevor Latourette is off the road, and he is stuck, and it's definitely going to be a safety car. I was going to say, I wonder if you asked this 17-year-old from Austin, he's the reigning US Formula 4 champion. You're going to do a race and a 2-time world champion is going to be glued to your gearbox and you are going to fend him off. And we're going to safety car for the 2nd time in this race. I think the answer would be no. I didn't think that would happen.
Absolutely not. Not a chance. It's certainly something that you don't expect, but Trevor there, he's obviously very frustrated with himself, and you know, it's a brutally hard championship that he's brought himself into, and as I said before, it is not a negative thing. It's the only way you're going to learn, is being out there, being part of it, and you're pushing yourself beyond your limits, and that's where these mistakes happen, because all these drivers have so much experience in these sort of cars. It's you're trying to keep up, you're trying your best to do what they're doing, and it's like driving on a knife edge at the best of times.
This is Kanato Lee into pit lane, so it looks like a tyre pressure bleed perhaps from the high-tech team. Remember, we talked about the fact this is about fastest laps if you're down the field, so they're going to bleed these tyres down, get them back into an operating window and send him back out at the back of the field to go chasing fastest laps, which will set the grid for race 3 when it is held. Rusty.
That is exactly what some of the kind of opposition here in pit lane think is going on now. The high-tech crew are busy at work at the moment. They are talking to him, so I haven't had a word to them, but this feels like they're looking at the moment inside the cockpit as well. I'm not sure if there's just a little tightening up of the belts going on here, but it does feel like this is about chasing a quick lap time, as you say.
Obviously not as much of an advantage either compared to a dry race, as right now you'd be seeing Kanato Lee there. He'd be putting on a set of greens to try and get a better lap time, but with the wear with the tyre, it's not as much of an advantage. So as Latourette there, just that common error that we've seen all weekend long into turn 1. But Rovan Pera, he has just been doing some serious wheel work in this car. Look at his hands on the way into turn 2 there, fighting the grip the whole way. He wants to turn the car around, but every time he does, he can feel the rear end snapping. Then he gets on the throttle, and then it flicks into a slide on exit. He is battling that car on an absolute knife edge all the way through there. So cool.
That is art. You can go to an art gallery all you like. Yep. That is way better. That is so cool.
Call of the day there by Richard Crayon.
Oh, man. I love that you can see the wheel work go in. And yes, we're focusing on Rovan Pera because it's such an incredible story about what he's committed to in his career to step away from a ridiculously successful World Rally Championship factory campaign with Toyota, all the best rallies in the world that he'd won, including here in New Zealand in 2022. He won the Rally New Zealand that year. But he wanted to go and do something else, challenge himself, and at 25, he's young enough to do that. And with the blessing of Toyota Gazoo Racing, they've enabled that. He's going to race in Japan this year in Super Formula, and they are big banger open wheelers, but this is a really great way to learn some craft. It's just such a remarkable story. We've been talking about it all season. It just keeps getting better and better, especially now there's some results flowing. Look forward to seeing his thoughts on when he gets to Highlands in a couple of days' time, because that's going to present an entirely new challenge.
That is a completely different beast in itself when you get to Highlands. It's certainly a high commitment sort of track. And I know here as well is a very high commitment track as well, but Highlands, there's just no rest anywhere you go. So we build up to the New Zealand Grand Prix, the 70th running of it next weekend.
Stay tuned to wherever you might be watching us, because we've got an amazing series documenting the history of that race. 70 years it's been running. Over 50 different winners, but some of the biggest names in global motorsport, in the history of the sport, have won the New Zealand Grand Prix. And we've got a multi-part series documenting that, and it will eventually become a full documentary, the 70th anniversary of that incredible race. Really looking forward to seeing how that plays out in a week's time, but we've got a fair bit of racing to get under our belt before that. It's been really cool to have Hi-Tech here this weekend. They are one of the best teams in global junior open wheel racing. And the teams here were already at an extremely high level, but throwing Hi-Tech into the mix just adds another element to this incredible championship.
And HMD, TJ Speed as well, throwing them into the mix as well.
It should be said, have won a race before Hi-Tech have in this championship.
Yeah, and that's, again, just the calibre of where this championship is. And it's getting more and more recognised every year it comes here, and that's just very obvious with the level of competition that we have here this year. A Macau Grand Prix winner, Ugo Chukwu, and then Formula Regional European champion, and Freddie Slater, and obviously Louis Sharp as well, winning the British F3 Championship, British F4 Championship. We could be here for the next half an hour just talking about the results of a lot of these drivers. Two-time World Rally Champion, and there's just so much talent that is down here racing this year, and it just keeps getting better and better.
Evan David has the largest fan club of a driver that's not currently in Formula One in open wheel racing. It's amazing.
It's just awesome to see, isn't it? Seeing them all come out and support him, and there's some more of the Sri Lankan fans still smiling, which is fantastic to see on this freezing cold day here at Teretonga.
He's a ripper young guy to spend a little bit of time with. He and his family earlier this week, and very well spoken, very polished. He spent quite a lot of time in this part of the world in his karting career. He spent a couple of years in Australia, the Australian Karting Championship, and was teammates with Alice Buckley, an up-and-coming female racer from that part of the world, and actually share a birthday between the two of them, so they're exactly the same age, which is really cool. And so he loves this part of the world, loves coming down here. And I've also enjoyed waiting the stories of what the drivers have been up to between rounds, and they've been spending time checking out New Zealand, North and South Island, and experiencing this country, and a little bit of life experience before their racing experience as well.
Yeah, and that's always a memory of mine as well when I did this championship too. You get to know so many people from around the world, and still lifelong friends with a lot of the drivers that you were racing against back in the day with this championship. And you know, it's not only the friendships, it's what you also get to see around the place as well. And there's some great memories, and you know, as much as these guys are fiercely competitive on track, there'll be a few friendships made out of it as well.
Ryan Wood running in second place, which his struggles this weekend might be a good result in this race. He's been struggling. I liked his honesty, which has become a bit of a Ryan Wood trait, which we love, but he said on the grid that struggling with confidence through the high-speed stuff. So put that into context. So Ryan Wood, Supercars race winner, has hustled 1,400 kilo, 600 horsepower supercar across McPhillamy Park at Bathurst. and that takes an enormous amount of commitment and challenge. Trevor Latourette has raced Skip Barber, basically F4 in America, and that's it. That is all of his racing career. So if someone with all of Ryan Wood's experience is battling in these conditions, your heart goes out to someone who has maybe a tenth of that level of experience and learning on the fly and very publicly in these conditions.
Yeah, and I hope he's taking the positives out of this as well, as much as it's frustrating for him to end up in the gravel, but the positives that can come out of this, and when he goes back to the US and continues with whatever he's got planned this year, it's only going to make his driving so much better and elevate him massively.
Both of Trevor's parents are fighter pilots in Colorado, which I think is just incredibly cool, and he's also got his pilot's license. Very well spoken, friendly young man, and I really hope he's got a lot out of this experience. I think the biggest accomplishment at Hampton Downs, I think early on in practice, he was about 4 seconds off the pace. Ended the weekend within 1.2, 1.3 of the pace, and the paces we've seen in this field is ridiculously high. So very public learning, very public school for some of these drivers. Lights are out of the safety car, so they will be this lap, and we'll go back to racing very shortly, which with 5 laps to go. Can Ugo Chukwu do it again for including the start, a 4th time in this race?
And Ryan would have seen what Ugo Chukwu in front did at the restart. Jack Taylor, he got a really, really good restart earlier on in this race as well, so they'll know what Ugo Chukwu's got planned. He'll be getting on the gas right in the middle of the corner, I would say, again. But that's the place to do it, as we were speaking about yesterday. On exit, try get the wheel open as quickly as you can, so all the load can go to the back 2 tyres to grip in, and then you know the competitor behind you, as in Ryan, he's not able to quite get to full throttle yet because he's still turning the steering and loading that outside tyre that bit harder.
An eye on the lap times as well of Kanato Lee, who pitted, and they did a full bleed on tyre pressure on his car, so he's going after lap time. Freddie Slater as well. Ugo goes before the corner, so he's gone very, very early this time. And will that change it? Oh, and off the road. No, it's Nakamura, championship contender, before they even get to the line, and he is bogged. It's day done. It's a free pass for Ugo Chukwu. From a championship points point of view, he didn't even get to the restart. They're still racing down towards turn 1, but they will go back to safety car immediately. And Rovan Pera was having a look. There was some moves going on. Jack Taylor was in there too.
And that is super frustrating for him as well.
Safety car.
Looks like he's got through as well. Where's Shipman in there? We're just trying to work.
So Cooper Shipman got past Jack Taylor, I think is what happened down there on the run towards turn 1 before the yellows came out. So that should be clear. They'll have a look at it in race control. Rovan Pera was having a look at both of them, I think, and ultimately it was Taylor who was the one that was bottled up. Oh, Jin Nakamura was in the position to climb to second in the championship with his teammate and Freddie Slater down the field. Low-scoring race, and Ugo Chukwu leading. This is Christmas come a month late.
Let's have a look at this again. So it was a great rate of knots that you saw him go straight ahead here. So I reckon he's just got that white line on the outside. We've seen it so many times over the weekend. It's a really, really easy thing to have happen into there. You can see him hard on the throttle, bearing himself into the gravel trap there, trying to come to a stop. And yeah, certainly not ideal, as we see Cooper Shipman as well, as we were just explaining. He's popped up a position as well, even though we saw the car go off at the last corner there. They let them race through turn 1, which is huge credit to the Motorsport New Zealand team for letting them do that, because if you go safety car straight away down the main straight or yellow straight away, there's a higher chance of a bottleneck down the end of the straight. So good call by Motorsport New Zealand to let them race around turn 1 and call the safety car as they went up towards turn number 2.
So remarkably, the driver now in a position to capitalise massively from a championship point of view is Ryan Wood, who from a championship perspective, is Ugo's closest contender. And he's second in the road, 5th in the championship coming into this race. So there's a real opportunity that Ryan could jump several drivers in the leaderboard with this P2 result, if indeed that is where he finishes. And there's going to be 3 laps to go next time by. So they're going to struggle to get this one back to green with the recovery underway, as good as this recovery team has been all weekend long. Oh, and what a long walk back this is going to be for Jin Nakamura.
If there's any silver lining you can take out of this, at least this is the half points race as well. This is race 2, the reverse top 8. So it is less points. Yes, every single championship point is so valuable, but at least if it's going to happen in any race, this is the one that you want it to happen in.
You've just found the silver lining in the clouds. I admire your optimism there. That is going to be a really tough one to take. Oh, wow. And we're still just working on getting to the bottom of that swap for 3rd and 4th place. So Cooper Shipman has found himself up the order. Previous best finish was P6, which came in race 1 yesterday. Jack Taylor was staring down the barrel potentially of his first podium finish. It now could be Cooper, and he would become, if he finishes there, he could become the 11th different driver to get a trophy in CT Frot so far this season. That is how wide open it has been. And confirmation through from our friends at Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand. If things finish the way they are, and I hesitate to commit to this because it changes rapidly even under safety car, Ryan Wood would be 2nd in the championship.
Considering he's had that DNF as well, to be back up into 2nd position is a massive shift in this championship.
He was 11th before Topor. 11th.
There you go.
And I know it was only round 1, but this is only a 4-round championship. So it all happens very quickly in CT Frot. Recovery is still underway. There's 3 laps to go. The field bottled in behind the GR Supra safety car. Ugachukwu, Wood, Shipman, the top 3. Jack Taylor 4th. Carlo Rovan-Pera 5th. Seb Manson in 6th position from 10th. Fionn McLaughlin 7th, which is a really good return for the Irishman, who's had a really tough start to his season. He's been 7th on 2 occasions already this championship. Louis Sharp up to 8th. Sway in 9th, and Yevon David 10th.
Batista's under investigation as well for a safety car restart infringement, so they'll be having a look at that post-race as well when they have all the footage, all the onboard footage as well, to work out exactly what has gone on. But Nakamura, that is a huge blow for him in his championship. He's been so consistent throughout this whole championship, dropping down to 4th.
Well, it's as much the loss for him as it is the gain for Ugachukwu, that his recovery every time he's under pressure from a points point of view, he recovers superbly, but his rivals also seem to be tripping themselves up. It's that consistency as well from Ugo that has been a hallmark of his championship. Remarkable storyline. There's still a lot of racing to go, we should add. And how about this story? He would have hoped it went green all the way through, Kalle Rovan-Pera, because he had car speed, and while he might not have been able to get past Cooper Shipman, he may have fancied himself a shot at getting past Jack Taylor, whom he now runs behind. 2 to go. Will they get this recovery done in time? Will we get a 1-lap dash, or will it be too late?
I hope so. I hope so. How good this racing has been. They've got the car on the truck now, so they can't be too far away. There we go. The recovery team, again, doing a fantastic job getting that car off track as quick as we possibly can. Whether or not they're able to tuck it in behind somewhere here in a safe position to get us underway this lap, as the cars will be just now going around turn 1. Looks like they are going to be able to reverse back out of the way, so we potentially could have safety car lights out this lap for a 1-lap dash.
I've got everything crossed. And your wish, Andrew Waite, is the safety car's command. The Supra pulls away from the pack. There's going to be 2.5 Ks of racing left in a compelling race in CT Frot. It's had a little bit of everything. Can Ugachukwu survive again? Can Ryan Wood do something? What about Kalle Rovanperä? What's he got left in the tank? It's been a spectacular drive.
Track's a lot drier now as well, so as the race is going on, the track is getting quicker and quicker.
One lap dash, race 2, penultimate round of the championship. 1 to go at the Grand Prix at Highlands, but all eyes on the long front straight here at Teretonga Park. Feature race to come this afternoon. What plays out in the remaining 65 seconds of this one? Where's your money on?
Ryan Wood may have a chance to have a go somewhere if he's going to do it.
He's called it. Away we go.
Going to be hard to beat Ugochukwu as well. He has just been so consistent all championship. There's a reason he is so far in front of this championship.
Cooper Shipman had a moment coming out of the final corner, getting the power down, so he could find himself under pressure from Jack Taylor. He lost the spot on the restart. Jack Taylor, can he get it back on the run to turn 1? He's going to try. He gets down the inside, the Aussie, but he couldn't quite squeeze up the inside. Rovanperä was there fighting as well. Gee, the field's very strung out. Everyone sorts themselves out nice and early in this one. Ugochukwu clear and driving away up the road as he's done all race long. Ryan Wood next, Shipman third, holding on. And Rovanperä trying to squeeze his way through with Seb Manson in 6th position and having arguably his best race of the season so far. Taylor was very, very wide through there, through 5. Does that open the door for Rovanperä, who's going to have a look down the inside at 7? Couldn't quite get it done. What a race it's been. In Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania, the first 3-time winner of the season is your championship leader. Ugochukwu does it at Teretonga.
Even that last lap, he pulled out 1.6 seconds in a single lap.
Did a 59.9 on the final lap. Quickest lap of the race. A 59.6, it was even quicker. Ryan Wood and Cooper Shipman gets his first podium finish in CT Frott with a great drive. Jack Taylor fends off Kalle Rovanperä. What a race.
Just that speed that he had with the way Ugo drove the car there. He's going to be hard to stop if it stays this wet this afternoon for the last race.
Confirming results, the winner we know, the podium we know. Jack Taylor fought his way to 4th place, so that will be his best result of the season, backing up P5 in race 1. Rovanperä 5th, Manson, McLaughlin 7th, then Louis Sharp, Shui in 9th, and Yevon David inside the top 10. Good recovery today. Rivera was 11th. Schooler in 12th, having a tough weekend. Caddy Baptista in 13th, Nolan Alla. Freddie Slater, Kanato Lee, DNF for Jin Nakamura and Trevor La Tourette. A wild one. It started in very wet conditions here at Teretonga Park, the Ascot Park Hotel International. And from that moment, Ugochukwu had to survive plenty, but he would not see the lead. This was big. 2 championship contenders, Kanato Lee and Freddie Slater, turned around. That brought out the safety car for the first time.
The spray off the cars as they hit down the massive long straight here at Teretonga. Ugochukwu again just drove off in the distance, but Kalle Rovanperä showing his car control skills.
To be fair, Cooper Shipman as well could be a rally driver based on the opposite lock he was feeding into car number 14 all race long. Trevor La Tourette on the exit of turn 1, unfortunately, brought out the safety car again. Another restart and a positively enormous moment, potentially from a championship point of view, with Jin Nakamura, who would have been 2nd, will now find himself a lot further down the order with a DNF and a 0 score, admittedly in the lower point scoring race. And that set up this 1-lap dash, wheel to wheel. Shipman looking around the outside, so that's how he got 3rd place. That was a massive move. The young American got the job done.
Yeah, it's certainly showing good car control skills in that car as well. And then that final restart, there was once again no stopping Ugochukwu, pulling 1.6 seconds in a single lap. The M2 competition team super happy with that one.
A great drive from Ryan Wood to finish 2nd and score some really good championship points. He will provisionally now be 2nd in the championship. They're in Allied Petroleum victory lane. Here's Rihanna.
He's becoming an all too familiar face in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane for our second race here this weekend. Congratulations, Uga Chukwu. Interrupted race, inconsistent weather, changing conditions, but what was consistent is you. Every restart you had it dialed in. How comfortable were you out there? It all looked a little bit too easy.
Yeah, I was very comfortable in the lead. The pace was really strong, so yeah, like you said, just have to manage those safety car restarts, and then from there I could pull a gap. But yeah, overall I was pushing really hard, mainly try to get fastest lap, as that's where we start for race 3. So every lap I was trying to go as quick as possible. Unfortunately, a few people who crashed in the first lap were able to get going again, and lower pressures, so they were pretty quick as well. Not sure how they were allowed to get going again after the marshals touched the car. Same thing happened in quali, but now overall really happy to get this win. We managed to get quite a few points back, and I think we put ourselves in a good position for the race 3 that's going to happen in Highlands.
Certainly in a commanding position in this championship. Congratulations, Uga Chukwu. And second for race 2, Ryan Wood, you've detailed all weekend long. It hasn't been the best weekend for this car, but awesome job to get it on the podium.
Yeah, massive credit to our team at MTech. We've made a huge step forward today, and yeah, big thank you to them and Rich and Xander and Pablo, because I think we're throwing the kitchen sink at it 3 or 4 times, and I think it's got a bit to do with me as well and my driving style. It's just not sort of suiting this sort of track and the condition at the moment. I think if it dries up, we should be a little bit better. So I'm excited to see what this afternoon brings. We're starting deep in the field, so yeah, we'll see how we go. Congrats to Ugo and Cooper, and yeah, it was a good race. All in all, happy.
And good news for you, you're moving up in that championship, currently sitting in second place and third on the podium for the first time in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. Big cheers here from the fans. Congratulations, Cooper Shipman. Excellent race. Well done. You got it done in the end.
Yeah, you know, we were struggling there a little bit at the beginning. Had to hold off some really fast drivers behind me, but, you know, just kept my head, and then I knew eventually that it was going to come to me. Luckily, we had some luck and the beast on our side at the end to help us get that last caution, and yeah, from there just took full advantage and was able to come away with the podium.
Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations with the team.
On that note, it is time for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy Race 2 podium here at Teretonga Park, and we're delighted to have Mr. Bob McMurray, brand ambassador for Toyota Gazoo Racing, to deliver the trophies. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place today, great stuff for Kiwi Motorsport from the United States, Cooper Shipman! You heard Rihanna talking there a moment ago. It is great for his title chase. In second today, from MTech, Ryan Wood. And a model of consistency, your championship leader from the United States, 4M2 race winner, Uga Chukwu. Quick photo with our place getters. Another one to come this afternoon. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your race 2 podium here at Teretonga Park.
The action continues here at Teretonga Park for the Repco NextGen New Zealand Championship. Certainly a fantastic race, and we've got a drying track for the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series. Andrew Waite alongside Ronan Murphy. This race here is the combined points from race 1 and 2 that set the grid for this race, Ronan. It's certainly been pretty action-packed so far, the Mazdas to this point. And AJ Giddy has been super fast so far this weekend. And Callum Pratt, he's going to be off position number 2. Thomas Clemo, he's going to be off position number 3. Mac Burkett there, and Sam Dashfield. Simon Baker, he's going to be off position number 7. Elton Witchman off position number 8. Brian Walker, position 9. Alexander Canty, who came into this weekend as the championship leader, certainly struggling a bit this weekend. Steve Brown as well, starting at position number 13. Scott Mills out of position number 16 as well. And Mark Denton not having the weekend he would like so far, to position number 18. And Wayne Talbot rounding out the field in position number 22. So make their way around towards the start finish line. They'll line up in formation on the grid, and we'll be getting set for a race start very shortly.
You can actually start to see a little bit of a dry line out there as well, Andrew. So that's probably the first time in the last couple of days that we've seen that. So that's a good sign, and hopefully might settle things down a little bit. We've seen a lot of action, and not only just the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series, but all classes, with a lot of cars struggling or battling to deal with these conditions that we've seen over the last couple of days. So it does look like there's actually a bit of a dry line forming down there on the track, and the Castrol Toyota Formula Region Oceania trophy cars did a good job of clearing a lot of the water away. So we're looking forward to seeing this is going to end up probably being a semi-dry race for the Mazdas here, and we're not too far away from a start.
The good thing about that as well, Ronan, is these cars, they have the Nexen tyre, which is a dry tyre, as well as a wet rated tyre, which is, well, the tyre is called a dot rated tyre, isn't it? So it suits both conditions, and it doesn't matter if it starts drying out. They don't have to worry about looking after wet weather tyres. That's just going to get better and better for them as they're out on track. As the lights are on, we get set ready for a race start. Here for race number 3 for the Mazdas, and we are underway. Good start on the outside there for Pratt. He's able to go across to the inside and cover off Clemo, starting out of position number 2 there.
And Mac Burkett, he got a pretty rough start there. He was off the second row of the grid, and he just didn't get it going very well at all. But the cars will bunch into turn 1 there, as we can see, getting through nice and cleanly as they come on round through the southern loop for the first time, down towards turn 2. As we can see there, Pratt's taken the lead. He's now got Clemo and Dashfield are now going at it. Dashfield's gone right round the outside of Clemo to take that second position away. Oh, Clemo's now got his teammate Stuart Lawton in behind. Dashfield through the water there. Big moment. As you can see now, coming towards turn 6. Elton Wickman there, Simon Baker in behind him. And Alexander Canty, he came into this round as the championship leader. As we see there, Mac Burkett, he's starting to try and salvage all those positions he lost at the start there. He tried to go up the inside of Brian Walker, didn't quite make it work. Canty and Baker coming through the last corner there, side by side, arguing it out.
Just notice as well, no AJ Giddy in the field there. Something's obviously happened to him for this one, but great first lap there for Callum Pratt. He's got a decent lead. Sam Dashfield sitting there in second place with a big sideways moment through turn 2. Thomas Clemo there as well, sitting in position number 3.
And as expected, fastest lap of the race for our race leader, Callum Pratt, but Sam Dashfield all but matched him, so plenty of speed in the number 17 car. As Dashfield's now gone set on after Callum Pratt. We see there, Stuart Lawton's just passed his teammate, so he's managed to get round Thomas Clemo, and Clemo's now under huge pressure from Elton Wickman and Simon Baker.
Oh, a little bit of sideways action there for Wickman, as it's such an awkward part of the track to be side by side through there, isn't it, Ronan? Oh, again.
Oh, Wickman and Canty, they were going at it side by side, as we see there. The 3 teammate cars there, Lawton, Clemo and Baker now all running together. Clemo's been the big loser out of everyone in the last couple of laps. He's lost a lot of positions. He was running in that second position on the opening lap, as we see there. Mac Burkett, unfortunately, after a podium yesterday, just his weekend sort of come undone a bit there. Something's happened as we see someone spinning off. The 94 there.
That's Andrew French, unfortunately, into the last corner. You can actually see some dirt towards the back of the corner there, so whether or not it was on his own or he was pushed a little bit wide on entry there, either way it looks like he's spun around on the entry under brakes and towards the last corner.
He's got the car, got it up and going again, as we see now Simon Baker going around the outside of his teammate Thomas Clemo. Number 11 car and the number 2 car, identical liveries. The only thing setting them apart's the number. Coming down towards turn 2 there. Wickman's now putting more pressure. So is Canty now trying to go up the inside of Wickman again. He just can't quite overcome the 28 car.
We see a lot of pressure on him at the same time. Where is he going to be able to make moves? Another one behind as well goes off.
Oh, and that was James Black, our pole sitter from yesterday. Qualified first.
This week is just going from bad to worse, isn't it, Ryan? It started out so fast yesterday morning, and from there it's just doesn't seem to be going his way, as that dry lines are really starting to form there, as Canty again has a look up the inside of Wichman there, just not able to find any way around him.
Yeah, and of all the cars in the top 4, Sam Dashfield and Thomas Klimo have probably had the most consistent weekend. Everyone else has been a little bit all over the place. We've seen a lot of cars rotated at different points, and now we've lost Mac Burkett and James Black. They've both had offs. They're now back on the track, thankfully, but not ideal as we see another car off. And that's Callum Pratt. That was the race leader.
He must have some sort of issue with his car because it's a strange place to end up. So whether or not he's just spun inwards or he's got an issue that he's carrying, either way, something isn't. No, he's carrying an issue there for sure, Ronan.
That's so disappointing for Pratt. Hails out of Auckland, and he's unfortunately the car has let him down on this occasion. He had a comfortable race lead, fastest lap of the race at the time, which has now been eclipsed by Simon Baker on a 1:13.4, but super disappointing for Callum Pratt, and that's now handed the lead on a silver platter over to Sam Dashfield, who's got a pretty comfortable, healthy margin over Stuart Lawton and Simon Baker there in 2nd and 3rd.
There's Lawton there, he's moving over towards the inside of the track under a bit of pressure there from Baker. 2 cars, 2 teammates. Back down the straight again. Canty still cannot find a way past Wickman at all. Down the massive long straight into turn 1. And there's Mark Denton off again. He's had a shocker, hasn't he? Yesterday, well, earlier this morning in the race in the wet, had a few moments down at turn 1 as well. So not his weekend.
We always knew coming into the weekend with conditions like this, they were going to be super trying, and it was going to be incredibly difficult, but I'm sure everyone in the field's learned a lot this weekend about dealing with these kind of situations, because been a lot of mistakes made, but some great racing at the same time. As we see there, Dashfield's got an issue. He's now lost the lead of the race.
He's lost a whole lot of time. Whether or not he's made a mistake or he's actually carrying... He's carrying an issue.
No one wants to lead this race. It's like it's cursed.
Oh, what a shame for Sam Dashfield. From the lead of the race, also has an issue. We lost Callum Pratt due to an issue. Now Sam Dashfield, obviously some sort of tyre issue or suspension issue, because you can see the car keeps snapping sideways. Nearly looks like it's on a little bit of a lean on the left rear there.
Oh, your heart goes out to Callum Pratt and Sam Dashfield. They'll both be so gutted. Great young blokes, and so disappointing to see car issues plaguing. It's one thing to have a car issue, but to be in the lead of a motor race and then have the car let you down is so disappointing. So heart goes out to those guys, but now Stuart Lawton has now taken over the lead of the race. He's got his teammate Simon Baker in 2nd, and the other teammate Thomas Klimo, he's in 4th. So not a bad day for those guys in the Lawton cars, with Elton Wickman splitting them there in 3rd. Alexander Canty, he's moved up to 5th, so he's having a good race. So is James Black. He's gotten himself back to 7th, and he set the fastest lap of the race, so he's continuing on his form from qualifying. Smashed out a 1:11. Everyone else.
Sorry to interrupt there. Canty just got that puddle on the inside. Ronan, you and I know what it's like when you get that puddle. Can snap you into a slide, but it certainly didn't do that, as Canty makes up another position, passes Klimo for 4th place.
And James Black also follows him through up the inside of Klimo, so Klimo's had a bit of a poor lap there on lap 6. He's lost 2 positions, and that's moved Alexander Canty up to P4. James Black now up to P5.
Doesn't look like he's got the pace that he had yesterday there for Klimo. He was super quick yesterday in the wetter conditions and even this morning, but so we see there the 23 James Black. Here the rear tyres lock on the way in. On the down change, managed to save it.
Maybe potentially an issue with that car as well, as he's now lost a ton of ground to the rest of the field there. And Philip Clemis is now all over the back of Klimo, so potentially an issue with that car. We've seen a couple of car failures now in the last few laps, so not ideal. But going back to the front there, Stuart Lawton, he's leading the way in the number 1 car. He's got Simon Baker, his teammate, up behind him. Elton Wickman's there in 3rd, and he's maintaining that gap back to Alexander Canty. As we now come back on to start another lap. Up onto the front straight, Simon Baker's got the fastest lap of the race, a 1:11.3. Lawton and Wickman also joined him in the 1:11s on that previous lap. So come back across the line now. 8 laps down out of 10.
So far, so good in this race. We are looking like we've got more of a chance of making the full distance. Yesterday was unfortunately a full non-event due to the weather and the incidents that happened. Is Steve Brown, who's leading the Masters class for this championship. Another hard-fought battle. Steve Brown, he is super instrumental in pulling this championship together. He's a great guy, and he's been around motorsport for a long time, so he's having a bit of fun out there leading the Masters.
Yeah, Steve Brown, along with Stephen Spear, do a lot for the category, getting it all running and up together, but we see back at the front there, Klimo's now under pressure from Philip Clemis for that 6th position. The rest of the field, they've broken away. Lawton's now still under pressure from his teammate Baker. Elton Wickman's not too far behind.
Certainly wouldn't say Lawton's doing it easy out in front at the moment, is he? He's certainly got a bit of pressure from behind. And Wickman there sitting pretty comfortably now. He was under a lot of pressure earlier in the race, but now he's been freed up a little bit.
Absolutely. He's not really been able to pull away from his teammate that much, but they're running pretty happy there in first and second place, and no doubt they're not going to want to do anything silly to jeopardise that.
I was just about to make that exact same point. If you want anyone putting a little bit of pressure on you in your mirror, it is your teammate.
Certainly would, and we see there Baker coming through turn 4, up over turn 5, the leaders come. Wickman's now starting to come under a little bit of pressure from Canty and James Black. James Black is the fastest driver on the racetrack. He's pumped out 1:11 deads the last 2 laps. And he is closing in. As we see there, Black's now going to the inside of Canty. Can he get it done?
On the way to line.
Oh, and it's deep, but he's got it done. And there they go, up onto the front straight. James Black, there's a little bit of door rubbing up the straight. Canty gets the side draft though, and he gets back in front.
They are not scared of getting into each other. Contact down the main straight. Canty defends the position. Black rider behind as we start the commencement of the last lap of the race. Is Black going to be able to make a position pass at any point? It's going to be so hard. There's a dry line, but outside of that, the track is wet. So you step outside of that, it is going to be very, very difficult to make the move.
As we see there, Baker still putting a lot of pressure on Lawton as Canty goes deep under brakes into turn 2. Comes up over, he's right up behind Wichman as well, so the fight for third is still not over. Wichman's currently got it all locked down, but Canty's now looking up the inside. He got a little bit into the water there.
Slight little lock up there for Canty through turn 4. Stuart Lawton still in the lead of the race, but it is not done in behind for position number 3, the last step on the podium. Wichman there manages to hold on to it as they make their way down the straight. They'll be seeing the checkered flag fly as Canty goes up the inside. It's side by side as they go across the line. And Canty, who came into the weekend leading the championship, makes his way up into 3rd position. Oh, what an end to that race, Ronan.
What a race, Andrew. We lost 2 leaders. We had action going on, and it's still going on. That's not good.
Can he get it stopped before they...
Oh, no. French. Luckily, the gravel trap was there. That could have gone one of 2 ways. As we see there, Steve Brown coming across the line.
Steve Brown doing the honours in the Masters category as well. Came into this weekend leading the championship. But French there, she got super lucky. As much as it's unlucky he's in the gravel trap, that could have been far, far worse. If that wasn't there, I'd say the grass would have carried him all the way back onto the track. That's where all sorts of bad things can happen from there.
That's when another car becomes your brake pedal.
Yes, unfortunately. You do not want that.
No, but Alexander Canty actually on the last lap set the fastest lap of the race, the only car to break into the top, into the 10s.
Certainly found some pace at the end of that race, but there was no stopping Stuart Lawton. He took the race win. Simon Baker coming home in 2nd. Alex Canty home in 3rd position, got that pass done on the very last lap and was very quick at the end of the race as the track started drying. Alton Wickman there coming home 4th. James Black in 5th place. Thomas Clemo in 6th place there. And rounding out the top 10 was Brian Walker. Steve Brown home in 11th position. Dylan Price 12th. Stephen Spear home in 13th place. Wayne Talbot, he came home in 14th place. Scott Mills home in 15th. And Mac Burkett there with all sorts of issues later in the race too. So we have a look at some highlights from the race. Great start by Pratt. Got into the lead nice and early. Pulled over to the left-hand side of the road, defended that position, and it looked pretty healthy for him out in front. But the battles are raging on behind. As Sam Dashfield came through turn 2 and was all sorts of sideways through there. And a few spinners off the road.
Mac Burkett there in the 85. He was the first. And then we saw this one from Andrew French.
It was the first little incident he had down at turn 1. Locked the rears on the way in on a down change. And then unfortunately for Pratt, from the lead of the race, an issue with his car meant he had to pull off to the side. And then the same thing for Sam Dashfield. As Ronan Murphy pointed out, no one wanted to win this race. And Thomas Clemo there wasn't quite as quick as the race went on. Canty found a lot of pace. And Stuart Lawton out in front from that point onwards as the battle continued on between Black, Wickman and Canty. Banging doors down the main straight. But it was Stuart Lawton in the end that took the race win. Simon Baker came home in 2nd, and Canty made his way onto the podium on the last lap. That's great for the championship for him. There's a lot to unpack from that one, isn't there, Ronan? It's great to see so many cars down here being part of this championship. And that fastest lap by Alex Canty was certainly found a lot of pace at the end there.
Yeah, certainly did. And the track is definitely getting drier because we started to see the times drop pretty significantly. But let's head down to Allied Petroleum Victory Lane with Rihanna.
And the winner of the round for the Nexen Tyre Mazda Series here at Teretonga Park. Congratulations, Stuart Lawton. It's been such a difficult weekend all weekend long, but congratulations, got the win and the round win.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a bit of a few drinks between wins. This was my 2nd one, but challenging weekend, but yeah, happy to get another one this weekend. Pretty good race weekend. Good racing there, I think, today, and pretty clean, so happy.
We've certainly enjoyed it. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium, and 2nd on the podium for the round, and also our Masters winner, Simon Baker. Congratulations, Simon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tell me about your weekend. How's it been?
Pretty wet. I'm sure it's been for everybody as well, but it's good to be sort of competing out here and in this series. It's great. I'm just trying to keep up with all the young guys, really. We
wish you all the best and enjoy the celebrations on the podium. Our 3rd place for the round is Elton Winchman, who has actually just hopped in the car for the SP Tools TA2, so he is busy. But we will welcome Thomas Clemo, who is our Rookie of the Year, Rookie of the Weekend, as he quickly runs over. Congratulations, Thomas Clemo, our Rookie for the Weekend. Well done.
Yeah, cheers, Ree. After yesterday, it was good to actually be here and get the interview, but no, it was a good race. Struggled out there a little bit, but no, after the way the weekend's been, I'm pretty stoked with that.
Congratulations, well done. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium.
Thank you, Ree. It's time for the podium for the round of the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series. Presenting the trophies is Amanda West, the series coordinator. And in 3rd place, Elton Winchman. In 2nd place, it's Simon Baker. Congratulations, Simon. And in 1st place, Stu Lawton. We also congratulate our round master and rookie podium. Thomas Clemo is the top rookie for the weekend. And our master winner is Simon Baker. That's our podium for the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series. Drivers, time for the celebrations.
Wonderful celebrations and just a perfect complement to the offering here as a part of the latest stop on the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. Delighted to have the Mazda Racing Series with us. The rumble you can hear in the background can mean only one thing. It is time for the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship to roll out. Greg Rust and Ronan Murphy with you. We're going to be joined by Paul Manuel very shortly, who's been a champion in this class in Asia, a driving force of what they're doing here in New Zealand with the continued expansion and growth of this category. And just a little bit of a delay here, but the good team from Winton Cranes and the recovery crews continue to go to work here. And that gives us a good chance to talk with Paul about the kind of state of play. Firstly, welcome to you. Ordinarily, we would see you rather behind the wheel. You love that, and a little sad in some respects that that's not happening this weekend.
Yeah, serious bit of FOMO going on there, boys. It's you know, we're all lined up to do it, but never mind. We're going to fix the car and have a crack next weekend.
Did I spy, courtesy of your, I think your sons, a brand new car parked out the back of the control tower here where we're broadcasting from, and that is good news for an eagle-eyed viewer in Queensland by the name of Will Davison, who's going to join us at Highlands next weekend.
Yeah, that's right. My son Walter and his buddy Fletcher have done the shaker run from Auckland and brought down a car, so thanks to Highlands, we'll be able to get that thing on song for next weekend, and we'll have 2 more cars on the grid.
The boys are here in commentary. Do they grade you? Do they mark you on your calling ability? What happens here? It's nice to have them with us in the commentary box.
Yeah, yeah. I've flicked a few texts down and I said, "What are you doing? Get the slicks on down there." It's dry. It's dry, guys.
Here's the Flying Dutchman, Leo Bolt. He's been a good addition to this class, and you have, as it's continued to grow in numbers, they've come from all sorts of different backgrounds and experiences, haven't they, in motor racing?
Yeah, we have. We've got a great eclectic bunch of has-beens and wannabes and all sorts of stuff. It's
got some of those in the commentary box here too, actually.
Yeah, that's right. No, awesome field, and like I said yesterday, the camaraderie is fantastic amongst these guys. They race hard. But, yeah, they're good mates in the pits.
Great things about the Repco NextGen NZ Championship is there are all kinds of activations happening around the paddock at our various rounds. Now, the TR Group are great supporters, and they have been leaders when it comes to heavy vehicles and the industry around it for something like 30 years, from leasing, rental, fleets, you name it. They have 10,000 vehicles on the road between Australia and New Zealand. This is Grant Dill from the company, and you guys are leading the way in many respects with some very special, very green technology, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we've been leaders in the battery electric space, the pure hydrogen space, and really what we've got here today is what's called a hydrogen dual fuel diesel truck. So it uses a combination of both diesel and hydrogen, and it is a blend to reduce the amount of diesel it uses, and at the same time it'll reduce the CO2 for operators. So, you know, it's real leading stuff. Technology is quite simple, it works really well, and yeah, they're great assets to have on our books.
I would imagine it's been quite a journey to get to this point. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, it has been. Look, for us, it's probably been a 6 or 7 year journey to get to this point here. We're really fortunate to have now a bunch of technologies. We've got trucks on the road. Fuel stations are now open in New Zealand and operating. It's 15 to 20 minutes to fill, so it's about the same time as a diesel truck. So it's here today, and it's working.
Now, we have lots of trucks here in the paddock at motor racing events, obviously with the road show, travelling all over the country for the coming weeks. But what about for people in either agriculture or different kinds of businesses who will benefit from this sort of stuff?
Yeah, I think you nailed it with that, really. I mean, the first ones that are going to benefit are really the exporters who have overseas commitments to lowering CO2 as part of their goods delivery process. So Scope 3 emission reduction, it'll be leaders in the sector. You'll see more and more fleet colours on these trucks shortly. We've got a bunch of people sort of lined up to get these out on the road. So it's really neat doing this with Toyota Gazoo and going to Invercargill and back again with all of their logistic gear. But it's going to be just a great demonstration.
It's been great to chat with someone who is passionate about this sort of stuff, and it's a lovely correlation or connection, if you like, with motor racing. Enjoy the tour.
Thank you very much. Pleasure talking to you, Greg.
What about this? Now, the case, the Farmall tractors here are great supporters of this event. That at the wheel is Josie Spillane, who is the boss of the circuits around the country for Tony Quinn. Great character, great personality. She is delivering some pies to these good people. Uber. No purple sectors for Josie around the track. She's delivering some pies because I think these good folk have maybe had a couple of amber lemonades since early this morning. So we're just looking after them.
It's like a flashback to Invercargill Christmas morning. Santa delivering the goods on her sleigh.
And that was the last we heard of Ronan Murphy in commentary. Well done, mate. Yes. So cars in the meantime in the background as Josie chats away there. She's got a very busy weekend coming up. Her team, incidentally, have been with us along the way on the tour. They proudly run the Repco NextGen NZ Championship as well. Very proud custodians, promoters of it, and they're doing some amazing things as the series continues to grow. They've got a big one next weekend, of course, at Highlands. 70th running of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. We'll be live, of course, live and local for Sky Sport here in New Zealand, on Fox and KO in Australia, and around the world on YouTube. Looking forward to bringing you that. Cars have rolled out of pit lane for the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship. Now, Paul Manuel is with us and knows this class very well, but you are a little nervous. What's caught your eye as they left the dummy grid area there?
Yeah, everyone's on wets, and if it was me, I'd be pulling into pit lane right now and getting the slicks on, but we'll wait and see. There might be a couple that could make the call, but anyone who makes that call will own this race.
Okay, so they are on a Goodyear control tyre, aren't they? And it's different to most other racing tyres that you would see. They have a higher sidewall, what we call affectionately a bag tyre in this game, and that means they move around a certain way. The cars behave a certain way. The way they take a set and so on into a corner is a little different to what we might be used to in others.
Yeah, they're a bias tyre and they move around a lot, and that's what creates so much excitement in the car. Yeah, the car gets a set, and there is a knack to driving these cars. If you're sitting on a radial tyre with a low profile, it is a very different car to move around the circuit. But once you've done a couple of laps, I'm sure Ronan would agree, you get the hang of it pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about adapting. It's got four wheels and an engine like any race car. You just gotta get your head around it, and that's what the challenge is for all of these drivers and all these teams.
Here we go. We have a car coming into pit lane, and great call, whoever that is.
There we go, on a qualifier. Josie, who's probably just realised she's on television. That's where we're in big trouble there. Anyway, so we need to keep an eagle eye on pit lane and who is maybe making that call that Paul and Ronan have been talking about just in relation to tyres. In the meantime, let's take a look at the grid for you, brought to you by the good people from SP Tools. In the tools business in this part of the world for 50 years, all kinds of pro tool and workshop solutions for you. Mark Pitcher from pole position alongside Leo Bolt, Carl Gaines and Lance Gerlach for this one, Peter Ward and Jamie McDonald for race 3, Jaden Ransley and Toby Elmiger, Dylan Grant, Caleb Byers. Now, if you followed this class of racing over the weekend here with us, you will know that there are some fast guys up the back, and now we've got a really significant move. You can clearly see that Goodyear slick tyre going on.
Here's our race winner.
You're calling? Okay.
I'm calling it.
Okay, well, we can sit back and just enjoy ourselves then, can't we?
That's a big call, but at the same time, I think it's also a pretty good, smart call. So, no, Paul, you might be onto something there with that. Maybe they were listening to you up in the commentary box and they've taken your advice, because certainly is very, very dry out there. There's not really any water left on the circuit, particularly on the racing line. So, as you said, the cars that have stayed out there, which is pretty much the entire rest of the field, is gonna find it very, very difficult. And the more they warm the cars up and do warm-up laps, the worse it's going to make it, and the more of an advantage it's going to be for Toby Elmiger. So I'm surprised that actually no one actually saw that and made the call over radio to bring them in. That's quite surprising.
So there's your race facts, bottom right of screen there, brought to you by Repco. And just worth keeping an eye on that SP Tools machine at the back of the grid there. There's a NAPA Auto Parts car as well. So Caleb Byers, who's a teenager, Dylan Grant, who's just turned 20, I think, in the last few weeks. Those guys have been pace setters so far this weekend. We've got some fast runners that are going to come through this field. Leaving the lane now, Toby Elmiger in the 74, who will join the very tail of the pack. You can see the Supra GR safety car there, but he has some slick tyres on. This will be fascinating.
That's certainly going to... it's like taking a gun to a knife fight, isn't it? It's,
he's going to own it.
He's going to be like the cat with the cream with those slick tyres on that car. Everyone else, you see their Mark Pitcher looking for water on the track to try and keep those treads nice and cool, because once they get up to temperature and they get hot, it's going to be very, very difficult to keep those cars in hot pace.
There are a couple of guys in this field with sprint car and super saloon backgrounds. They're going to need every ounce of those skills on wet weather rubber in this one. Here's a guy who's warming up the slick tyres now, so we'll watch eagerly his progress. Mark Pitcher will control the field. We'll go 2 by 2 here. They'll bunch up. We should get a start this time by. There's that NAPA entry we were talking about of Dylan Grant. Watch the SP Tools machine as well of Caleb Byers when they unleash the more than 500 horsepower in each car, the 6.2-litre V8 engines. Field got a bit of a gap there, so they've aborted the start. And I think that is because we needed things to be more tightly packed, more tightly bunched than that. So there'll be a radio message pretty quickly in relation to it. So we calm the nerves in commentary and reset the adrenaline in the cars as well.
Not quite sure what's going on there. There'll be a logical reason from some angle.
Chat in the pit lane going on here as well too. Action Motorsports. So I understand. I think that's some of the TA2 New Zealand team that he was going to there. Plenty of cars in this part of the world now. They have more than 100, well over 100. I think it's nearly 120 or 40 in Australia now that are either in the Premier Trans Am guys or TA2. And the fact that you've in recent years kind of committed to this pathway, the way people have been eager to adopt it, and there's some good stories coming, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. We've got there's over 160 cars now in Australia, and growing. And the order platform, the HCC, the company running it now, they've got 30 cars on order currently as well, which are being pumped out flat out of the States, and they can't get them quick enough.
The boss, Matty McKeldin, probably watching on in Australia. Sorry, mate, if I shortchanged you there in terms of the amount that you've got on the books. The racing is great. Our good buddy Matt Nolte does a wonderful job in commentary with it too. He's busy watching some Speedway this weekend, and I think hopefully we'll get a start this time. So Leo Bolt in the 98 left of your screen with a Mazda Racing Series background. Mark Pitcher from memory has come through something like 30 years of Super Saloon racing and has made the switch to these style of cars and is loving going circuit racing, but it's a huge learning curve for him. He unleashes all the grunt of the V8. They thunder down the main straight of Teretonga Park here. Bolt's going to go really deep. Pitcher should have the inside running and should have it covered. And Carl Gaines sneaks down the inside. That's a smart move up to second.
Gaines went deep under brakes and he got the move done there. And Peter Ward's moved right up as well. So Bolt's already lost a couple of positions. You can see Jaden Ramsey there in 5th. Lance Gerlach ended up off the road there on the exit of turn 1. They all file in now. Jamie McDonald's now gone back past, but look at Toby Almager. He's already passed about 5 or 6 cars. He's now got Dylan Grant on his outside. Ransley there, in there fighting with McDonald.
Look at the way they move around. They're so spectacular. Look at that. Little bit of a nudge. Remember me? Trying to get through Days of Thunder style. He's on those slick tyres, and it's working already for him. Mid-pack, and it won't be long before he's having a shot at the race lead.
What a difference that's going to be making. As we see there, Gaines looked like he either got out in the dirt a bit or missed a gear, as he's now lost a spot to Almager as well. So Almager's going to get to the front pretty soon. As we see there, Peter Ward's now going up the inside of Pitcher. So Wardy's now taking the lead in the number 69 Camaro from Pitcher, with Jamie McDonald there in 3rd. Almager's now up into 4th on those slicks.
3 or 4 laps and these wets are going to be all over. So we're going to see some really exciting racing with the guys that are on wets. Toby will own this race as long as it all goes his way, but even you see it on the braking, the car just has so much attitude, so much more grip, braking, turning, everything. It's a good contrast to see the difference between a wet tyre and a slick tyre.
He is up into 2nd place already. So the race being led by Peter Ward, who was the real mover in this morning's race before we came on air. I basically said to Rhoda at the time, what the heck has he had for breakfast? But he said, the team gave me a good car and he used it to really good effect. Now he's making Elmiger do all the work here, but it should, in theory, he gets all the drive off the final turn, and it happens nice and easily.
And there you go, the crystal ball that Paul Manuel was using at the start of the race is all coming true, and you see there, Elmiger's now taking the lead from Ward. Pitcher's having a good fight here. Dylan Grant's now trying to go around the outside of him. Jamie McDonald in behind as well, so we've got a 3-car battle there for that 3rd place. Coming around the southern loop. And then just slightly further back in the background, we've got Carl Gaines and Caleb Byers, who was our race winner from this morning. Utterly dominant fashion there, Byers in the 33 car, going around the outside of Gaines. So you see there, Jamie McDonald's now taking 3rd.
We're a quarter of the way through. If you're on wet weather tyres, what do you do to try and look after them and hope they'll last the 12?
The last 4 laps will be incredible with us because they are just going to be, they're going to have tyre pressures through the roof. They'll be 50, 60 pound after this.
Did you choose your words then? You said incredible. I think you wanted to say something a bit more descriptive.
But honestly, they're all on the, apart from Toby, they're all got the same problem. So we're going to see some fun driving. We'll probably see the Speedway guys do really well with this.
Oh, as we see there, Jaden Ransley had it sideways coming out of the last corner. That is not going to be helping his tyre pressure problem. So come up the front straight, and I am at a little bit of a loss as to why not more cars did what Toby Elmiger did. Why did they not all come in on that first lap? Maybe just they weren't up to date on the radio. What do you think could have maybe been the cause?
Look at Ransley's machine already on the block, starting to sort of dance around, slide around. Toby Elmiger leads by 5.7 seconds. And I mean, as you could expect, he has the quickest lap of the race in the order of 4 to 5 seconds faster than anybody else right now on that slick rubber.
Yeah, great call for them and good on them. I guess the guys are a little bit cautious because, hey, it is Invercargill. Anything can happen. We see 4 seasons in 2 hours, and yeah, I mean, we don't look like we're getting rain, but yeah, it's just that when you go offline, you know, it's not there anymore, but when there is a wet line and you're on slicks and you're trying to overtake, it makes for difficult stuff.
Bottom line is, stay with us to the end of this one. We're in for some great action. It won't necessarily affect our race leader, Toby Elmiger. Now, Wardy has slipped back into the clutches of Dylan Grant here. So this is for 2nd place. The Napa driver gets it done.
And we've got the Speedway guy hard on Wardy, which is, oh, here we go. It was great to see. Jamie's used to going sideways. He's going to love that.
Brilliant pass there from Jamie McDonald to take that 3rd place. As we now look, he's now all over the back of Dylan Grant. Can he get a move done and try and take 2nd away? These, as Paul said before, these conditions will be really favouring the Speedway guys. They're not afraid to have the car sideways or move around, be in a low grip condition. So Jamie McDonald is absolutely thriving out there right now. As we see Caleb Byers, our race winner from this morning, he's now attacking the back of Peter Ward there in the 69 car. They go through a puddle, much needed reprieve for those wet tyres.
I don't think that's going to help them.
Not at all. But coming down there,
look at the car squirming around. Look at Wardy's car. Under braking, there's just no adhesion whatsoever.
The more straight they can keep these cars, the better off they'll be in these scenarios. But coming up the front straight now, Caleb Byers, he's all over the back of Peter Ward. Can he get a move done? He's looking up the inside now. He won't be able to outbrake Wardy, but he might be able to get to the inside. He chooses the outside line. Is he going to be able to go around the outside there? Not quite up beside him, quite enough, but he's now, they put the power down. Can he get a better run off turn 1?
So a little bit of dancing on the brakes going on there. I can see the brake lights flashing.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I'm just going to say, what a couple of great looking cars. Look at them. Fantastic sign work. And yeah, it makes for it's good to see this in New Zealand motorsport. The sponsors getting behind it, and yeah, fantastic looking thing.
And it kind of satisfies a thirst that Kiwis have for muscle cars. They love their muscle cars, don't they? Mustang passing the Camaro. We tip our hat to the Dodge Challenger body shape as well. But what lies beneath is a 6.2 litre, what we affectionately kind of call a crate V8. It's very crate-based V8. It's a very controlled formula, isn't it?
Yeah, 525 horse. Every car under the fiberglass is exactly the same. The same shocks, gearbox. The only thing different is the spacer between the steering wheel and the seat and the body shell.
guys. He's all over the back of Peter Ward. Still trying to get that move done, try and get himself up into that 4th position. As we see there, he gets it sideways, sliding across the tyre. Jaden Ransley's actually catching these guys as well, trying to get himself into the mix. See the 75 car, the Signature Homes Mustang, pitching up through turn 1. It's now Wardy's starting to struggle a little bit. He's got 2 guys up behind him. Maybe those tyre pressures, as you indicated before, Paul, have gone through the roof on Wardy's car, and he's now really struggling to keep Byers and Ransley at bay.
You can see on Ransley's car, they've got that car so soft. Sway bar, shock, everything, and it's just leaning on that front bumper. Might be a little bit too much. Great for the wet. They've made a good change for the wet, but unfortunately, sun's out.
Absolutely, and we see there, coming down the last corner now, Byers, his car's moving all over the place. Ransley now goes to the outside of the circuit, tries to go a different line.
Did you see Leo Bolt then? Tried left and right, try to ensure that he arrested all the speed. To then, it was almost like a Scandinavian flick, wasn't it, into the final corner? The totem, incidentally, the graphic on the left of your screen does not lie. Toby Elmiger on the slick tyres has an advantage of 22 seconds now on Dylan Grant. And then we go back to this kind of battle pack. Yeah, it's a great battle.
Oh, and Byers, he's going to get around the outside of Wardy. Is he going to leave him room on the exit? He is.
Yeah, Wardy always
Great
gives you
racing.
room. Yep, he's hard to pass, but he's very fair.
And Jaden Ransley's also going to slip through on the inside. So Caleb Byers has now moved into 4th. Jaden Ransley now to 5th, and that's disposed Peter Ward back to 6th.
Ward is a successful businessman. Ward Demolition, a lot of high-profile projects he's worked on over the years, but he loves his racing. Was a part of the NZ V8 Utes as far back as 2007, and the driver that they coined Chaos was the 2022 series champion. So really good that he's become a part of this. And every time I talk to him, he talks about it so positively. He is loving TA2.
Yeah, he's great for the category and such a genuine, nice fella. And yeah, it's fantastic having him on board. He's always keen to help someone out, and yeah, he's always doing a great job out there.
I have no proof, but I think he may have been seen at the Colt or the underground South Auckland Demo Derby Association, the SADA race meeting that Shane Van Gisbergen runs over the years. And g'day to Shane if you're watching in the States. Wardy's been a great supporter and friend of the family there.
Yep, yeah, he is, and they have the annual Demolition Derby tucked away in the hills.
We don't know where that is. Don't reveal it.
Don't, but they have a great. Well, it's almost global now. There's people coming from all over the place. It's awesome.
It's awesome.
Going back to the racing at the front there, look at the lap times that Toby Elmiger is doing. He's in the 102s, the low 102s, versus everyone else in the 107s. He's almost 5 seconds or 4 seconds faster. Gerlach, he's gone.
Now we're hearing that we may go time certain here with that extra warm-up lap when we didn't quite execute the start right at the beginning. This could mean it's the final lap. So we'll just keep a little eye on directly across the way from our commentary box here. We can see the good team of volunteers who work the checkered flag and so on. So it's Elmiger leading by 30.4 seconds. That decision shortly after the outlap to pit and put on fresh rubber has been a masterstroke. Dylan Grant really solid in that NAPA car in second at the moment from Jamie McDonald. I think McDonald's called on every ounce of kind of sprint car skill, hasn't it, for this, and it's been cool to watch too.
The final lap boards come up, and there'll be 10 guys out there who won't think that's come quick enough.
Absolutely, though, those wet tyres will be begging for mercy. They have taken an absolute punishing on a dry circuit here at Teretonga Park. And Toby Elmiger, what a masterstroke that was. That decision to go to slicks, come in before the race start. The aborted start helped him even more because it meant another lap for him to be able to gather up, get some temper to them, catch up.
Oh, look at the difference. Look at the difference.
As we see there, Elton Bushman.
Oh, no! Oh, that was so close.
Oh, my gosh.
Meantime,
what difference are you talking about?
Toby Elmiger gets it out of the final turn rather. He is going to clean up here. Great job by 33 seconds. Elmiger wins the final one for the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship here at Teretonga Park. Whew. breathing a sigh of relief. That looked worse than it was on the cameras for us. I thought it might have been a clean bowl scenario.
Great job, Action Motorsport, making that call. Yep, fantastic job.
Yep. Here's Dylan Grant, youngster from Auckland, who's got a bit of a Formula Ford background, another good addition to the championship, and he'll continue to get better in that Dodge Challenger as well. It's beautifully prepared. Excellent second place. He's made it work, made it last on what we believe is wet rubber on that car, and Jamie McDonald should get third. We'll wait and confirm that for you. I think that car's just crossed the line there now. Here's Peter Ward in the thick of the fight.
Great job for Jamie. He'll be absolutely stoked with that.
Wardy's going to keep it mid-track and hold on to what should be 6th place behind Jaden Ransley, but ahead of Carl Gaines and Leo Bolt. Oh, and already our race winner's already back at the lane, and he gets the congratulations from the volunteers here, the marshals working from Motorsport New Zealand and the Southland Car Club. Well done. Toby does it. Gee, this has been enjoyable this weekend, this class, hasn't it?
I don't think I've seen a margin that big between first and second place in a long time, though.
Maybe Le Mans.
Yeah, 36 seconds. Around Teretonga Park, of all places, in an 11-lap race.
Yep, but there's a backstory, an element to it. So well done to the team on the decision that they've made there. Highlights for you for the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship. Race 3 of the weekend meant there were some fast starters coming through from the back of the pack, but it was a masterstroke decision by Toby Elmiger and the crew on that car to switch to slick rubber just before we got the warm-up laps underway, and he was so fast, he was already knocking on the back bumper of some rivals as he carved his way through the field, everybody else on the wet tyres.
Yeah, what a masterstroke of a decision, as we've discussed. And we see there Peter Ward and Mark Pitcher, they went side by side up the front straight. Then a couple of laps later, Elmiger, Peter Ward was a sitting duck there in the 69 car, and Elmiger flew past up on the front straight. So we see there Jamie McDonald, he was having a great battle with Dylan Grant and Peter Ward. Caleb Byers went around the outside of Peter Ward as well. Wardy maybe just had his tyre pressures a little bit too high, cooked them, he dropped back a lot towards the end of the race, very fast at the start. Jaden Ransley got through as well to come home and finish 5th. As we see there, Lance Gerlach fired it around, just ended up out in the green stuff, and as we see here, Elton Witchman, we thought the race leader was going to be a Goners, and what a story that would have been.
We all winced, but Elmiger got there in the end by 36 seconds over Dylan Grant and Jamie McDonald. They're already down here in victory lane. Let's pause there if we don't mind. Let's go to Rihanna.
You boys just take a breath in commentary as we welcome Toby Elmiger to Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. Congratulations, Toby. The strategy call of the year, I think, and it's only January, but outstanding to put those tyres on and to hold on for that race.
Yeah, firstly, full credit to all the boys at Action Motorsport. The car was great. Obviously, to do that decision on the first warm-up lap was just amazing. So, yeah, just had to keep it clean, look after the car and bring it home. So, yeah, it was a great race.
You brought it home. Okay, 30 seconds out the front. Congratulations, Toby Elmiger. And coming in second place in the NAPA Auto Parts, congratulations to Dylan Grant. Well done, Dylan. Just tell us how tough it was to keep that car on the road.
Oh, yeah, it's just annoying. We made the wrong call. It's about 5 or 10 minutes before we went out, we were like, well, what we should do. And, yeah, we weren't sure what it was going to be like. But, yeah, just managing the tyres, I'm just glad I got the start I did and just made my way and kept my ground there.
You got it there in the end. Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. And rounding out our 3rd place for today's race, congratulations, Jamie McDonald. It was tough work out there, hanging on with those wet tyres. What was it like?
Oh, when you leave the pits and it's completely dry and you're on wet, so you kind of, well, I don't really know. This is my first time in the wet and first season in these cars, so it was a bit like Speedway, what I'm used to, and I had a lot of fun.
Well done to all of our competitors in the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand racing this weekend.
It is close as we get set for the latest race in the Bridgestone GR86 Championship. The numbers that have just come through are courtesy of Amanda Tolamash, the category manager for the 2025-26 season. Zach Blinko is on top with 474 points. Chris White, who's been doing some great things in the last 2 rounds of the championship, on 470. Just 4 points is in it at the top of the ladder. And it's a good fight for third, I should point out too. Josh Bethune's on 442. AJ Giddy, young AJ Giddy on 421 points. We say thanks to Paul Manuel, who's with us for the SP Tools TA2 Championship. Ronan Murphy is with us as we look at the grid for you. AJ Giddy will start this one on pole, and he's had a pretty good weekend as far as speed is concerned in that car, hasn't he?
Oh, he's not only been fast in the Bridgestone GR86 Championship, but also in the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Series. So he's been doing double duties and been doing a brilliant job at that. And so look a bit further down the grid there. Justin Allen off P7, Cooper Barnes off 8th, Lee Zelltwanger there off 9th, and Josh Bethune, one of our championship protagonists there in P10.
Probably a bit of head scratching going on for Harry Townsend. He's working with former champion in Tom Dooley, and together as a combo, they were very good last time out. Tom's on the radio kind of guiding and coaching, but just hasn't gelled in the damp conditions for some reason this weekend for Harry. I'm not quite sure why, but they roll up to get set for a start here. Race 3 of 3. This is the feature, and we saw in qualifying earlier in the weekend that AJ did the job, because the fastest lap time in that qualifying session is what determined pole position for this grid. But he was so good, the consistency, which helps set the grid for race 1. Your second fastest lap time, man, he was good in that respect too, wasn't he?
He certainly was, and he's been, along with Chris White, probably the 2 form cars this weekend. So those guys, they're lining up on the front row of the grid, and it's dry now, so it's going to be interesting to see who can take the bragging rights this time around in the final race of the weekend for the Bridgestone GR86s in the dry. But I'm sure Zach Blinko, Mac Templeton, Simon Hunter and Hugo Allen and the likes will have something to say about it.
High praise for Chris White's performance recently in the official Repco NextGen NZ Championship podcast from none other than Greg Murphy. The red lights start to illuminate. We're ready for a start in Bridgestone GR86, and away we go. White launches away beautifully, gets great traction, and immediately takes a car length lead over AJ Giddy as they run down to turn 1 for the first time.
White absolutely smashed that start, left AJ Giddy hanging. Going into turn 1 there, Blinko slotted into 3rd. Mac Templeton, he's status quo, he stayed there in 4th. Simon Hunter's moved into 5th. And our championship, or reigning champion, Hugo Allen there in P6.
Oh, already some dramas, a little bit of rally cross. Manages, despite the wheel work, to keep it pointing in the right direction. That's Cooper Barnes. How did he save that with all the wet grass off the side of the track after a weekend of rain? He somehow keeps it pointing the right way. Bit of wiper work going on. I would imagine that's because of a bit of mud or water that's kicked up there on the windshield. Arthur Braun. Difficult weekend in the 222. Let's hope he has a nice one in the final here.
That was wet and wild out there on the... Matt Templeton, he's off the road. Going down towards the last corner there as he managed to keep it off the wall. He has. Oh, that's such a shame for Mac. He was running there in 4th place. But we'll have to wait and see if we can grab a replay of that and see if he had a helping hand or whether it was all done on his own.
We just were hoping for a nice finish for him here. He went off in the prior race after a 3-wide battle into turn 1. Here's our winner of this morning's race in Justin Allen. Nice to see him with a bit of spring back in his step as well.
He's in a melee at the moment with Lee Zelltwanger and Josh Bethune as he managed to clear them both. Simon Hunter's just ahead of him, and so too as we see another car off in the same spot. I think that's Arthur Braun in the 222 car. So these GR86s, they're doing as much rallycross as they are circuit racing right now.
We're hearing that Motorsport New Zealand race controller and the officials from Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand are having a little look potentially at the start for Simon Hunter, the 42. Was there movement before those lights went out? So that's a little backstory. Chris White has amassed a lead nearly 1 second already over AJ Giddy. He is enjoying this when he seems to be able to, particularly when he qualifies at the front end of things, he can, on the colder rubber, he can make that Bridgestone work so well.
Oh, he just got an absolute jet of a start, Chris White, and now he's just driven away. He's got a massive gap over Giddy and Blinko. Giddy and Blinko are actually probably a little bit quicker at the moment. Zach Blinko was the fastest car on the road on that last lap by a 10th, so he's got plenty of speed in the number 90 car.
Just seeing the view from the drone there, Joe working the 6th drone for us, and what you saw was a move for position. The 32 of Josh Bethune getting by Justin Allen. That's for 6th place, and he's got speed too. He's already on the back of Simon Hunter.
So we see there AJ Giddy and Zach Blinko, they've caught Chris White, so that advantage that Chris White had on the first couple of laps has eroded. It's now only even a car length, if not a couple, but we go back there, Josh Bethune sliding the car there. Lee Zeltwain has now got up the inside of Justin Allen, our race winner from this morning. He's under all kinds of pressure at the moment. Cameron Hill's in there behind.
Look at the wipers at work now. It's not immediately obvious to us here in the commentary box, but there may be some misty rain starting to happen for competitors. It certainly looks that way from the 6th drone cam, doesn't it?
The racing line still looks dry at the moment, so we might be okay for a few more laps, but certainly the wipers going on all the cars is a telltale sign that it could be raining again. You see there Arthur Braun, he's managed to clear Justin Allen as well, so he's had a good recovery from running off the road almost on the first couple of laps. As we see there, he's now in behind Cam Hill. Let's shoot down to Ree in the lane.
I wouldn't say it's raining, boys, but the mist has certainly started to pick up, and the visibility, it might look bright on TV, but it is quite dark out here.
It's Rihanna Crean in the pit lane, straight from the Gold Coast to the wild weather that we've had here this weekend at Invercargill. And Ree will be with us next weekend, of course, for the 70th running of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. Huge weekend of action, including this class. Bridgestone GR86, AJ Giddy, Zach Blinko. This is now a three-way fight for the race lead. White's got to go mid-track and play defensive. Look at the car under brakes as he fights to go to that maximum point of the braking and not let either Giddy or Blinko by.
And this is Neil Motorsport with, in conjunction with Wood Motorsport against Mackenzie Motorsport, and those Mackenzie cars in second and third seem to have the measure at the moment of Chris White's number 88 Pack and Save car. They are all over the back of him, but White, he's showing his experience and he's a mature young lad. He put the car in the right place down there at the last corner. He moved it over to the inside, and then as he saw that AJ was disincentivized, he moved it back and took his racing line.
The newer generation car that we've seen become a part of this series in recent years, 2.4-litre power plant. Really cool little, very popular little Colt car, and these youngsters are using it to their absolute maximum. Look at Giddy dancing on the very edge. It's difficult. There's no easy way to get by there. Some real smarts from Chris White and Zach Blinko. We talked about the championship standings before the start of this race. Giddy has a little look again, shows the nose, but can't get it done there.
Again, Chris White put his car in the right place. He disincentivized Giddy, made him get out of his rhythm a little bit. Now he's under huge pressure from Blinko. So Chris White at the moment, his car looks really good off turn 1, but through turn 2, 3 and 4, he seems to struggle a bit, and the Mackenzie cars are back all over him.
Hugo Allen, a good gap further back. You can see here is again, AJ Giddy has a little look. There's no way through there as they go into one. The Southern Loop, they call it here at Teretonga Park. Keep the momentum, keep the flow, keep leaning on the outside of the car, keep the speed going. There's nothing in it between these three as they exit there and head for turn 3.
The beauty of all this is there's 14 laps to go, so Chris White is going to have to hold on a while longer if he wants this race win, but he's shown plenty of times before his capabilities and that he can win races and potentially look to try and fight for the championship. As we look coming through turn 5 there, Chris White, he's still got AJ Giddy and Zach Blinko all over the back of him, but what's he going to do down towards the hairpin down here? Is he going to move it over again? Oh, and he's moved it over a little bit. Giddy's again had to back out of it, not quite up the inside.
You know what's going on here? These three are down in the 1:09s in terms of lap time. Hugo Allen is in the 1:08s. You can just see him creeping into the left of your shot there. He's closing on these three. The reigning champion, Hugo Allen's coming.
Hugo Allen, Josh Bethune and Simon Hunter, they're all in the mid-108s at the moment. Hugo Allen's just done a 108.4, Josh Bethune a 108.2, so these guys, they're half a second, if not 6/10 quicker than Blinko, Giddy and Chris White. As we see there, Hugo Allen, the reigning champion, he's all over the back of Blinko now. What's he got in the bag in the number 1 Mad Butcher car? Can he get it up the inside somewhere?
Blinko's just dropped back a little bit relative to these two, and Josh Bethune's in there as well, chasing Hugo Allen in the 32. You can see him in the background there, closing in as well. So it's Chris White, AJ Giddy, Zach Blinko. They're your top three. Reigning champion Hugo Allen in 4th place, but he is eager to get by Blinko for 3rd.
Chris White's got a bit of a different line down there. He doesn't quite get the apex at 5, but he gets really good drive off the corner, and it's enough that AJ Giddy can't quite get a lunge down the inside, down at the hairpin. Hugo Allen's now all over the back of Blinko, so he's going to start lighting up the fire there, putting on the pressure cooker on the back of Blinko. Josh Bethune's going with him. Simon Hunter's a little bit further back with Lee Zelltwanger, Hugo Allen's teammate, in behind him.
Some of the crew there, I think, from both High Tech and M2 watching on. They'll be busy with CT Front coming up, final one of the weekend. What a lap from Josh Bethune, 107.982, new fastest lap to the driver in 5th.
And he's now running with Allen. He's now in behind Hugo Allen. They're both now working on the back of Zach Blinko's car. But can the Right Karts YM2 competition car get by Hugo Allen's iMac Race Engineering car and the Mackenzie Motorsport car of Zach Blinko? It's so good to see all the different teams up there, all battling it out, all different philosophies on how they set these cars up. Being a spec class, the only thing you can adjust is the driver or the setup.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit, shall we? We're not even at the half-race distance. Some may have kind of taken aim, if the conditions remain dry, at having a car that's going to work well at the back end of this race.
Absolutely. We saw there, Josh Bethune had a little bit of a look, which pressured Hugo Allen into having a little bit of a look. He didn't quite, neither of them quite got it done. They weren't quite close enough to the back of Zach Blinko, but we still see the wipers going as well, so maybe it's still trickling a little bit of water out there. And if so, that could really spice up the last 10 laps of the race.
As Blinko just tried to look after things a little, I do wonder if he's starting to struggle here. Here comes Hugo Allen, has another little look. Not quite able to get by there. White and Giddy have a bit of breathing space over this trio. Allen looks again. Now he's going to make a big dive. Big dive. Do they touch the pair of them? I reckon they did. Blinko's gone off. Gets it back on. That makes it nervous, doesn't it, for Josh Bethune?
Josh Bethune had to go off the road to try and avoid Blinko. We'll have to wait and see what happened there. It looked like a pretty good pass. He was pretty far up, but what happened on the exit there, we couldn't quite see from that angle whether he was left enough room. Either way, that's now unleashed Hugo Allen, who's now flown away, and he's now chasing after AJ Giddy and Chris White.
Let's have a closer look. I reckon there's just a small amount of damage to the bodywork on the left front of Hugo Allen's car, and that may be as a result of that little skirmish that Ronan was talking about there. So we head down the main straight again, complete another lap halfway through this one. The feature for Bridgestone GR86. It's Chris White leading the way from Christchurch, from young AJ Giddy, and Hugo Allen rounding out the top 3.
If I'm completely honest, I don't think Hugo was actually planning on passing Blinko there. I think he just wanted to show him a nose. So we see here, he's gone half in, and then he's sort of backed out of it, and then Blinko's sort of then, whether he maybe gave him a nudge, maybe that's where the damage came from. Either way, he then managed to get up beside him. Blinko couldn't hold on to it on the exit there. He's run half off the road, then Josh Bethune's had to run off the road. Oh, yeah, that's going to be hard to spot. We're going to have to maybe see it from another angle, but either way, the racing between these guys, a little bit of rubbing hard, but rubbing's racing, and that was great show from all of those guys just then for that 3rd place.
We had a lot of rain here yesterday. It continued overnight. It's incredibly wet offline. To both Josh and Zach to keep it pointing in the right direction, to stay up. But these young drivers, they're not afraid to do that. But maybe a little bit of luck creeping in to keep it going in the right direction there.
Yeah, and I think Zach Blinko just clearly doesn't have the speed at the moment, because he's dropped pretty far off the back of Hugo Allen now. He's just clearly struggling a bit for car speed, and he's got a lot of pressure on him from Josh Bethune now. As we do see, there is a little bit of damage on the front of that car of Hugo Allen's, the #1 car. So potentially maybe there was some contact that whether it then caused Zach Blinko to go off the road or not, we'll have to wait and see. But they managed to all stay in one piece and keep going. Zach Blinko there, still got Josh Bethune there in the 32. The Right Karts supported car, the Right Karts YM2 competition run car. They're gnawing on the back of him, trying to get a move done because Blinko's clearly holding him up a little bit at this stage of the race.
We're hearing that Rowan Shepherd, who's a former champion in this class and works in a driving standards capacity for Bridgestone GR86, and we've seen a bit of contact there as Simon Hunter and Lee Zeltwanger come together. They'll run side by side. Cameron Hill in the background, and he may make some ground, Hill, as a result of that. The other two may have slowed each other up just slightly. Just to complete that point, Shepherd and the Motorsport New Zealand team are looking into that incident that you talked about there before from Zach Blinko and Hugo Allen.
Unfortunately there, Simon Hunter just got out-dragged. He had a 3-car freight train on the other side. Arthur Braun chose to go with Cam Hill and Lee Zeltwanger rather than give Hunter a nudge, so he's lost out a couple of positions there. He's probably not going to be too stoked about that move, but Zeltwanger got it down the inside, got it turned. There was a bit of contact there at the apex, and then they came off the corner there, got the power down, and Zeltwanger had the assistance from Hill to be able to get himself past and clear of Simon Hunter.
You see the movement from Arthur Braun's car in the background, the 222, moving around on the change of direction a lot more than the 4 in front, or 3 cars in front. He just needs to, if he can, finish this final race of the weekend and put the dramas that he's been through so far behind him. It's been a toughie for Arthur Braun, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has, and he's such a fast young dude. He's a great kid. And I was talking with his dad actually earlier in the weekend, Matt, and he was saying, you know, they just need a consistent weekend. The kid's got the speed. He just needs to try and put it together. So he, unfortunately, it's been a little bit all over the place for him this weekend, but there's no shortage of talent or speed with Arthur Braun. We've seen him put on some incredible performances in the past. He's got Johnny McIntyre there down in the pits on the cans to him, run by Mackenzie Motorsport. Arthur Braun in the 222, the pack and save car. But he's slowly been making his way back up, and he's got his lap time. He's got one of the fastest laps of the race, so no shortage of speed in the 222 car, just not quite the track position at this stage.
He's a guy that in his karting years spent some time, lived and raced overseas, came back, did some racing in the Mazda series to kind of get acquainted with a car with a roof on it, still only in his teens, and now in Bridgestone GR86. But it's a competitive field this season. We're seeing that. White looking like adding another win in the books now, with Blinko down in 4th place, and how tight the margin was. We talked about the point standings coming into this race. It could well be that Chris White walks away. We're not done yet, obviously. We're only on lap 14 of 20, but he could well walk away with the points lead heading into Highlands.
And on that last lap there, Hugo Allen was the fastest car on the racetrack at a 108.3, so he was 2 tenths quicker than anyone else as he's hunting AJ Giddy for that 2nd place. He's got 6 laps left to try and do as we see there. Bethune, he's now trying to go up the inside of Blinko and replicate that move we saw a few laps ago by Hugo Allen on Zach Blinko. Didn't quite get up far enough up the inside there. But this is going to be starting to annoy Josh now. He's going to want to be trying to get this move done. We see there Lee Zeltwanger and Cam Hill. Simon Hunter's now got back past Cam Hill, and Arthur Braun, he's followed him through as well. Free spot going through there, through turn 4. So got back now onto the back straight. Cooper Barnes is now trying to argue it with Cam Hill as well. So it hasn't been a great current lap for Cam Hill. He's lost 2 or 3 spots to those guys. Simon Hunter's now up behind Lee Zeltwanger, with Arthur Braun in behind him. So as they come up the front straight now, put the power down in these little Bridgestone GR86s. The 2.4 litre flat boxer engine. So you see there, Cooper Barnes, he's all over the back of Cam Hill now. He's going to want to be trying to get past and do what he just saw Arthur Braun and Simon Hunter do.
See a bit of progress as well from Justin Allen. He's not quite in the top 10, but I reckon he's not all that far off latching onto the back of that group that you can see there. And Hill, as you say, got shuffled out and shuffled right back, and it was Braun who took advantage of the situation. Back we go to Blinko and Bethune. So this is 4th and 5th, respectively. White leads by 1.7 seconds. So again, he was under siege early when we saw a little bit of that mist that Rihanna described before kind of creeping in. It's settled. He's managed to eke out just gently a little advantage again over AJ Giddy. Hugo Allen, the reigning champion, 3rd.
Yeah, Chris White's been responding. That last lap, he did a 108.36. Hugo Allen was the 2nd fastest car on the track at a 108.38. So they're trading fastest laps at the front there. AJ Giddy did a 108.4, so he wasn't much slower than those other two guys. Actually, just on that lap then, Chris White was again the fastest car. AJ Giddy was a 108.5 and Hugo Allen was a 108.7, so both those guys have actually lost time on that lap to Chris White, so clearly Chris is finding a groove with that car and it's now starting to really start to work.
Watching the behaviour of the NAPA entry, it looks really solid, doesn't it? So he's nearly just now on the back of Cooper Barnes. They're down the inside, has a little look, and is there a touch again? There is. Blinko's off. Blinko is off. Now, how will they view that in Motorsport New Zealand race control? It looked pretty fair and pretty even on the entry to that corner.
And Josh Bethune, he would have been getting frustrated. He was finding it really hard to try and find a way past Blinko, and then he fired it down the inside, very similar to, actually it was very, very close to being the same to Hugo Allen's move on Zach Blinko, and just that time Blinko went a little bit further off the road, but we have to wait and see what the call is on that and whether race control take a look at it. But either way, Josh Bethune's now cleared Zach Blinko and he's now moved up into that 4th place.
Just to recap the point standings coming into this one, Blinko was on top by 4 points. His points tally, 474 coming into this race over Chris White on 470. Now White leads the way and Blinko is under siege.
We see there, Blinko darted back across the track. Josh Bethune was already in place to be able to try and go down the inside. He got down the inside there. He was pretty far up on Blinko, so he may feel like he got chopped.
But wasn't far enough.
He did go in pretty hard there, and he gave Blinko a decent serve. So that might get looked at. We'll have to wait and see. But Josh Bethune, either way, he's now moved up into 4th, and he's got clear track ahead of him.
Appreciate from our team of cameramen and also those in our outside broadcast truck the chance just to look at that from a couple of different angles, because sometimes from the outside you can get a different perspective, can't you? So
yeah, absolutely, and I think there will be a number of different angles that we'll be able to take a look at here, and the officials will be able to have a look and see what they think and what they deem to be the case. But we can worry about that after the race. For now, we've still got a race on our hands. We've got 2 laps to go. Chris White's in the lead by 1.8 seconds to the tune of AJ Giddy there, with Hugo Allen there in 3rd. And Josh Bethune, as we were just talking about, has moved up to 4th. Lee Zelltwanger also capitalised on the fact that Zach Blinko fired off the road, and he's now 5th with Simon Hunter there in 6th.
Can we just actually underscore that? Well done, Lee Zelltwanger, who's had a massive learning curve here, stepping out of the older generation car, which behaves and performs differently to this newer spec, newer generation, Awesome 86. And ditto Simon Hunter, who's a relatively recent return to the class. They're both having an awesome run here, 5th and 6th respectively.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Lee Zelltwanger, obviously Hugo Allen's teammate, the reigning champ, so he's got a very good base and a very good car and driver to be able to reference himself off. As we see there, Simon Hunter's also doing a great job there. He'd moved across in the off-season, or actually partway through last year, to Riot Karts by M2 competition, and clearly thriving and really enjoying the environment there with those guys, and providing the results as well.
You saw that at the bottom of your screen. Was that a 10-second penalty to be applied to the race time for Josh Bethune for that incident that we were just covering before with Blinko? So that is, they've moved very quickly to act on that as it what unfolded only a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, so they've obviously deemed, after reviewing the footage, that 10 seconds is the necessary punishment to fit the crime, and it was hard. It's always hard going in there whether it is what you can determine is fair and what's not fair. And Josh obviously had to have a go at some point. He had to go. He got up beside him, just maybe went in a little bit too hot as he ended up sort of muscling Blinko out of the way. So the officials have taken a look and they deemed that 10 seconds is fair.
The star rookie in last year's championship, who went and did some races in Tony Quinn's Super GT4 car in Australia as well. He made an appearance at the Bend in South Australia and at Queensland Raceway. Chris White leads this as we start our final lap, Ronan, and he looks like he is about to take the championship lead from Teretonga Park into Highlands next weekend.
He is more than comfortable at the front there, and we look a bit further back now. Simon Hunter, Zach Blinko, and Cam Hill still having a good battle of it. We see Chris White there, our race leader, It's been pretty peachy out the front there for him in the 88 car. Super cruisy. Once the tyres came up and he got going in that car, he's just been absolutely thriving up front there. But in the background, AJ Giddy, he's under fire from Hugo Allen, the reigning champ. So Hugo's been punching out those really fast lap times the last few laps, and on his last lap, it was his fastest lap of the race, a 1:08.2. He was half a second faster than Giddy, so he's got one more opportunity coming down to the last corner here. Chris White's got this in the bag, but what has Hugo Allen got for AJ Giddy?
On the outside, he's going to try the switch back on him. The story up in front is a weekend where he has delivered. The team have given him a great car. He's driven well beyond his years. Chris White takes it out here at Teretonga Park. Brilliant performance in Bridgestone GR86, and in the end they nearly go neck and neck to the line, but AJ Giddy will get there by 0.2 over Hugo Allen in third.
Yeah, we saw there Mark Wood congratulating, clapping for his driver Chris White there coming across the line. He's obviously engineered that car pretty sharply and giving Chris White the tools to go out and win that race by just over 3 seconds. It was a very dominant drive there in the end from Chris White. He did everything he had to do. That last lap, he was 0.6 faster than Gideon Allen. And we see there, Chris White took out the win. The 88 car, AJ Giddy there in second. Hugo Allen, our reigning champion, round out the top three in the podium. Lee Zelltwanger, his teammate, came home in fourth. Arthur Braun did a great job to come through and finish fifth. Simon Hunter in sixth. Zach Blinko in seventh. Cam Hill in eighth. Cooper Barnes in ninth, and Justin Allen rounding out the top 10.
Pleased you mentioned the performance of Mark Wood there too, the ex-McLaren F1 engineer, and the contribution he's making in that team. Well done to Chris White, takes it out. Highlights for you of the final one of the weekend for Bridgestone GR86. The view on high really told the story from the sixth drone cam, because Chris White got loads of traction, and by the time they got to turn one, had a couple of car lengths over AJ Giddy, who'd been fast all weekend and did the job in qualifying. Zach Blinko slotting into third.
Yeah, he certainly did, and we saw it there as well. Cooper Barnes doing a bit of rally cross there, and then the moment here between, so Simon Hunter and Mac Templeton were both involved in that, so that may get looked at, because we didn't see why Mac ended up off the road there. Unfortunately for the 92 car.
Lucky to keep it off the wall though, wasn't he? Good job. Meantime, White set about trying to build an advantage as they all went sideways and pretty wild in the background. We had some misty rain creep in. The wipers were at work, and that closed things up in front between White and Giddy and Blinko. Then Hugo Allen entered the story. This happened. Bit of contact between the pair of them. Some damage to the left front of the Mad Butcher car, and Blinko, who was our points leader coming into this race, began to slip down the leaderboard.
Yeah, that did not help Zach Blinko's case. We saw there Lee Zelltwanger getting into the 42 car of Simon Hunter. And then this was the one, Josh Bethune up the inside, but he got into the side of the number 90 car, gave him a big old whack, and unfortunately that ended up with Zach Blinko going off the road, and Josh received a 10-second penalty. But Chris White coming across the line to win the race in dominant fashion, just over 3 seconds for the young man from Christchurch. For Neil Motorsport, with in conjunction with Wood Motorsport, as we see there, we'll go down to Rihanna down in Victory Lane.
And we welcome him back here to the Allied Petroleum Victory Lane, taking out the final race for the Toyota GR86s here at Teretonga Park. Chris White, congratulations. A very measured drive, very smart drive, and he got the job done.
Sweet, yeah, thank you. It was pretty tricky in those first few laps. I had AJ right up my tailgate there. He was pushing me real hard. Wasn't sure how hard it would be for him to pass, because it was a bit of a wet line on the inside there still, so I didn't try to defend in case it was a bit wet. But we knuckled down, just hitting our marks every lap, being consistent, and then throughout the race we managed to get a gap, which recently we've been getting the gap at the start of the race and losing it at the end, so it was quite good to be able to have that consistent pace.
Congratulations, not just taking out the final win, but taking out the overall round podium. And in second place for the final race for the Toyota 86s here. He's been very busy all weekend long. Congratulations, AJ Giddy. You nearly held him off at the start, but he just got away from you right at the end there. How was it out there?
Yeah, I got an average start. Tried to get on and put some pressure on him, but he drove really nice and drove away. So at the end there, I had to start getting defensive because Hugo was coming up, but it was a good race, and I tried my hardest.
Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. And rounding out our third place on the podium for the final race. Hugo Allen, what a battle you had out there with AJ Giddy. Just congratulations to get yourself on the podium for the final race here.
Yeah, it's a nice way to finish off what's been a pretty tough weekend, and to be honest, the whole first half of the season hasn't been ideal for us. We know what we're capable of. It's just sometimes you lose your feet a little bit, probably more in myself, but feeling more myself and just want to keep it trucking on, and looking forward to Highlands next weekend.
We look forward to seeing you there. Well done to all of our place getters for the Bridgestone Toyota GR86 Cup.
Time to celebrate the podium for race 3 in round 3 of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship. Presenting the trophies, Gareth Michelle, the Bridgestone Regional Manager. In third place, please congratulate from IMAC Engineering, Hugo Allen. In second place from Mackenzie Motorsport, it's AJ Giddy. And in first place for Neil Motorsport, what a weekend for Chris White. Congratulations to our drivers in round 3 of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship. Time for the celebrations. So some unbelievable racing from Bridgestone GR86 this weekend. Hugely competitive stuff, and cannot wait to see them at Highlands in just a few days' time for the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix event, which is going to be a massive festival of motorsport, really something for everyone there, as is the case here at the Ascot Park Hotel, Teretonga International, because we move from the one-make Toyotas to the broad array of vehicles in the Summerset GT New Zealand Championship. This is race 3 for their weekend, the final race. It's a 50-minute timed enduro, and there's a bit to unpick from this one after a very competitive couple of races so far. Joined in commentary by Andrew Waite, who's made his way back upstairs after enjoying the Toyota action, and this will be an interesting race. There's some pit stop penalty time to work into this. In the meantime, we're going to go back to the Bridgestone GR86 podium, and we're going to celebrate our round 3 rookie winner, Lee Zeltwanger. And our round 3 Bridgestone GR86 round winner from Neil Motorsport, Chris White. What a great weekend. Congratulations to our rookie winner and our overall winner in the Bridgestone GR86 Championship. So we return back to Summerset GT New Zealand Championship. Wadey, what a weekend it's been. Rick Armstrong now finds himself in a very strong position. He leads both the Summerset GT New Zealand Championship and the Porsche Endurance Trophy. But with success comes a little bit of handicapping in this championship, and his pit stop time in this race will be the longest of anyone. So when he makes his mandatory stop, the pit lane window opens mid-race. He will be stationary for longer than anybody else in the lane, to the tune of 3 seconds. So he's going to have to work hard early to get himself in a position to capitalise at the back end of the race.
Yeah, he certainly has. And the biggest benefactor looking at this and the pace that Luke Manson has had so far this weekend, he's only got 11 seconds. So that's quite a lot less. 8 seconds left than less than Rick Armstrong. And how fast Luke has been over the weekend. Yes, he's starting a little bit further back on the second row there due to his first race result, with unfortunately clipping that white line through the last corner and coming off track, as we see some of the IMS team there. They are watching over their drivers as we lock in for the 50-minute enduro here. There is one car that is doing a driver change. Lachlan Evanet will jump in the car a bit later on in this race.
So yeah, he will start that car well, he'll jump in the back half of the race. His co-driver, Glenn Chappell, is going to start car 635. So they're going to finish with a flourish. They're pretty confident they've got the pace in both drivers to win this GT4 battle, which has been quite competitive. Only 3 of them in the field, but it has been feisty between the 2 Race Lab Toyota Supras and Grant Aitken's Audi R8. Rick Armstrong, what a weekend it's been so far for the defending champion in the IMS Motorsport. Armstrong's Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. Luke Manson has an opportunity here, doesn't he, with a shorter pit stop time. Brilliant victory early on today in comprehensive performances and challenging conditions. So he goes out of 3rd in this one, just behind Armstrong and Sam Fillmore.
He certainly does have a great opportunity in this one. Just needs to keep himself within, let's call it 5 seconds of Armstrong there to be able to jump him nicely in the pits, as Armstrong will be starting out of grid number 1 for this one.
Sam Fillmore's been very consistent this weekend, so he's from the outside of the front row. Luke Manson from 3rd, Nigel Cromie next, then Joel Giddy. We'll bring you up to speed on Joel. You and I bumped into him between races, so there's a little bit to unpick from what happened to him in race 2 this morning. Regan Schooler goes out of 6th position. Andrew Child is 7th, and James Parker in the IRC, which should be good over a distance out of 8. Then the GT4 cars. So Glenn Chappell will start car 635, Grant Aitken and Alan Sargent. Spoke to Joel Giddy, said he had a very slow leak in the left rear tyre of the Mercedes AMG GT2, which really cost him a little bit of performance over that race.
I don't know if these guys are doing the rain dance or not, but just looking out of our commentary position here, as we see Lachlan Evatt there, he's eager to get in the car and get underway with this one. But as I was just saying, looking up from our commentary position here, there's certainly still some weather floating around. So 50 minutes, it could all get shaken up if there's a sprinkle of rain at any stage, as these guys are all on slicks as they round the last corner.
And gentlemen's me when I'm not at a racetrack, enjoying motorsport with all the comforts, and we're looking forward to this. 50 minutes on the clock for Summerset GT New Zealand. A pulsating battle between the Porsches, but keep an eye on the Mercedes AMG as well. Wow, Fillmore got the jump on his teammate quite comprehensively, and will lead this field down towards turn 1. The Alliance Services Porsche comfortably in front now. Cromie's gone to 2nd.
Yeah, Nigel Cromie jumping into 2nd there as well, getting the benefactor of the outside run through there. So that makes it super difficult for Rick Armstrong there, as he's been fast all weekend with Sam Fillmore in the lead of the race. And it's so hard to pass around this track. We've seen it all weekend long.
What an opportunity for Fillmore to make his mark in this race, and he has a shorter pit stop time than both of, well, the leading IMS teammate, the form of Rick Armstrong. And Luke Manson better off than all of them, so lacking a little bit of track position early, not necessarily the worst thing for Manson in the 222 car. Regan Schooler's in behind, and then Joel Giddy. But in these dry conditions, I think we might see the Mercedes AMG unleashed in this race.
Yeah, it's been very, very fast, and look at the power as he goes around the outside of Schooler. Gains a position already, up and behind Luke Manson now. Oh, a little bit sideways into turn 1 as well. But Joel Giddy turns it in, got the bump. There's quite a bump on the braking point into there. I think the car was still settling on the way in. The rear snapped just a little bit for him.
It's not DRS, it's not push to pass, it's just horsepower.
And a whole lot of horsepower.
And I'd say there's no substitute for cubic inches, but it's not that either. It's a whopping great big turbo. But he did say that it is a heavy car. He said you've really got to hustle it. He wasn't feeling massively confident in the wet Joel Giddy, so he'll be reveling in these dry conditions. Meanwhile, it's Carrera Cup out front with Fillmore, Cromie, Armstrong and Manson all boxing on. But let's watch Joel Giddy this time by. Will he get a good enough run on Luke Manson? Cromie certainly got a good run on Sam Fillmore for the race lead. 2 by 2, Giddy's got past Manson, no problems before turn 1.
He's picking them off lap by lap, but look what's on the screen. Was that a drizzle of rain starting to form? There was certainly sprinkles on that camera before, so the real telltale is if we start seeing windscreen wipers go on, because that's the best way as a driver to figure out how much rain there actually is by clearing your windscreen constantly.
Probably the one driver in the field that does not want it to rain is Joel Giddy. 59.2 last time around, the quickest lap of the race on lap number 2. So the JG Civil car is flying. Fillmore is under pressure from Nigel Cromie. He's gapped him just a little bit around the back of the circuit. Is it one lap, one Porsche for Joel Giddy? We're about to find out. Rick Armstrong is his next target.
There is nothing that Rick Armstrong can do apart from go to the inside and make Joel Giddy go the long way around. And again, picks off another Porsche up into position number 3.
That must be one of the most frustrating feelings on the planet. There is nothing you can do. No amount of ability or car setup or strategy can stop just horsepower from motoring past you in a straight line.
I think it's making it a little bit harder as well because Sam just on those first couple of laps didn't have the pace he would have otherwise liked. Obviously building that tyre in, so it was creating a little bit of a bottleneck for all the cars in behind. But Sam now looks like his car's starting to come on. He's opening that lead just a little bit. And I'd say they'll also be on the radio to him as well and saying with Nigel to say, head down. You've got a very fast Mercedes behind you. This will be a good telltale as well. Just the gap at this point. It's about 4 or 5 car lengths between Joel Giddy and Cromie. It's not going to be enough this lap. So Cromie needs to get his head down at this point and focus on doing the best possible run through turn 2, 3, 4, all the way out to 5 to open that gap back out. Nigel now knows that's what the gap needs to be through this part of the track. But again, he's in behind Sam, so there's only so much you can open that gap out.
Great shot of the Mach 1 engineering boys watching their driver and then realising they're on TV and looking busy for a second. Giddy is absolutely flying. A couple of tenths quicker than Cromie last time around, but it's not about the overall lap time. It produces its speed in such a different place to the Cup car. So it's somewhere in the vicinity of 5 to 10 kilometres an hour quicker in peak straight line speed at the end. Fires out of turn 7 so unbelievably well. And this will be an interesting test because Giddy is closer to Cromie this time by, but is he close enough? Can Cromie just ease the car back over, or is he going to be okay? Giddy's alongside, but he's not far enough in front. So Cromie's going to hold on. I wonder if Nigel's getting a little bit of a tow as well from Sam Fillmore, so a little bit of free speed for the 33 car in second place.
Yeah, that's making just enough of a difference, and Nigel's getting just enough run off the last corner as well. I heard him as he exited the last corner, got on the gas nice and early and super positive on that throttle as well to open that gap up. And look at it through here. See how much the gap opens up once again. Now Armstrong is actually putting Giddy under a fair bit of pressure at this point, so that gap is certainly opened out. So I think this is all happening because Sam out in front, Sam Fillmore has found more pace, so he's allowing to just be that bit quicker through that infield. As we're earlier on, as I was saying, with Manson and Armstrong, they were just bottlenecked a lot more. So again, this gap is way too big at this point. I doubt Joel Giddy's going to be able to make it work this lap. And Cromie there takes the preferred line into turn 1, started wide, closed it in, and Cromie's certainly looking super racy here. He's starting to really get the feel of this car and making the most out of it.
Fillmore doing a nice job leading the race, managing the pace in front of this one, knowing that he's got a little bit of protection behind at the moment from Nigel Cromie in second place. And Armstrong's been able to tack on to the back of this queue as well. And so too has Luke Manson, who's a couple of car lengths further back. Then we go back and find Regan Scola. James Parker's running 7th. Lockie Evident leads the way in the GT4 class, pulling away from his teammate Alan Sargent, who's got in front of Grant Aiken. Right, they're as close as they've been now. The Porsches almost need to do opposite things here, otherwise Giddy could motor past both of them. He's going to get Cromie, that feels inevitable, but he's going to cruise up behind Sam Fillmore as well, who just eases the car across to driver's right before they get to the braking point at turn 1. So Giddy was committed to his line and didn't have the opportunity to drive past the race leader.
Cromie tried forcing the issue there on the way into turn 1. As he knows, once that Mercedes gets past you, it is so hard to pass it back. feeling that car underneath him now, starting to move around a little bit more. Now the race is starting to settle down a little bit. You want to be looking after those tyres a bit more, but whether or not he's going to be able to close that gap up a bit more to Fillmore and have a crack at him.
Interesting difference between the cars. Fillmore and Giddy got on the brakes at the same, almost exactly the same time. The difference was that Fillmore was 15 metres further down the road. Shows you the braking performance of the GT3 Cup car. Here goes Giddy round the outside. Now they're on the brakes. And Fillmore holds on. So he can get side by side with that margin coming out of the final corner, but cannot motor past like he has to the others. So, like Chromie before, Fillmore knows what he needs to do, and it's all maximising turn 2 all the way around to turn 7, and then getting great drive out of that very slow final corner, which is the slowest corner on the circuit, and it's only 70 kilometres an hour at the midpoint there.
So Sam's best bet here is to just go head down. Don't worry about tyre life. Just hustle the car as hard as you can to force Joel into using up more tyres. We know that Mercedes does use up a fair bit of tyre, but Joel is quite close to him this lap. He's going to at least pull up alongside him. Whether he's going to get enough to drag race him down the straight. Joel Giddy goes to the outside and gets the move done.
It gets it done enough to just move in front of Sam and say, no, you're not coming down the inside at turn 1. You might have more stopping ability than I do, but that's not going to happen. So Joel Giddy passes his way forward and now leads the race. 10 minutes it took. And JG Civil Mercedes is the race leader. And now this quartet of Cup cars in behind is once again bottled up behind Sam Fillmore.
Joel's in the box seat as well now. It's so hard to pass through this part of the track. He's able to just look after the tyre, not force it at all. And then when he gets to the straight here, this is where he's got his advantage. So he's able to just put his foot down. You're not using up a lot of tyre down the straight. And then you get back to the exit of turn 1 again, and then really look after the tyre through that part of the track.
And says bye-bye Porsche to the 4 Cup cars that Alina stand behind, and Fillmore under pressure again from Nigel Chromie. So this battle picks up where it left off before Giddy split them and ultimately worked his way to the race lead. The marbles on the outside of turn 1 there, Andrew. It's the first time we've seen that all weekend because it's the first time it's been dry enough for them to happen.
Yeah, it's certainly a good show of how hard these Michelin tyres are working. It's obviously all the rubber that flies off the tyre, obviously so much friction that it ends up balling up and then flicking off to the outside of the track. The used up rubber as such. It's certainly something you don't want to end up as a driver as well. If you run a little bit wide and ends up in it, it's called marbles for a very good reason, as Armstrong has a look up the inside of Chromie. Gets the move done, and that forces Chromie wide, and now Manson's able to get up the inside as well.
Luke Manson's buying himself into a very strong position in this race from a championship point of view, with the pit stop still to come. Opportunistic stuff there from Rick Armstrong, who took advantage of Chromie trying to pass Fillmore and himself dived up the inside. Beautiful bit of racecraft there from the defending champion in Summerset GT New Zealand.
So I think I should correct myself on as well in terms of talking about Joel's lead. He does need to build a little bit of a gap because he's got that success penalty as well. So he needs to make sure he's got enough of a gap that he's going to come even further ahead out in front of Luke Manson, for example, who's another 3 seconds behind him.
I'll tell you about pit stop times a bit closer to the window opening, which won't be that far away in the race. I love that bit of racecraft from Armstrong. It was just opportunistic and a lot of commitment, but took advantage of Chromie in front having a go. Let's take another look at that. This was excellent stuff. Watch the dark grey and bright yellow car back third of the Porsches in shot.
That was very well done. Chromie tried to go to the right to open his line out for the exit, and then that just completely opened the door out for Rick Armstrong. Really, really good move by Rick Armstrong there to get it done on Nigel Chromie.
1,000 PSI of brake pressure they used to get the car stopped into that final corner. Bit of stop on the circuit. Just working their way past Grant Aitken, who is running third of the GT4 cars Let's go down to pit lane and say very good afternoon to Rihanna Crane. Hi, Ree.
Afternoon, Krause. I just wanted to grab a quick word from Lachlan Evanet before he does his compulsory pit stop with Glenn Chappell, who's out there at the moment. But Lachlan, you and I just both keep looking at the skies and wondering what's going to happen over the next 40 or so minutes.
Yeah, exactly. We just have to wait, and I think I just keep saying it's a little bit of sea mist, so hopefully it'll go away. But I think pit stop will definitely depend on the rain here, so hopefully it just stays like this, and we with the tyres up to 10th, we should be able to deal with it.
Been sharing the car all weekend long with Glenn Chappell. How have you found it? You said to me you've just been racing in the rain most of the time.
Yeah, exactly. It's been pretty wet all weekend, so luckily the Supra's pretty quick in the wet, and it's very driver friendly, so it's just learning how to use all the A's or the ABS traction control. I'm still getting used to that stuff, so but it's been good having the wet driving and just get to test it out, tune the car up, and just have a good time.
Sure, the best. Enjoy it out there.
Thank you very much.
Rihanna Crane talking to Aussie Lachlan Evanet, Lockie Evanet, the Queenslander. Been racing for GRM in Trans Am cars and spent some time here last summer. Meanwhile, all change and some dramas around the back of the circuit. They were looking skyward. It looked like a massive change in grip level suddenly around the back. So I wonder if a little light shower maybe.
It's just strange that there's no windscreen wipers on at the same time. As I said, that's usually the first sign if it's hard to tell on screen. But let's take a look as they go. So it's Armstrong that's just run off, and then at the same time, Chromie's, I think it's just a bit of a domino effect there. So Armstrong's run wide on his own, and then Chromie's tried running the higher line, and he's just got stuck in those marbles. Yeah. Exactly what we were talking about earlier. Rich and I were talking about it raining, just the way that both cars fell off the track like that. But it's just a bit of a domino effect. Obviously, Rick ran off on his own, and then Nigel, he actually tried getting the most out of that situation. Thought, right, I'm going to try go around the outside there, but it's not easy done through that part of the track once you're offline.
I'm trying to think back the last time I saw Armstrong just make a simple mistake like that, and I struggle to think of one, which is a testament to how well he's been going in this championship.
Yeah, it's very, very rare you see mistakes from Rick Armstrong, but that's certainly what he's done there.
Hey, meanwhile, out in front, 0.7 of a second between Joel Giddy and Sam Fillmore. So Sam's come right back to the Merc, and I wonder if there's a little bit of management from Giddy, the Mach 1 Engineering prepared AMG, or whether the changing conditions are just playing back into the Porsche. Now we're a long way into this run, and we know that the Merc can be tough on its tyres.
Especially because there's 4 seconds less time, sorry, 2 seconds less time that Joel needs to stop than what Fillmore does. So he doesn't need to force the issue too much, and we don't see tyre changes through these pit stops. Now we can start seeing some wipers on, as we were talking about. So there's clearly some weather hanging around as well. But back to my point, you just want to look after those tyres as much as you can, and there's no need for Joel to blaze off into the distance. He's better to look after that tyre, save it for a bit later.
Well, and the timing may work perfectly. They need to hang on for the mandatory pit stop. And if it is then raining, that's your opportunity to chuck a wet tyre on the car. But you do not want to make 2 pit stops. So they're certainly getting them ready. It looked like it was down at IMS Racing.
So we'll most likely see in this situation is they'll leave it as long as they possibly can with the CPS window to pit as late as they can in case it does rain. Unless it obviously starts raining now, then as soon as that window opens, then you want to be coming in. But otherwise, you just stick it out till it's a point where you do need those wet weather tyres. As this battle still continues between Chromie and Armstrong. Obviously both left the road briefly.
Let's check the margin as this battle continues, and Armstrong feels like he needs to cover from the rival Cup car behind him. So they are 5.1 seconds off the overall race lead. So the pit stop window opens 20 minutes into the race and closes 35 minutes into the race. Oh, okay. So raining, yes. Wet weather tyres, probably. Pit in 2.5 minutes. So they've got to survive until then. And Fillmore's got right to the back, and look who's charging up behind them all as well is Luke Manson. We talked about the fact that he was going to be in an excellent position because he's got a short pit stop time.
This is the single hardest thing as a driver. When you're on slick tyres like this, all you want to do is come into pit lane when it gets wet enough to put those wet weather tyres on. But the team are on the radio saying, you cannot pit now. You have to stay out until that CPS window does open, which is so tantalizing close for these guys. But whether or not they need the wet weather tyres, it's not pouring down at the moment. It's going to be the judgment of the drivers who are driving these cars to decide, yes, we need the wets, or if not. But you can see already Manson is closed all the way onto the back of Fillmore. We've seen how good Manson's been in these wet conditions as he tries to go around the outside of Fillmore.
And they've all closed right up to the back of Joel Giddy. Here goes Manson again looking to the outside. Fillmore covers his line, so Manson goes, I'll just send it the long way round. Don't worry about that. Oh, they're 2 by 2 out in front. Fillmore's got to run on Giddy now, through 6 in the braking zone to 7. The wet conditions helping the Porsches, and it's killing the race for Joel Giddy at the moment. Fillmore to the lead, Manson looking racy. Joel Giddy goes from 1st to 4th in a heartbeat. But he's still got that straight line speed advantage. He looks left, he looks right. Rick Armstrong drives the Armstrong's car right down the middle of the road to hold on. But Joel Giddy's going to be so tentative down towards turn 1. Oh, and down the inside. Manson gets the race lead away from Fillmore and just keeps it on the island on the exit of 1. Brilliant racing once again in Summerset GT New Zealand, racing in the rain. Pit window will open in 30 seconds. They might get around just as it ticks over and the window opens. Otherwise, they're going to have to do another lap. I think we all agree with the gentleman round at turn 2. This is excellent stuff. Great car control. And now Armstrong on his old rival, Sam Fillmore, couldn't quite get through. Manson's clearing out in front. Oh, they're going to be so close to getting to the lane. 57, 58, 59, and 30 minutes now. So they've just ticked over 20 minutes, but they're elected to stay out at this point. Still on the racetrack. So I wonder now, do you play the waiting game? You've got 15 minutes. So do you play the waiting game and see if it's going to get worse? Do you make your MPS, your mandatory pit stop, as late as you can in the race? Because if it doesn't rain harder and you put wets on now, you're in strife.
Well, that's the thing. You could look like a hero going in now, putting the wets on as it gets wetter, but then at the same time, it's only a tiny little shower, so it's not wet enough to come in for those tyres. So it's going to be a matter of who's going to pounce first. It doesn't look like, from our commentary position here, if there's a massive shower at any point coming in. So it's a hard one to tell what to do here, but they do look like they're getting ready for Luke. If I was seeing that, just doesn't seem wet enough to be boxing just yet. So they've made the call, they've come in early. But yeah, whether or not, because you'd hate for it now to get even wetter and then have to pit in another 10 minutes time, 15 minutes to come in for those tyres. It doesn't look like they're getting ready with a set of wets there.
And if you're doing a little bit of radar gazing, it looks on the radar from the Met Office like a passing shower. So not sure if there's much in it. And there's not a lot of frantic work going on here from IMS. So they've got, the car's got to be stationary for the mandatory pit stop time. And Luke was 11 seconds based on his results from races 1 and 2. So he's clear and gone. So he's now going to get out there, the first of this leading group of cars to stop. He's going to press on. So when all the others peel in, his tyres will be back up to temperature and pressure a little bit earlier. And from a track position point of view, he is going to look like a bit of a hero, I would have thought at the moment. In comes Armstrong now, out of what will be second position, though it was sort of net third once Manson had peeled off into pit lane.
So normal dry conditions, this is the best possible outcome. Pitting early, getting it done, getting back out there. But just with it being this bit of moisture around, it may be worth just holding on that little bit longer. But a lot of these guys, obviously very clever engineers down on the lane, they have obviously outweighed the chance of rain versus whether or not it's worth sticking out on the track first coming in. So they're in the lane at the moment. Major Child there.
Giddy's come in as well, Andrew. So the Mercedes has elected to pit. And this race might come back to Joel Giddy, especially if it doesn't get any wetter. And even with the extra pit stop time, Rick Armstrong still has cleared the Mercedes. So that shows you how far back Joel in those challenging little intermediate conditions. He got run by all the Porsches. Shows you how much lap time he lost in that period. So Armstrong clear, Fillmore yet to stop. Remains the race leader. IMS just splitting the strategies a little bit on their 3 Porsches.
Obviously lost a fair bit of track time as did Joel Giddy, because he's out behind Rick Armstrong, and he was meant to be stopping for 5 seconds less. As we see Sam Fillmore, he's now in the lane. Aaron Harris on his radio.
He tumbled back so far. He was down. He was battling with Parker when he came into pit lane, so he just lost an enormous amount of time in that sequence where the rain was out. This is going to be interesting. Oh, Fillmore has to slide in behind Parker, who had a very, very short, only an 8-second stop for the IRC GT. And around goes Armstrong. He sweeps across in front of Sam Fillmore. So that's a gain for Armstrong, but Luke Manson is clear of them all, heading out into turn 2 and turn 3.
And let's just say, between Parker and Fillmore, there's a little bit of history. They have been in contact a few times over the last season, so let's see how that one shapes out. As we know, the IRC car is very quick in a straight line, so it can be hard to pass.
Last year.
Highlands last year.
Hampton last year.
Yes, so there was a couple of situations for them. So whether or not that's in the past or it continues on this weekend, we are about to find out.
The great irony of that is that Sam Fillmore and Danny Studdard are great old mates, and Danny Studdard owns IRC.
Yes.
So yeah, there's a little bit in that, and talk of invoices being sent and all kinds of stuff flying around after a few moments in last year's Summerset GT NZ Championship. Oh, that's cool. Right on screen, the great Lyle Williamson. That's Nick, his son, back to camera, who runs IMS day to day these days. Cool to have one of the legends of Kiwi motorsport here.
He is an absolute legend. Is Lyle Williamson. He's built up international motorsport now. Son Nick Williamson, he's very heavily involved as well, with a great bunch of people and very clever people with a very sharp operation that they run. I've been looking up to a bit of racing with them, and you can see why they are as successful as they are as a team once you get the chance to operate with them.
It's cool when you walk into their HQ in Auckland, just around the corner from the Giltrap Group, and see the Bathurst 1000 trophy and wreath sitting in their reception in the Super Touring days. So Nigel Cromie now completes his stop. The leader has gone through, so Luke Manson has gone through. Regan Schooler yet to pit, but good pit stop for the McKenzie boys, and I think that's going to work really well for Cromie. He's going to be net P2 through all of this once the pit stops are complete. And now it's the 999 who needs to peel into pit lane.
You can sense just how smooth they are on the throttle. You can see the headlights reflecting off the asphalt as well, that the track is still slightly damp for these guys. Schooler makes his way back into turn 1 again. And Cromie ahead of Armstrong now. Cromie looking super racy. Shows certainly spikes of speed at different points in this race. And as it's starting to dry out a bit, again, he's showing some form.
We go back to this battle between Sam Fillmore and James Parker. And now Armstrong has got to the back of Nigel Cromie, who is just completing his first full lap, having completed the pit stop. Armstrong with a head of steam. So Schooler's the last one to stop. He's got a smidge over 25 seconds up his sleeve. There's a very short pit lane here at Teretonga, so you don't lose an enormous amount of time.
Glenn Chappell smiling away. It's great to have him part of this series, and he's a huge supporter of Ryan Woods as well. He's been behind a few young drivers, and you know, great to see Glenn here running around with Lachlan Evanet as well. So he's obviously pretty happy with that one. Thumbs up from his stint out on track. I think probably a little bit of relief as well to get out of the car with these conditions today.
So he's handed over to Evanet, who's behind the wheel and third in class, and he's right up behind Alan Sargent. So this is going to be great for Alan. He'll get a bit of GT4 experience, one of the fastest guys going around, and he lets him go nice and cleanly into turn one. So Evanet up to second in GT4. His next target will be Grant Aiken, the Audi, a little bit further up the road. Ree?
Glenn Chappell just out of the car after your compulsory pit stop with Lachlan Evanet. Tell us, it's been so tough to read these conditions. What was it like for you sitting behind the wheel?
Oh, well, it was paper, scissors, rock before we hopped in the car, and it was like, we went for the slicks in the end because I don't mind driving in the wet if the tyres are hot, so we went for that, and I had a good start, which is better than yesterday, and I was able to bridge a gap and hopefully give Lockie a bit of clear run so he can bring it home.
You see the drizzle just landing on your windscreen. What does that make you feel?
Oh, yeah, no, she's pretty nervous going into turn one. She's a full commitment corner, that's for sure, even in the dry. So we had a few moments, but it's pretty good. I like that sort of slippery stuff, so it's pretty good.
You enjoyed the weekend?
Really good, really good. First time here. First time I've ever driven it in the rain. And yeah, hopefully at Highlands next week we got a dry track.
What a place to drive the car in the rain for the first time. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, Rick Armstrong cruises up behind Nigel Cromie, and a look down there at turn one. He had a bit of lapping to do there with the Supra in the mix. Rock, paper, scissors, by the way.
Richard Crail, we are in the heart of the South. It is paper, scissors, rock. Thank you very much.
I can't abide by that. Sorry.
We're in Kiwi land, thank you.
Rock first, paper next, and then the scissors because you can cut them.
Paper, scissors, rock.
Yeah. Into the lane comes Grant Aiken, so this could be the lead change in the GT4 class. Looking forward to more GT4 cars joining us over the course of Summerset GT New Zealand. Grant's just having a little drink.
Fair enough. It's been a big weekend for him, and he's been driving super well, hasn't he?
Well, he has, and it was fun chatting to these guys on Friday when it was, believe it or not, genuinely quite warm here. It was in the low 20s and the sun was shining. And the drivers got out of their cars after a 30-minute practice session, wringing wet. Massively physical racetrack for them. And because you're always working, aren't you? You get a little break down the straight for 12 seconds or so, but that's it. Otherwise, you're turning, you're braking, and high G all the way around as well. So you're working very hard here.
It's just a mentally draining track, this one as well, because it feels like you're nearly on a high-speed speedway circuit because it's just everything that's coming up is high commitment. You've got a massive long straight, it's a narrow straight, you're into a fast turn one, and then you're coming down towards this last corner. Braking so important to get the car stopped, get it rotated, on the gas as early as you can, and then until about the start-finish line, you get a bit of a break, bit of a reset, have a think about your lap, where you can improve, what you can do for the next one, and you cross the start-finish line, and already the heart rate starts raising again as you fly down over 240 kilometers an hour into turn one and do it all again.
So, Regan School is still out in front. Pit stop window closes in 4 minutes. He's got 26 seconds over Luke Manson, with Nigel Cromie in third place. So Manson looking like he is in the pound seat here, in a really good position to capitalise on a tough start to the weekend, but bounce back later in the weekend. Cromie, Armstrong, Parker and Fillmore still bottled up behind the IRC GT car in 5th and 6th place.
So Regan Schooler makes his way in towards turn 2 there. And from this point you can hear the traction control of his car. He is hard on the throttle and through this part of the track. It's a really difficult part of the track, and then there's a bump right there as you're on the brake. You're trying to rotate the car and back on the throttle again. So he's clearly hustling that car for the last few laps before the window does close for your compulsory pit stop. Is he going to pit this lap, or is he going to do another one? He's over and across into the lane.
Young bloke from Wellington, bit of a rising star in the sport. He spent a bit of time racing Porsches. This is actually Rick Armstrong's old car that's had quite a bit of success in Summerset GT New Zealand. He pulls to a stop. Parker's in the lane as well. Now, he'd already completed his mandatory pit stop, so that is an unscheduled stop for the IRC GT. Get to the bottom of what's going on there. And there will be a race lead change as Luke Manson flushes across the line at 240 kilometres an hour and retakes the race lead now.
That first corner just goes forever. Driving through. It gives you a bit of an idea as well how much camber it is as we see School make his way back out on track. Got a stop done. Only had 11 seconds plus obviously the compulsory 40 seconds as well.
What that drama for James Parker does is free Fillmore up from being bottled in behind the IRC car, so get the Alliance Services car into clean air. Having said that, the problem Sam Fillmore now has is horsepower, because Joel Guinea is right behind him in the battle for 4th and 5th place. I should mention, Nigel Cromie is absolutely going with Luke Manson here. So less than a second between the two Porsches in what is now the fight for the race lead.
It's making a great race for us too, because of the pace difference is quite a lot between what Luke is able to do in the dry versus what Nigel is able to do in the dry. Nigel seems a lot faster in these dry conditions.
Joel Guinea clears Sam Fillmore. Drag racing ability of the AMG GT passes and goes up to 4th place.
The cars have completed their compulsory pit stop for the race. The CPS window does close in another 35 seconds, but everyone has got that stop well and truly done. A lot of them obviously opting to get it done at the beginning. They were obviously confident it wasn't going to rain at any stage. And this gap is closed right up now. Nigel Cromie is all over the back of Luke Manson, flashing the headlights at him. Luke just doesn't seem to have the pace in these drier conditions, as I was just mentioning before. Obviously a few sprinkles of rain, windscreen wipers are still on.
Came alive when that light shower came through, didn't it? The 222 car, but pace isn't quite there. In fact, last time around, 57.8 for Cromie, plays a 58.2 for Manson. So he's half a second a lap quicker. And he is all over the back. Identical cars, 992 GT3 Cup cars. They're the same cars used globally in Carrera Cup racing. In some markets now, they've been superseded. He has a big look up the inside. There was a real potential for contact there. Got out of it in the end. What about the final corner? Manson with a late defend. Does that hurt his exit? Wiper still going on these cars, and there is a little shower across the circuit. Light rain. Manson, Cromie, big gap back to Rick Armstrong in 3rd, about 4 seconds. But what can he do to close up to the back of this pulsating battle to the lead? 14 minutes to go, Reece.
I know you don't want to take your eyes off the action, but James Parker, unfortunately, you find yourself in pit lane. Can you give us an update what's happening with your car?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've had a drive lane failure, I'd say drive shaft or something, so a bit of a bummer. That's the way it goes, though.
This is the way it goes, unfortunately. That's car racing, isn't it?
It is, it is. It's been a good weekend. The weather's been tricky, but yeah, love coming down here, and just unfortunate we don't get the result.
Tough luck. We'll look forward to seeing you next time.
Cheers.
Oh, Cromie's going to get up the inside of the race leader, and he gets him. Nigel Cromie gets the race lead away from Luke Manson. Tricky conditions, and it's worked for the driver of the 33 Porsche. He is the new race leader.
So there was a tiny mistake from Manson on the exit of turn 5 there. Slightly lost the rear of the car, which meant he couldn't get on the gas as early as he would have liked. And that's when Nigel Cromie capitalised on it. So just look here. So at this point right there, as you're just clearing the brake, Luke lost the rear of the car, tried getting on the throttle, wasn't able to properly do it. And that was perfect for Nigel Cromie to take the lead of the race.
He only started racing a couple of years ago, sort of post-pandemic, in a McLaren 570S GT4 car in Summerset GT New Zealand. has stepped up to the Cup car this year. We touched on his remarkable background in jet boat racing and powerboat racing before this, but it's nothing like hustling a Cup car around Teretonga, and he is doing it hugely effectively at the moment. He's just passed Luke Manson. Rick Armstrong is now only 3.8 seconds behind Manson too in that fight for what will be second and third place. Joel Giddy also going very quickly in the Mercedes AMG. So with 12 minutes to go, there's still a bit to play out in this one.
Putting the engineering hat on for the Manson car there and the team there, they obviously seem very good when the conditions aren't so good. So that to me means they must be riding a bit of a softer setup with that car. It's obviously rolling around a lot more, and then when it dries out, he seems to lose that pace a bit. So something for them to be thinking about. I guarantee the IMS team will be thinking exactly along these lines as well, of why are we so fast in the wet but not got the pace as much in the dry compared to some of our competitors.
How much of that might be down to the decisions they've made to set the car up? Oh, hang on. I think we're going safety car, Andrew. And the GR Super safety car has just pulled out of pit lane, so we're going safety car, which adds another dimension to this race because it brings Joel Giddy into the mix. That's Andrew Child, unfortunately, is bunkered down at the place where everyone else has been bunkered this weekend, midway through that long, long southern loop that is turn one.
Michael Scott on the radio for Luke Manson there. He will be gutted with that one. Let's just have a look at the replay. So same situation as we've seen all weekend long, just ran a little bit wide and reasonably hard into the tyres as well. So not a great end to the weekend for Andrew Child. He's very, very fresh to motorsport, and he's certainly had a massive rate of learning. He came into it last year and had a bit of play in different cars and an 86 initially as well. Bought the Cup car and got involved in the racing here. Great guy who's just loves his racing as well, and just wanted to do as much as he could in the time that he's over here. So great to see him out there, but not the way he would have wanted to end his race.
Brilliant new delivery on that car as well. And it's a bit of a nod to the famous AO Racing Rexy. It's currently in action at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. A little bit of nod to that, but I think it's more of a polar bear style theme on it, which is appropriate given the conditions here at Teretonga this weekend. So safety car out. I would love a shot of Joel Giddy right now, just sitting there going, this brings me right into this race.
Yeah, it certainly does. With as we know, that as the conditions get better, it favours Joel. But at the same time, we've got to remember now, the race has gone on for so much longer. He's burnt up a lot of tyre as well, and traditionally the Mercedes isn't as good over a run. Yes, he will most likely at least pick off Rick at the restart, but whether or not he's going to have the pace through the infield to get the rest or not, we will soon find out with only 9 minutes remaining.
Just been pointed out to me by Ronan Murphy, who is a man who knows his polar animals, that it is a Yeti on that car. But it's a brilliant wrap, looks great. It's got a big tongue hanging out of the grille at the front. There it is. That's great, isn't it?
It's very cool, very cool. Something completely different with the way that they've done that. And it's a sign of the character that Andrew is, with the way he's designed that car. It's very cool to go look at.
Just got a message from from Freddie, who's the comms manager for Summerset GT New Zealand, saying Joel Giddy's wife's sitting in the GT lounge right now and rubbing her hands together at the prospect of what could happen when this race gets going again.
I'd say warming your hands up as much as rubbing them together, that that the race is favouring Joel at the moment.
I think it just pour yourself another glass of red, I reckon. Just ease the nerves.
Good on.
Ease the nerves. Could be stressful. There's a lot to play out of this. Nigel Cramey is in an amazing position and has driven superbly. Now, you know the weather has changed, Andrew, because our friends over at Drivers Right, exit of sort of turn 2, turn 3 complex, got the big jacket back on. It came off for a little while there, but they got the fire going, which has been burning all day.
He's super stoked himself, isn't he? And how could you not be with that sort of setup? Is that Rusty in the bus? I think
Actually,
he's
that's
just
a
bought
very
himself
good
drink.
question. Haven't seen him for a little while. They had a delivery of pies and hot chips earlier today from Josie Spillane, the CEO of NextGen. Went over and greeted them personally to thank them for their unbelievable support.
Ryan Murphy also made a great call after that. He's no longer working with the NextGen team.
I also understand that they're coming to Highlands for the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix, and they're camping there.
Yeah, it's great to be able to see the camping. It's a big thing that's been growing year on year at Highlands. We've seen so many people up on the bank there, and I know they'll be joining in full force again for the 70th running of the New Zealand Grand Prix. It's certainly going to be a fantastic weekend.
I think I know where Rusty is. Well, I've just been told in my ears that someone in the paddock's handing out ice cream. So I think that's where Greg has disappeared to.
Say the word ice cream and Rusty will be there. Maybe there's ice cream in the bus. That's what he's after.
Just sort of
not beers, it's ice cream.
Just sort of transports directly to where they are. But isn't that a Southland thing though? It's 13.5 degrees currently here at Teretonga Park, and ice cream's being handed out. It is summer after all. And this recovery is taking a while, and I'm a little concerned, I think, that we might not get this race back underway, Andrew, which would be a massive shame for everyone other than Nigel Cromie.
They're having a bit of a dance. He's all happy about.
Oh, I love this.
He's saying, come on, can we please get back to the racing action?
This is such a cool place. I just absolutely love it. The passion for motorsport and motoring in this part of the world, in particular down here, is just sensational.
It's great to see the banks lined with cars at the end of the front straight and all around the circuit.
Good spectating racetrack too, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. It's no matter your vantage point, you can see pretty much every corner around this place, and you cannot beat the sound of these cars and everything else we've got at the Repco NextGen Championship. There's just so much to offer with all these different races. Formula Ford still coming up with their final race of the weekend after this one. Another Manson will be involved with that one. Young Marco Manson. He's not quite had the weekend he would have liked at this point. It's been super, super fast. And then after that race, we have the final race for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy.
Well, Mrs. Giddy, you can relax. The final lap board is being shown to the competitors in Summerset GT New Zealand. So, unfortunately, Andrew Child, the accident down there at turn 1, the extrication of the car and also the tyre bundle repairs down there means that we're not going to get this one back to racing. It was all set up and staged beautifully for a dash to the line, but for Nigel Cromie, he did all the work well before the safety car was called, with a brilliant bit of racing and a great pass to wrestle the lead away from Luke Manson. And as a result, he is going to get what will be his second race win of the championship. He won race 2, the sprint race at Hampton Downs, but this is the big one, the feature race here at Teretonga, and this is going to be a massive moment for Nigel, a driver who hasn't had a lot of time behind the wheel of one of these cars.
He certainly has. He's been working super hard to build up over the pre-season for this championship. And the way he's taken to this car, it's certainly been a great watch. He's only going to go from strength to strength.
Tell you what, it's going to close the championship up as well, heading into round 3 at Highlands next week. So Cromie was 4th coming into this race. He's going to get a big swag of points, and he'll jump Sam Fillmore. Joel Giddy was 2nd in points, and he's going to be 4th on the road. I'd say Rick Armstrong's still going to lead the standings, but it's not going to be by a massive margin. There's certainly a stack of contenders in this year's Summerset GT New Zealand Championship field. So the GR Supra leads the GT4 Supra of Alan Sargent, who is going to end up second in GT4 in this race, by the way, which is a terrific result for Alan, who's had a really tough last 6 months and just happy to be here and racing. Another driver that cannot wait to get to Highlands for next week. The checkered flag will fly this time by. And your winner in Summerset GT New Zealand is Nigel Cromie. And it all came via a great overtake on Luke Manson within the final 15 minutes of this one. What a superb drive. Rick Armstrong's going to be third. Lockie Evanet and Glenn Chappell will win the GT4 class. So a sedate end to what was a pretty pulsating motor race all the way through.
Had everything going for it, didn't it? When it started raining, we saw Luke Manson with the pace that he had. When it was dry, Nigel Cromie and the pace that he had. It was just ebbing and flowing, and obviously Joel Giddy was super fast in the dry as well. But Nigel Cromie took out the win.
Be a little, I wonder what for Joel Giddy there, had that race gone green again, to use the prodigious grunt of the AMG, but he finishes fourth behind Armstrong. Fillmore led for a stage there, ends up fifth in front of Regan Schooler. Lockie Evanet and Glenn Chappell get the GT4 win over Alan Sargent. Grant Aitken, who's had a strong weekend in the Audi R8, finishes third in class, and unfortunately Andrew Child out of the race. The crash at turn one, and James Parker with driveline issues was a non-finisher. Here's how it all played out in Summerset GT New Zealand. Feels like a lot has happened since Sam Fillmore led them down towards turn one, and then one by one Joel Giddy started picking them off, and the Merc was working his way forward.
First one was Nigel Cromie, picked off the rest, and then Sam Fillmore was the last one that he had to pick off, as it was still fully dry at this point of the race. Joel Giddy got into the lead, started controlling it, and there was a massive move up the inside by Rick Armstrong to pass Nigel Cromie, which also allowed Luke Manson up the inside, and then both Armstrong and Cromie were off the road at one point.
This was awesome racing. Joel Giddy was the leader at this stage, but found himself being mugged by a pack of Porsches, and they all squeezed their way through. That was a hairy little moment as Manson got past Fillmore for the lead Porsche, and then this was the moment. Manson with a snap of oversteer in the IMS car, and that allowed Cromie to squeeze through up the inside. And then this was Andrew Child, unfortunately, into the tyres at turn one, brought out the safety car, and from there it was a cruise home on a Sunday afternoon, and Nigel Cromie wins at Teretonga Park for the Summerset GT New Zealand Championship. It's been ripping good racing this weekend, hasn't it? And it just sets the tone for next weekend at the Grand Prix at Highlands, and the GT racing 12 months ago there was outstanding, so seems like there's more to come.
It always seems to write the script, doesn't it, at Highlands? Every time we go racing there, there's always an unknown, always something that we did not expect, and it certainly has that same feel brewing for the Summerset GT category.
I can also tell you, Andrew, as they roll into Allied Petroleum Victory Lane, one of the global voices of sports car racing, John Hindhoff, who right now is on air at the Rolex 24 Daytona, will be joining us. So the voice of Radio Le Mans will be at Highlands for the Grand Prix next week, which is really cool, and we'll try and pry him into the commentary box. Actually, we might have to try and pry him out of the commentary box. He'll be very excited to be there. So he will be calling Summerset GT New Zealand with us next weekend, which is really exciting. Interviews coming. They're in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. I'm really looking forward to hearing from Nigel after that drive. What was an exceptional performance. Caitlin Day down there marshalling the troops. Grant Smith, the category manager. Everyone busy, and we're getting set for an interview. Let's go down to Ree.
Congratulations to our winner in the open class for the race 3 of the Summerset GT. Nigel, you never have to apologise for being late to the podium when you're getting congratulated by your team. Well done. What a race. You look like you loved every minute of that.
I did. I don't know how we ended up here, but we were second, we were at the back, and then we had all the pace in the world and managed to come through and get the win. I don't know, so I'm stoked. It was awesome.
Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. I'm sure they will be mighty, like your drive. And coming in second place on the podium in our open class It is Luke Manson. It's been such an incredibly busy weekend for the entire Manson family. Luke, I can sense a little bit of disappointment on your face with that one. How was it?
Yeah, it was a bit frustrating there at the end, but I'll do it to Comey. He did a great job. Yep.
Well done, and enjoy the celebrations on the podium. And rounding out third place, once again, it's Rick Armstrong. I know you've loved every minute of racing here this weekend. Tell me how tricky it was to read the conditions out there.
I'm not sure I did, actually. I'm not sure I did love it. It wasn't too tricky then. It was just variable. Had a few laps where it rained a little bit, but wasn't a major. Got third, had CPS time, so I'm very happy with the weekend. Yeah.
Great. We're happy to hear. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. And for our winner of the GT4 class, it is the pair, Lachlan Evanet and Glenn Chappell. Congratulations, gents. We spoke throughout the race, Glenn, but just reading that race and being able to hold your nerve when the conditions were changing.
Yeah, good, and these cars are pretty easy to sort of adapt to different weather changes as long as it doesn't go too much, but little sprinkles here and there, and brought it in for a bit of a gap for this fella, and he brought it home. Awesome.
Congratulations, Lachlan. How did you enjoy it out there?
Yeah, it was good. It started dry for a couple of laps and I could pump out a couple good times, but yeah, it was just on and off, so I was just trying to make sure you didn't go too hot into a corner when it was raining, so switch the wipers on, switch the wipers off, and just feel it out, but I had a lot of fun. Glenn did a great job, and it's like to thank the team. They've done amazing this weekend.
Big smiles all round, and taking out second place on the podium for the GT4 is Alan Sargent. Congratulations, Alan. It didn't start great for you this weekend, but you finished off on high. Well done.
Oh, two supers of the 1 and 2 is pretty good. So, we were battling some temperature issues towards the end of that race, and thank God the safety car came out. So I'm pleased to get that one over with, but nice to come back strongly.
Enjoy the celebrations tonight. And rounding out our podium, here he is again, Grant Aiken. Well done, Grant. Big smiles on your face. How was it out there?
It was edgy. No, look, I've thoroughly enjoyed the whole weekend. It's been great fun. We've kind of shared the podium around and enjoyed racing with these guys. They're good value, and it's been a hoot. Love the whole weekend. Fantastic.
You have kept us entertained all weekend long. To all of our competitors, well done and enjoy the celebrations.
It is time now for the round podium here at Teretonga Park, the Summerset GT New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, third place in the open class for the weekend. Would you please put your hands together for Luke Manson? And third place in the GT4 class as well. How about it for Alan Sargent? Trophies delivered to both of those competitors there. We now move to second in the open class for the weekend. Great result in the final two, Nigel Cromie! Second in the GT4 class for the weekend. How about it for Grant Aiken? And your winner of the round in the open class, please be generous in your applause for Rick Armstrong. And the proud winners in GT4 as well, Lachlan Evanet and Glenn Chappell. We'd also like to recognise that Grant Aiken is going to be presented with the trophy as the winning master of the round as well. Congratulations, Grant, who's looking forward to Highlands next weekend. Drivers, one thing remains. There's some nice champagne at your feet there. It is time for the celebrations in Summerset GT New Zealand.
As the racing continues here at a gloomy Teretonga Park Raceway for the Repco NextGen New Zealand Championship. It's a Formula Ford race coming up very, very shortly as the boys from the Summerset GT New Zealand category all congratulating each other. Andrew Wade alongside Rona Murphy. Starting grid for this one. Marco Manson starting off pole position. Campbell Owen starting out of position number 2. Dylan Petch starting from position 3. Maxim Kerwin off position number 4. And Seb Iskandari, he's starting out of position number 6 as well. So these grids are set off the fastest lap times over the weekend to this point. So that's how we've got Marco Manson off the pole. We've seen he's been so quick this weekend. Jacob Begg after that podium that he was very, very ecstatic about earlier on. He's a little bit further down in 7th place there. Andrew Wade alongside Rona Murphy. As we see young Marco Manson make his way to the grid. Hasn't had a good start at all this weekend so far. Dropped not only back from the lead of the race, Ronan, but dropped back at least to the second or third row.
Yeah, he did a brilliant job to take the pole position yesterday morning, but hopefully for Marco Manson, it's third time lucky. He's been in the position to win the first 2 races, just didn't quite get it fully executed. So hopefully, for his sake, he'll be hoping that that's the case in this final race.
As the revs build up, we get set for a race start, and we are underway with the last race of the NAPA New Zealand Formula 4 Championship. Marco Manson with a far better start this time on the inside. Campbell Owens on the outside, tucks it into second place there. Dylan Petch makes his way into third place. So far, so clean. Maxim Kerwin getting stuck on the outside. It's so hard as in a Ronan once you get stuck on the outside there to pull back in line.
Absolutely, and we saw Kerwin lost a couple of spots there. Isaac Fletcher's now trying to go down the inside of Dylan Petch. He's not going to quite get it done, but they go too wide through turn 4 there. Up through the staircase. Jacob Beggs also trying to show a nose to Isaac Fletcher there. He had his first podium of the season in the last race, as we see now coming up down the back straight towards the final corner. Manson in the lead. He's got Campbell Owens in behind him there. Dylan Petch in third. Isaac Fletcher fourth, and Jacob Begg right out of the top 5.
This is quite a reset for us as well, isn't it? It's been wet pretty much all weekend long so far, as we see a yellow flag being displayed as they go down the front straight there. So we'll keep an eye on why the yellow flag is waving at that point. We come up towards turn number 1 again.
Good battle there between Fletch. That's probably the reason there for the yellow flag. Toby McCormack, issue with that car. He had an issue in the previous race as well, so not been a great weekend for the 86 Spectrum. So we go back to the front. It's a good battle brewing there between Isaac Fletcher, Jacob Begg and Maxim Kerwin. As they go up through turn 3, Manson still leading it from Owens, with Dylan Petch there in third. The 2 Spectrum 015s out front there. Coming onto the back straight. Manson hurls it around the outside there. Down towards the final corner, as Campbell Owens is actually looking at having a go at Manson. So there's plenty of speed there in the 23 car, the Higgins car. As he goes onto the front straight, he's going to get slotted behind Manson. So is Dylan Petch to try and get that toe. Yellow flag still waved there as they were pulling that car, that stricken car of McCormack back in. Across the line, and Dylan Petch sets the fastest lap of the race at a 103.7, so heaps of pace in the Van Diemen Stealth. As we see there, Owens trying to go around the outside of Manson. Manson hasn't been able to get away from these 2, and he's coming under big pressure at the moment from Owens.
It is a long way around the outside of that turn 1. This battle's a bit further down. See Beskandari there. He doesn't quite have the pace that he had earlier on in his... Watching over for this race.
We go up over the back section of the track. Manson still leading from Owens with Petch in third. Dylan Petch, fastest lap of the race in that Stealth. And the top 3, they're joined at the hip at the moment as Owens goes to the outside. He cuts back in. Straight in the apex, gets back on the power, puts all 115 horsepower of these Formula Fords back down. Slots in behind Manson again to try and grab that draft. As we see there, Dylan Petch in the Van Diemen Stealth. That car's got very small, short side pods in it. It's very low profile. Very hard car to get a draft off, but they work pretty effectively in the draft. As we see there, Owens now going around the outside of Manson. Can't quite get it done, but he's all over him, and Dylan Petch is going to try and put his nose in the fight as well.
And this is what we love about Formula Ford racing. The slipstreams. It is so hard to pull away. It creates fantastic racing. It teaches you so much about racecraft as well. Where are you going to place the car? You know the car behind you is going to be quicker in a straight line, because as the lead car, you're punching that hole in the air and creating that air pocket for the cars in behind to drag up on the back of you. Manson there getting a good run out of turn 5 there.
He's so good off that corner there. He runs it a little bit wider on the entry, but he comes out, he's a little bit wider past the apex. We see there Dylan Petch down the inside now of Owens. Has he managed to get that move done? He's putting the power down. Owens signaling, putting his hand out to try and say we need to work together. But I don't think Dylan Pitch is too interested in that. He wants to get that second place and chase after Marco Manson himself.
This brings Fletcher into the battle as well, as Fletcher's on the outside in the slipstream. They go again, side by side into turn 1. Owens again on the outside. Great racing by these guys, and this is great for Marco Manson. Gives him a little bit of reprieve, a little bit of breathing room to put his head down.
Campbell Owens got hung out to dry on the exit of the southern loop there. Dylan Petch and Isaac Fletcher managed to sneak through. Petch doing a great job there in the Van Diemen Stealth. He's now in second place in behind Marco Manson, and he wants to have his piece of the pie, try and have a crack at Manson and see if he can take that race lead.
Again, Manson super good off that second to last corner. Slightly defensive, doesn't need to be this lap. As up the inside goes Fletcher, tries to go up the inside of Dylan Pitch there. Not able to get the move done. And again, this is working out perfectly for Marco Manson. He's able to just pull that lead just a little bit as everyone in behind is defending their positions. But Owens, the power down this front straight on the outside of Fletcher.
Again, you see how hard it is to get a slipstream off that Van Diemen Stealth. Very low profile car. It goes around the back part of the southern loop now. Owens on the outside of Fletcher. He wants that third place back. Marco Manson still out front. And Jacob Beck might even be able to get a nose in here. He's now trying to go down the inside of Fletcher. Maxim Kerwin's in there as well in the 68 car.
Jacob Beck certainly showing some pace in this race. The back of these guys in front, and Maxim Kerwin as well. Got hung out to dry on that first lap. Couldn't get back in behind all the other cars.
So they go now down the back straight. Seb Eskandari, our race winner from this morning, he's also in the fight there behind Maxim Kerwin. So they come now onto the front straight, complete another lap. We've got just under 14 minutes to go in this final race of the weekend for the NAPA New Zealand Formula 4 Championship. The cars all coming up across the start-finish line now, up against the wall. You see there Toby Musico, he's had a pretty difficult weekend up to this point, but he's now passing our race winner from this morning. Around the outside goes Musico.
Eskandari, though, holds to the inside. It shows a racecraft of Eskandari as well for those results that he got in the wet weather races. He clearly didn't have the best outright speed because he's a bit further down for the start of this race. But the way he drove the car, he was able to stay at the front of the field and still produce the results.
Certainly was, and you look there at that awesome shot of the Formula Ford sliding through turn 4. Coming up now down the back straight, they get out on that curb there. Now that it's dried out, you can run that curb and be a lot more confident getting out and running a bit wider. In the wet, it's a lot harder to want to, a lot riskier to be running out on the white lines and the curbs. But we see there Eskandari now, he's up the inside of Musico. He's got Matthew Basso there and behind him as well, and another McGale. Trio of McGale's gone across the front straight there, trying to work together to catch up to Maxim Kerwin. As Campbell Owens has just sent the fastest lap of the race. He's just on 103.5, so he's now responding and trying to catch back up to Dylan Petch and Marco Manson. He's managed to get to the back of them, so see if Owens can get that second place back and maybe even the lead.
Typical Formula Ford racing at its absolute finest. As Manson slightly drops a wheel. He's still on the track. Just managed to hold on to it. He's sliding through turn 4, up towards turn 5. Gets the car settled. We've seen how good he is off here as he's sliding again on the exit of turn 5.
And the behaviour of that car is not looking good. He is seesawing on that steering wheel. Dylan Petch, in the meantime, he looks like he's cruising, and he is all over the back of Manson. Whether that's maybe pressure or car setup, Manson's actually struggling, and he's struggling to keep Dylan Petch and Campbell Owens at bay.
Just wondering, it's starting to look a little bit gloomier as well. I'm wondering if maybe a little bit of weather is starting to play effect. If you look in the background of that shot, and you can see the sprinkles of rain on the screen.
You're not wrong about that, Andrew. It certainly has picked up. Going around the southern loop now, so that's something the driver's going to have to watch out for. Marco Manson obviously been the pioneer as well in these conditions, being the leader of the race. So he's now having to deal with that factor as well as having to deal with the blue 39 car, the Racer Products Formula Ford of Dylan Petch.
Let's just have a look at this again. So it's on his way in, just lost the rear a little bit. He tried to get the throttle to control it and just dropped the rear. Luckily, it was in the spot that it was, because from there, Ronan, all the way through the next part of the tracks is very hard to pass through there, isn't it?
Oh, and he's on the defensive again, and he's got Petch on the outside. Campbell Owens was looking to maybe make a move on Petch there. Isaac Fletcher's played himself back into the game as well. They're in fourth. He's closing in on the back of Campbell Owens. Dylan Petch, though, look at the toe he's got. He is right up on the back of the gearbox of the 69 Spectrum. Manson's car going up the front straight. Now Campbell Owens, he's going to try and go to the outside as well.
Dylan Petch trying the long way around. He's super wide through turn one, keeps it on the road. Marco Manson just keeps the lead of this one. Is Dylan Petch going to be able to hold it all the way around the outside? Tries to do it because it gives him the inside run down into turn two.
Not quite. That was a great attempt from Dylan Petch. He tried, he pushed hard, got right up beside him on the outside there, maybe just ran out of road and gripped just a tad, but he's clearly shown he can place that number 39 car anywhere he wants, and he can actually make it work. So he's got the options. Marco Manson, he's just got to keep him at bay, and he's got the advantage of having that first place track position.
It's again they come around for another lap. The rain is slowly falling. Not enough to affect these cars. Remember that these tyres that are on these cars, they work in the dry, they work in the wet. These young drivers are pushing each other super hard. Dylan Petch again drags up on the back of Marco Manson into turn one.
Marco Manson responded. He was one of the fastest, if not the second fastest car on the racetrack on that lap. We now see Toby Musico go around the outside of Jacob Bigg. What a pass from him. He's now into that fifth position, so Musico now moves up into the top five after a
massive recovery, isn't it, from where he started in this race, down the back, due to not having a good run in the wet races. He is certainly redeeming himself in this one, coming through the field, now eyes on the lead pack up ahead.
You see there, that battle still going on between Jacob Beck, Maxim Kerwin, Seb Eskandari and Matthew Basso there. Now Owens, he's got that car dancing all over the track down the back straight, trying to get past Dylan Petch. Petch is under pressure now as well. He needs to try and make a move on Manson because Campbell Owens and Isaac Fletcher are right there to pounce if he makes a mistake.
Manson's certainly doing a solid job in the lead of this one. Hasn't made a mistake. We've seen him lead 2 of the races so far and come off the track while leading. But so far in this one, he is doing the job with pressure on his Dylan. He's trying that outside move. Is he going to get it done this time? They're side by side out of turn one. This gives the inside line for Dylan Petch, but Marco Manson breaks super late through turn 2 and reclaims the lead.
What a race between these young guys. I thought Dylan Petch had that one in the bag, but no, Marco Manson, he came out of the break, rolled around the outside of Petch, blocked him in, and took the lead back. So for another lap, Dylan Petch is going to be looking at the back of Marco Manson's Spectrum.
Daniel Manson covers his line down into the last corner, which makes it so difficult to get the run off the exit.
They come up the front straight to complete another lap. We've got just under 7 minutes to go. You can see Marco Manson there, his eyes laser focused on the next corner. Dylan Petch now tries to go the outside again. Campbell Owens, and he's going to try and outbrake him. Last of the late breakers from Dylan Petch. Round the outside. Can he make it work? He's gotten ahead now, but he's going to run out of road on the exit. What's Manson going to do? And he cuts back across. What a race between these young guys.
And then now that brings Owens back into the battle as well. As Owens going to try fire it up the inside of turn 2. Thinks better of it. The pressure all over the back of Marco Manson.
This is New Zealand Formula Ford racing at its absolute best. Great to see. And there we can see Campbell Owens. He's now under pressure. Toby Musico, he's been the biggest mover in the last few laps. He's now going up the inside of Isaac Fletcher. What can Toby Musico do with 6 minutes to go?
Yeah, that's an impressive drive to come all the way through up to where he is at the moment. Penny Holmes on the side of his car. John Penny, supporter of his. There's John Penny. We know he's been around the sport for a long time, supported a lot of young drivers into bigger things, and he's certainly supporting a very, very fast young driver here.
You see there now, Jacob Begg trying to go around the outside of Isaac Fletcher, and actually Dylan Petch, he's lost that second place to Campbell Owens. So Campbell Owens has now got back through. What can he do on the back of Marco Manson now?
Oh, as Owens shows his nose up the inside of turn number 2. A very, very hard spot to get the move done through there. As we see there, Seb Manson as well. He's getting set for the last race of the weekend for the Castrol Toyota from the regional Oceania Trophy. He had a good comeback in the last race, did Seb Manson.
Tom Penrose down there as well, father of James Penrose, previous New Zealand Formula 4 champion. He's running Marco Manson in that car, so he'll be watching on with a keen eye to see how his young driver goes as they come back onto the front straight now. Campbell Owens still in behind Manson. Dylan Petch there, he's slotted back into third. Musico now, he's the guy to watch. He's come from a few cars behind. He's now in fourth, and now he's trying to put a move on Dylan Petch. What has Musico got? On the outside there is now Campbell Owens. He's going to go to the outside of Manson. Can he hold it around the outside and make that move work? Dylan Petch has stuck his nose back in, though. He might take that second place back. We just don't know what's going to happen here. Look at these guys coming down towards turn 2 now. Owens has held on. Musico's going to now go down the inside of Petch.
Petch for so long was sitting in that second place as Petch gets run wide. Musico, what a race by him, up to third place from the back of the grid with 4 minutes remaining. Is he going to be able to take anything to Marco Manson, who has held super strong this whole race with so much pressure on him?
Oh, Maxim Kerwin having a look at the back of Jacob Begg there. Didn't quite get the move done. He's moving all over the track there, following him across, and we see there, coming onto the front straight now, what has Toby Musico got? He's now just driven out of his skin past about 5 or 6 cars in the last few laps. He's now into third, and now he's all over the back of Campbell Owens.
So he goes side by side again, Jacob Begg and Kerwin round. Turn 1. These guys are just battling super, super hard. Tight, hard racing. Is Iskandari still sitting back there a bit further? He'll be frustrated with this one, considering he's had great results up till this race. Musico there, it's just sort of settled into third place there. Hasn't put too much pressure on Campbell Owens as of yet.
Dylan Petch has actually come back into the fight there, so the top 4, they've streaked away from the rest of the field, and they're trading positions non-stop. The only constant in that top 4 is Marco Manson leading this race. You see there, coming now on the front straight, they're all in the draft again. Campbell Owens, he's as close as he's ever been. What's he going to do? Is he going to get right up behind the gearbox? He's going to pull out now and try and go around the outside of Manson again. How far up can he get? Who's going to be the last of the late breakers going into turn 1? Campbell Owens round the outside. Manson's managed to get that line back, though, so he's not going to be able to get a pass done. He's going to have to try and line him up coming down towards turn 2, but Manson knows better for it. He moves over to the inside.
The only one that's had a real good crack so far is Iskandari. What a move on Kerwin there. So come across the start-finish line for this next lap. They will receive the last lap board. Can anyone have any answers for Marco Manson, who has led this entire race?
We see there Isaac Fletcher's dropped way back, and Manson there still leading. Musico's up the inside of Owens for that second place. He managed to get it, not quite.
This brings Dylan Petch back into it. Is Petch able to get to the inside? To see Owens signaling, let's go, let's try and catch the leader. But at the same time, that's a good way of saying, don't pass me, I want to finish second.
Exactly right. I don't think that's Toby Musico's goal here. I don't think he's really interested in working with Campbell Owens. I think all he's focused on is taking that second place away. With 1 lap to go, it's pretty pointless trying to work together. You need to try and consolidate your position. So you see there, Musico now, he's still on the back of Owens, trying to put his car where Owens isn't, so he knows he's there. He might have 1 or 2 more opportunities at this. He's right up behind that McGale. He slides it through turn 4, up in behind the Spectrum. Owens knows better for it. He goes to the inside there, but he's had a big slide on the exit of the corner there. Musico might have a go. Coming down to the last corner of the last lap. He moves over to the inside, but what's Musico going to do? Dylan Petch is right there as well. He's on the outside there in 4th.
So round the last corner. Marco Manson with breathing room out in front. He will be seeing the checkered flag waving as Tom Penrose looks on at his man who has just won the race. That is redemption for Marco Manson. Campbell Owens, great driving by him as well to come home in second. And also, speaking of redemption, Toby Musico coming home in third off near the back of the grid. What? That is Formula Ford racing. I know we've said it, and we'll say it again. That is Formula Ford racing at its absolute finest. These talented young drivers certainly put on a show for us.
And what a drive from Seb Eskandari at the end there to come home in the top 5.
Yeah, that's a massive gain for him on that last lap to pull a few extra positions to move up into position number 5. And obviously, Marco Manson takes the win. Campbell Owens, he came home in second place. Toby Musico in third. Dylan Petch put so much pressure on Marco Manson for so long, but was unable to get the job done. And Eskandari there with a late race comeback, coming home in position number 5. And Toby McCormick, we saw him with the issues with his car, clutch issue, obviously coming back to haunt him in that race once again. As we take a look at some highlights from that one, straight off the start, the best start Marco Manson had the whole race from there, never looked back, commanded the race lead the whole way through. Dylan Petch and Owens there waving at each other, trying to work together, but it's just not the easiest thing to do in this category when you're trying to chase down other cars up in front. We saw at one point there was a few sprinkles. Dylan Petch ran super wide, didn't come off the track, and here was the nearly move for Dylan Petch, nearly got into the race lead, but it wasn't quite enough.
The amount of cars we saw go 2 wide, almost even 3 wide through turn 1 was incredible, Andrew. And right there, this battle between these 4 guys at the end, Marco Manson, Campbell Owens, Toby Musico, and Dylan Petch, they put on an absolute cracker of a show for everyone around the track watching.
I think the best part of that is just the respect they all had for each other as well. The racing that they did, they all gave each other room. It was hard racing, but it was fair. They did not give each other an inch the whole way around, but this young fella, Marco Manson,
he'll be stoked with that after how the first 2 races unfolded, and Ian Barlow down there to give him a nice big handshake, and nice to see between the boys there, Marco Manson and Campbell Owens. It's always great when you can get out of the car, celebrate a race win just like that one, and what a job he did out there, Marco Manson, to take home the victory in the end. And as he gets the NAPA hat from Ian Barlow.
You get the feeling this isn't the last that we've seen of this young fella. He's
definitely
certainly got a lot of talent. And we've got Rihanna down in the Allied Petroleum victory lane.
And what a show these young men and women have put on for us here this weekend at Teretonga Park in the NAPA New Zealand Formula Ford. Congratulations, Marco Manson, winning the final race of the weekend. Things haven't gone all your way so far this weekend, but boy, did you hold off the pressure this thing. Well done.
Yeah, thanks. Not been the greatest of weekends, but it's a good way to finish the weekend.
Well done. Enjoy the celebrations with your friends and family and the team. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. And coming in second place, congratulations to Campbell Owens. You've done it every which way. You passed every which way all weekend long. Well done, mate. Great job.
Oh, it certainly hasn't come easy. Conditions were wild out there. Rain came down mid-race. That gave us all a bit of a fright. But yeah, can't thank the team enough. I have faith that we can carry this momentum forward to next round in Timaru, so can't wait.
We cannot wait to see you guys there. And rounding out the third place on the podium, coming from all the way at the back of the grid, Toby Musico. What a fight back you put on for us. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was a great race. You know, coming from 2 DNFs, it's a bit hard to sort of keep your moral up. But yeah, I just felt good, got in the rhythm, and then yeah, just went pass after pass and sort of found myself in the third. So yeah, it was a great race.
Well done. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium.
And on that note, why don't we launch into it? The NAPA New Zealand Formula Ford, powered by Ford podium here at Teretonga Park after the final one of the weekend. A memorable weekend for these young racers. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place, please put your hands together for Toby Musico! In second position, be equally generous in your applause for Campbell Owens. And what about this bright young star? Please make some noise. Your winner, Marco Manson! The winner's wreath being delivered there. Smile, youngsters. Great work. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the NAPA New Zealand Formula Ford, powered by Ford podium here at Teretonga Park International. Drivers, just one thing remains. The podium is yours. Time for the celebrations. Rachel.
Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. We're coming to you from one of the most beautiful parts on planet Earth. We're South Island, New Zealand, and today we are right at the bottom in Southland, and it is a stunning part of the world. There's so much to see and do in all corners of this great country, but this part in particular. Welcome to the Ascot Park Hotel, Teretonga Park International. We are at Teretonga, just outside of the city of Invercargill. This is about as south as you can go motor racing anywhere on the planet, and it has provided so much action and excitement this weekend. And who would have thought that there are slick Pirelli tyres fitted to the CT Frott field as we get set for the Spirit of Nations Trophy race this afternoon at Teretonga. Richard Craill and Andrew Waite with you for this. Very shortly we'll hear from Greg Rust and Rihanna Crahan down on a very busy start line here at Teretonga, but slick tyres, Sandra, I never thought we'd see the day.
And slick tyres means push to pass as well. So the last round at Taupo International Motorsport Park, we saw how effective the push to pass was. And around here, you're going to have to be so strategic with it, because this straight is around 15 seconds long for these drivers. By the time they get from the exit of turn, the last corner, back down to turn one, you only get 10 seconds worth of push to pass. The ideal situation there is you still want to press it as soon as you're on corner exit, but whether or not there's going to be an effect if you use it later on, and then you've got the 100-second stand down with only a very short 54-second lap. So we're going to see so much strategy within using that push to pass. I've been looking forward to this moment, getting on these slick tyres and seeing how it's going to make a difference. Rusty.
I'm with Rachel Beck, who's had very senior positions with the proud members of the Southland Sports Car Club here and from Stress Creek. Firstly, thank you, to all of the team here. Lots of work has gone into this weekend. Given the challenges we've been faced with the weather, you must be enormously proud.
Yeah, no, it's been good. The volunteers have done an awesome job in the rain and the wind and, yeah, the horrible weather, and, yeah, been good.
The great thing for us is that a classic venue that has been here since the late kind of 1950s, that has been graced with all kinds of legends over the years, continues on, and that's really important, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is, and seeing all these up-and-coming drivers coming through, and hopefully we see some more F1 stars. racing on our track.
I reckon we will in time for sure. It's been a huge weekend for all of the people involved, hasn't it? I bet there's some tired faces around the place.
Yeah, our volunteers, we've got quite a few that have been out since before Christmas due to our caretaker retiring, and Lennon McLeod, he's done a pretty good job, and yeah, just a few of the other guys have been out here mowing lawns non-stop and putting in the tyre bundles that we've been making for them, and just making the place look as tidy as it is.
Good on you. Before we let you go, just I mean, continue on that theme there about some of the improvements that you've made to the venue in relatively recent time.
Yeah, so we've been flat out making 6-pack tyre bundles. It's been a mission finding the tyres to actually be able to do it, and yeah, it's been, I don't know, we started before Christmas, and we've got one of our guys at work, Kahu Moxham. He's done an awesome job. He's our chief tyre bundle maker and makes them up, brings them out here. Yeah, no, he's done an awesome job for us.
To you and to all of the crew, our heartfelt thanks. It's been a great weekend. Enjoy this final race, won't you?
Will do, thank you.
There you go. Ree?
Thank you to Greg Russ down in pit lane. An amazing effort by the volunteer-based car club that looks after this historic venue. And evolution is important in motorsport, especially from a safety point of view. And we tip our hats to the Southland Sporting Car Club and everything they've done to continue to improve this venue. There is some work going on down in the lane now that the drivers have had some siding laps. That's a rear wing adjustment going on our championship leaders car. So I would imagine taking some rear wing out, they would have had full downforce on these cars for the wet race earlier on today, which was race number 2. But this feature race, they can trim the cars out, maximise them for straight line speed. So M2 competition, one of several teams going to work to make sure that the cars are good to go for this 30-lap feature race. And it sounds like a long way, but in dry conditions, a record lap time here is 53.8 seconds. So it's not a long lap. A lot happens in a very short space of time. Let's get back down to the grid and find Rihanna.
Krause, we know how pressure motorsport is and the challenges that all the drivers face, but I just wanted to have a quick word with Kirsten Manson, because Kirsten, it's been such a busy weekend for the Manson family. Your son Marco has just took victory lane for the Formula Ford. Your husband Luke was on the podium as well in the Summerset, and now we've got Sebastian here in the CT front. I mean, for you, how nerve-wracking is a weekend like this?
Oh, look, we've been doing it since I've been karting since about 6 years, so we try and do everything as a family. So it's pretty special to be all here together at the same time. Makes it a lot easier when they're in the same place too.
Is there a chance for all 3 of the boys to have a debrief throughout the race weekend?
Usually at the end of the day or in the car ride home, but we're heading into different directions tonight, so we'll have a debrief later on.
Is there one particular driver that makes you more nervous than the others, or is it all as bad as each other?
Oh, they all have their moments, definitely. No, absolutely. No, I just like watching them all do really well, so it's just great to be part of it all.
It's great to have you here and have your support. We might see if we can grab a quick word from Seb. I know he's just been talking on the radio. Can you give us a thumbs up? Yeah, perfect. We've got slick tyres on the car, which is good news. How do you see this one playing out?
Sorry, repeat that.
I said we've got slick tyres on the car for the first time in this weekend. How do you see this playing out?
Yeah, hopefully the race stays dry. It would be nice to have at least one dry race this weekend. But yeah, I'm just excited to have a crack.
From fairly far back on the grid here, what is the strategy for that first lap? We know how critical the first lap is.
Very aggressive on the first lap, hopefully make some positions. But yeah, we've got some work to do this race.
We wish you all the best. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, Ree. There is a bit of urgency happening on the second row of the grid here, and it surrounds Kanato Lee's car. So the crew from High Tech are all over it at the moment. The engine cowling or engine cover has come off the car. Some of the tech members from Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand are here as well. Now, we haven't confirmed finally, but we believe it may be a coil issue with this car. So in the meantime, we're counting down. We've got 2 minutes to race start here. Very, very feverish work going on. Engine cowling standing by. What we might do, I'll update you as we go here, but in the meantime, let's take you to your commentators. Here's Richard Craill and Andrew Waite. Bit of a race against time for Kanato Lee.
Second in the championship coming into the weekend. Third now by 1 point, having been jumped by Ryan Wood, Rusty. So this has very important for the Japanese driver. As we settle our place in the world, the bottom of the South Island, you find the city of Invercargill. We're only 10 minutes out of the central business district and all the accommodation here. Really beautiful part of the world. The Oreti River on the right of screen, and the beach not far away either. Teretonga Park, just over 2.5 Ks. Been racing here since the 50s. 44 Formula One drivers in the great history of our sport have raced at this venue, including the current world champion Lando Norris. This was recorded on the glasses of Nolan Alla, the Meta glasses, before race 2 earlier today. A really cool insight from the young American driver as he drives out of pit lane. So it was wet earlier, dry now. This is earlier today, but an amazing insight. The view that these drivers had looking through the halo and into the spray in front, even at slow speed.
Yeah, it certainly gives you a true insight of just how slippery it is. Look at that. Even on the outlap, you can see the car moving around. He's trying to explore the grip, seeing what's going on, and look at the rain on the visor as well. That gives you a true insight of what goes on for a driver. Look at all the buttons on the steering wheel. You can see the yellow one there on the left-hand side up the top. That is the push to pass button, which is now active for this race. And you got the pit lane speed limit button up to the left of that as well. So again, you can see Nolan Alla there. He's turning left, turning right. At the same time as he's trying to warm the tyres up, he's also feeling what level of grip he has underneath them. So even at those slow speeds, you can see just what is going on for those drivers. As Kanato Lee still stuck on the grid there. Got an issue with that car. Not good for his championship.
It's a weekend of so much promise for High-Tech. Their cars have been right in the mix and as racy as anyone this weekend, but the Japanese driver is going absolutely nowhere. This team working feverishly on the grid with the engine cover off to try and get him going. But whatever's happened, it has not worked, and he's struggling to get a gear by the looks of it.
There's mention of it, something to do with the coil, but whatever's going on, they obviously found some sort of issue while I was sitting there on the grid.
Speaking of, thanks to Cream Insurance, let's check it out. So Freddie Slater scored pole position for this, was cleared of any dramas from bringing out the red flag. So we'll start from pole position. Ugo Igachukwu, the championship leaders, off the outside of the front row, having won earlier today. Kanato Lee, supposed to start from third alongside his teammate Jin Nakamura. Louis Sharp and Zach Schooler next. Great qualifying performance for Schooler out of 6th. Rovan Pera from 7th. Racy this morning. So exciting to watch. Yuampi Sway from 8th, Rivera and Wood. So Ryan's got some job to do today. Theo McLaughlin and then Yevon David out of 12 with his massive Sri Lankan fan club cheering him on. Jack Taylor from 13th, Cooper Shipman having scored a podium this morning. Great drive, but he's got work to do from 14th. Nolan Alla 15th, and then Cardi Baptista from 16th. Seb Manson right at the back of the field from 17th alongside Trevor Latourette. And this does not look like it is going to be successful for Kanato Lee and for High-Tech to get this car racing.
And that is just a friendly reminder of how much goes into these championships to be able to pull it all together. Not only do you need to be mistake-free as a driver, you need the engineers to be doing their job at the absolute top of their game, and you very rarely see these cars have mechanical issues. So it's just so much goes into getting a championship together.
And Andrew, it has just started raining. Very light, but it has started raining.
If that doesn't sum up the Castrol Tour de Formula Regional Oceania cars this weekend, it's, I don't know what is. Every time they are on track, it's either lightly raining and getting worse, or there is now rain forming. So as if these drivers aren't already nervous enough. As we see them there on the 6th drone cam. I tell you what, their heart rates would have gone up a few more notches, seeing sprinkles of rain on their visors.
They're racing for the Spirit of a Nation Cup, established in 2005. To recognise the diversity and the spirit of the competitors. It's been won by drivers like Chris Pither, who's the driver standards advisor for the category. Brendan Leach, the local, who grew up just 15 minutes away from this circuit. And the start has been delayed. You can see the board flashing there on the start line on the gantry. Lando Norris won it in 2016. Liam Lawson, Charlie Wirtz and Arvid Lindblad, the defending champion. So there will be a delayed start plus 5 minutes, which is just going to add some more nerves with this light rain falling now.
This is just, yeah, this is what's going to unfortunately delay it more for the rain to come in. So stranger full 5-minute delay to be added to this. So it's, we can hear the engines running when the car's on the grid as well from our commentary position, and you certainly won't be able to leave them running for 5 minutes. They're going to have to turn them off, get the crews back out to get them restarted again. So unless there's another issue further around the track.
Surprised they haven't just flagged them off for another formation lap, but race control know what they're doing. Ryan Wood, you just saw he was waving around in the cockpit, so I wonder if he's battling some engine temperature issues, even in the cool of the day, and it's only 13.5 degrees at the moment. If that, the wind chill's even lower as the teams do rush out of pit lane. These cars do not like sitting still. They only cool when they are moving and getting air through the radiators. Rusty?
I'm just watching over Kanato Lee's shoulder here. So the good crew from High Tech, there are technicians, as we said, from Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand. Richard, they were cycling up through the gearbox, right? They were trying to select gears. Now, without the engine running, it seemed to, on the dash, click up and down all the relevant gears, but maybe that is not what it was doing for some reason on the grid. Now, they're hopeful that they can get him to start from the lane here. Obviously, there was a real urgency to push him back around the club rooms, the Southland Sports Car Club rooms here, back into the dummy grid area where we are now. I don't know if I'm going to get permission from the team here. Can I talk to Kanato? Can I talk to... No, they're saying no. High Tech are saying no at the moment, guys. Apologies. So they're trying to put it into the gear, but it's not engaging properly or something. There's a bit of... I'll find out more, but that looks like the rough communication at the moment.
It's certainly a tough one, not being able to get it into gear there. It's quite an awkward car to get into gear with the way that these gearboxes do work. But Freddie Slater put it on pole position for this race here. Let's have a look at an onboard lap for him in qualifying. Look at the lack of vision once again as he goes down the front straight. The faster you get, the harder it is to see. You're trying to eye up the braking marker on the outside of the circuit. And from this point here, this is where we've seen so many cars come off. You can see the way he cleared the brake, rolled the speed in. And at this point, picking the throttle up, looking towards the inside of the track, trying to stay off the white line on the outside as it's super slippery. So hard to go late into there because it's sort of a first right-hander into a tighter part of the circuit. And then being super gentle on the car through here. You'll see him breathe off the throttle to try settle it down before on the brake, working on getting it rotated and a little snap of oversteer on exit, and got the curb on the outside, which lit the car up into a wheel spin. He's made his way back towards the last corner, braking in a diagonal towards the outside of the corner, and then from there you're focusing on the throttle. You can see how smooth the throttle application was on the exit, and that lap was good enough to put him on pole.
It was a great lap, and it was his first pole position of the season so far, and a critical one, having won race one yesterday. So solid performance from Freddie Slater. Real opportunity for the driver that won the sprint race at the Macau Grand Prix. Was denied the feature, but was impressive nonetheless on that very difficult street circuit in the southern corner of China. And we're hearing 1 minute now until the formation lap. And that looks like the end of the day for Kanato Lee. 4th place in race one, only 16th earlier today. This has been a bruising weekend for the high-tech driver. Rusty?
I'm not sure if he'll have a chat with me here, guys, but as you can see, I was just literally getting the word when Tony picked up the pictures. Not allowed to start the race from the dummy grid area here, unfortunately.
Yeah, thanks, Rusty. So that'll be in the FIA regulations about a car needing to be on the grid or at pit exit, and I think because the start process had already been partially completed and that car was moved from the grid, the start delayed as a result, and it went sort of in the wrong way into the paddock and then back out to the formation grid. So there'll be regulations around that in the sporting manual that governs the way these races run. The 6 drone cam shows the cars taking off, so another opportunity to build some heat and tyre temperature. These cars have been sitting now for 5 minutes, and they'll go again.
It's always tough as well when you sit on the grid like that, when you're amped up, ready to start the race, and another further 5 minutes delays you from getting underway. So weaving those tyres side to side, building up that temperature. They get 8 uses of the push to pass as well in this race, compared to 6 in the sprint races.
The race will be 1 lap shorter than scheduled on account of the additional formation laps, so 29 laps rather than 30. Tension in the air ahead of this one with so much on the line. Ugu Chukwu leads the championship. 44 points was the margin. It was 25 before the race earlier today, before race 2. Ryan Wood second, 1 point in front of Kanato Lee, which will remain that way regardless of where either driver finishes, because Kanato will score no points in this race. Jin Nakamura is 4th in the championship, a further point back. So 186 for Wood, 185 for Lee, 184 for Nakamura, 180 for Freddie Slater, who's 5th. Louis Sharp, a further 4 points further back on 176 points. So just 10 points covering 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th in the championship. But 44 to Ugu Chukwu, who leads.
See how slowly Freddie Slater's bringing them up to the grid here. It means he won't have to sit on the grid as long, because he's bunched them all up before they do stop. Great shots from our 6th drone cam there.
Spirit of a Nation Cup. It's GB on pole, USA on the outside of the front row. Japan has row 2 to themselves. And then you go back to New Zealand in the form of Louis Sharp and Zach Skula, with Finland flying proudly in 7th place. And light mist falling. You can see it out our window in the tower adjacent to row 1 of the grid. Here we go. Spirit of a Nation Cup at Teretonga. Slater and Ugu Chukwu on the front row. It's the championship leader with a better initial jump from the 6th drone cam. Great start further back as well. Nakamura away smartly, but Skula's got an even better start and slides into 3rd place. Wheel to wheel in front. Ugu Chukwu's on the outside. Can Freddie Slater hold on? The M2 competition teammates are battling this one out. Freddie Slater's going to be clear, and now Skula's going to fight in and go side by side with the championship leader. Off the road goes Cooper Shipman, but what's going on out in front? Skula is off the road. Zach Skula's come off. Ugu Chukwu clear in front. Zach's off right of screen, sliding back into view. Just understeered off the road. For a moment was in 2nd position, now he's absolutely nowhere.
Quite a few cars off in that first lap, just with that slight sprinkle of rain. And
Ernesto Rivera, his weekend started with him saying on the front row, I'm going to send it at turn 1, and he did, and he ended up in the gravel trap. And he has brought out the GR Supra safety car. All that build-up, all that hype. Front wing has gone MIA on the Red Bull Genius car, and the safety car is out.
Tough start to the race for those guys. Finally get underway with some dry conditions. And there's light sprinkles of rain. So just at that start there, Ugu Chukwu, he was doing a good job on the outside, but then just caught the marbles. And as soon as you do that, as soon as you get that rubber on the outside of the track, you just can't get the car back, because they're on the side of the car where you need the most workload. You want to ask as much as you can of those tyres, and if you can't get it back in, you just end up getting wider and wider and then off. But it didn't quite leave the track, but it was enough that it forced them to have to yield another position there as well before we saw Skula also leave the road.
The swings and roundabouts of Zach Skula's season, man, from highs of a race 2 win at Hampton Downs and then one race 3 at Taupo. And when he's on, he is as fast as anybody. But then just bad luck and misfortune, and he can be running in a good position and it all goes awry. So it's been a really, really tough weekend, this one in particular, for Skula, who's now 7th in the championship. Rivera will be recovered. Fighting stuff on the opening lap. Ugu Chukwu out wide at turn 1. Slater had the inside line and it worked perfectly as they exited the corner, and it opened the door for Skula to get up the inside. Also off the road was Cooper Shipman, who had quite a large moment through the undergrowth but was able to gather it back up, and as a result, he's dropped right down to 16th position. It's a bit to unpick through all of that one, Andrew Waite.
We're off in all sorts of directions there, but Cooper Shipman super lucky not to lose his front wing as well, like Ernesto Rivera did as well. So off the start, there was a good initial launch there for Ugachukwu, but then Slater was just able to hold on enough. They made their way down towards turn one, side by side. Chukwu tried forcing the issue. They stayed side by side at that point, and right there is where Ugachukwu there got onto the marbles, ran wide, got stuck out there, and that allowed Schooler up the inside. But then from there, Schooler went straight ahead.
Louis Sharp it was. It was contact with Yuanpu Tsui into turn two that caused Rivera to end off buried in the gravel trap. Watch middle shot. Someone had an enormous moment here. It was Ryan Wood who got out over the curb. Behind that was Shipman going off into the gravel, but Ryan Wood got the car right out onto that painted line and was enormously sideways. And that's the end result of that. Let's see if there was contact there or not with Rivera, but he was running there or thereabouts with the 5 car, I think. He was quite a way up the leaderboard though, to be fair.
So rescue team hard at work at the moment, recovering that car out on track. All the drivers can do at this point is keep up that tyre temp, get themselves set for another restart. Just have a look at another replay here.
Yeah, there's so much to unpick. So one, Ryan Wood out wide has a huge slide. Behind him is Cooper having that moment. Now keep an eye, the battle behind Louis Sharp there, so turning in. So Sway, the white and green car, and it's contact with Rivera, who was on the outside, but a long way back. And then going off out of shot was Zach Schooler. So he did that on his own. There was definitely contact between this car and Sway, but Rivera was a long way back, sort of on the rear wheel of the number 5 car from MTech just in front.
I'm still super impressed that Ryan Wood managed to save that slide. He would have been on the rack stops trying to save that slide. And when I'm talking about rack stops, he was at the maximum available lock to be able to save that slide. Super, super lucky as he was out over the curb, just touching the dirt, and caught the right rear tyre and lost all the grip on that tyre, caused him to go into a slide. And he will be quite relieved at that point when you got so many other cars behind you to save that.
Lost 1 spot through that exchange, is back down to 11th position. Here it is again. Keep an eye on the car 7th in the queue, orange and black on the outside. So out into the dirt he was. And then we looked at the 14 car firing it off. And then this again. So that's a strange one for Rivera and Sway to take the front wing off the car. It's hard to unpick.
Yeah, it sort of looked like he got caught on the dirt there on the way in, potentially. So, yeah, it's a bit going on. Either way, it is under investigation, so race control will be looking over that one to work out exactly what has gone on.
So good luck to Chris Pither. It's up to him upstairs to work with the stewards of the meeting and the officials in race control to determine the outcome of those incidents. We remain behind the GR Supra safety car, and there'll be 25 laps to go next time by.
If you're tuned into qualifying as well, you would have seen Freddie Slater was part of a situation at the second last corner when the red flag came out, and generally you lose a 3 grid place penalty for causing a red flag, but because there were 2 cars involved and there was no one predominantly at fault, which was deemed by race control, it more or less cancelled each other out and there was no penalties applied. So there's a few questions around that one, but that's the way that race control and Motorsport New Zealand, working alongside the rest of the TGR team, got to the bottom of that one.
Common sense written about it, doesn't it, really? I think here's the leaders behind the safety car. Look at them all working hard to try and generate some rear tyre temperature to get this launch again right when they go back to racing. There is Ryan Wood. 11th position, has got some work to do. We have not had enough racing to activate push to pass yet, so they still have not utilised a push of the button. If you're new to CT Frod and you've not seen it, the 8 pushes allowed in the race. Great hardcore fans down in this part of the world. Oh, it's good fun. 8 pushes, 10 seconds of activation, 25 horsepower per boost. And you can use it to defend as much as you can to overtake, but you get a lockout of 100 seconds after you've pushed it and you use that boost. And at Teretonga, that's 2 laps.
It is, so it makes it very difficult, and we've seen so quite often at Taupo at the last round there, the way that they use the push to pass to counter-attack as well. They'll try force the driver in front and to using it while you didn't, so then the next lap, as you came back around, you were able to use the push to pass, but the car in front that was defending was no longer able to use it. So there was those sort of tactics going on as well.
We're hearing one more lap. On control of the GR Supra safety car. One more lap for Freddie Slater to compose himself and get himself ready to go. The reigning Formula Regional European champion. Having a really good weekend, one that we've been talking about for a little while now in this series. Yevon David is running 6th at the moment, so he's had a terrific start to this, taking advantage of some of the misfortune in front.
So the incident that was under investigation from the start of the race there, it has been reviewed and there is no further action on that one, so that has been cleared.
Drivers up the order looking for season best results. Among them is Yuanpu Cui for MTech from the Jian province in China. He's had wins in Formula Regional Middle East and in Europe last year. Massively successful junior karting career, 17-year-old. There he is, and he's got Yevon David in behind him for Kiwi Motorsport. 18-year-old Sri Lankan, he was born in London, grew up in Singapore. A lot of karting in Australia in his junior career. He'll race for the AIX Grand Prix team in the FIA Formula 3 Championship this year. One of 9 drivers that will contest the Formula 3 Championship on the road to the FIA Formula 1 World Championship this year. So they'll be back in this part of the world in just a couple of weeks for the Formula 1 Australian Grand Prix, which is the first round of F3 internationally. The lights are out. We're going to go to racing. There'll be 23 laps left in the Spirit of a Nation trophy race. Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. There is only 1 round to go after this one. We head up the road about 200 kilometres to Highlands for the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. There's a postponed race as well, so race 3 from this weekend postponed. So we'll work out where that's going to land as well. And the championship will be decided.
As if there wasn't already going to be enough racing action at Highlands. Hopefully they're able to sneak that race in the postponed one.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how push to pass plays out. They've kept us waiting long enough. We're going to find out. They'll have 23 laps, so 8 of those. They get 8 pushes of it. Here we go. Freddie Slater leads the field back to green. In the Spirit of a Nation Cup. Here at Teretonga, great restart from the Brit. He pulls the margin over the championship leader. Louis Sharp is 3rd. He's got Jin Nakamura in behind him in the tow. Yevon David is in the tow and then out of it as he goes side by side with Sway towards turn 1. So the battle is on for 5th and 6th. Tough to pull that one off around the outside. And car number 5 holds on to P number 5.
Their restart was certainly compounded for Freddie Slater there. He got a good launch, and then on top of it, Ugachuku there, he also lost the rear, got a little bit of wheel spin, so that opened the gap out even more for Freddie Slater. It allowed him to be out front under no pressure.
This is going to be a big race for Kalle Rovanperä too, who's been so good in the wet, in the low grip conditions this weekend. This is the first opportunity to see him in the dry at the front of the field. Coming off the back of his career first podium finish yesterday, backed it up with 5th place in race number 2. He runs inside the top 7 in this one. Push to pass activated at the end of this lap so they can use that extra 25 horsepower. Schooler looking around the outside of Phil McLaughlin. Side by side they go through turn 1.
It's a long way around there, but Schooler got the move done, moved up a position. Great job.
Freddie Slater out in front in clean air, 1 second to the good of Ikechukwu early in this race. Louis Sharp hanging on in 3rd place, but this will start to move rapidly after this lap when push to pass gets activated. Who uses it early, who keeps it up their sleeve? And the fact we've had no dry racing so far means no one knows how effective it's actually going to be here. There's just been no preparation for it.
Straight away there, Schooler, he's on the button, he's pressed the push to pass button. You can see him slowly come up on the back of Calais Rovanpera there. Rovanpera is also in the slipstream, but he didn't look like he used it. Looked like even David did. As Schooler gets the move done around the outside.
Great pass, Zach Schooler. So using the button, using the extra 25 horsepower, that's the difference. That shows you what it is. But he is now locked out. He cannot use it for 100 seconds.
And providing Calais Rovanpera didn't use it, which didn't look like he did, he will get the best opportunity this lap because he knows that Schooler cannot use it this lap coming up. So you need, if you're Calais Rovanpera, to get a really good exit and get on that push to pass button to try and counter-attack.
He might want to make more ground because we understand he is under investigation for the safety car restart, Zach Schooler. So that's being looked at by Motorsport New Zealand Race Control. Rovanpera on the button. As you suggested, rain light was flashing. So he's looking to get himself up to the back.
He's trying, he fakes out to the right-hand side, not quite close enough. I think it makes it a little bit harder as well when someone's on the push-to-pass button and the 2 cars in front aren't on it. There's that slipstream effect, so that takes away, obviously it's 25 horsepower more, but you lose probably half that amount in slipstream advantage as the cars in behind close up as well.
Ryan Wood's just behind Rovanpera now, so up to 9th place from 11th at the restart, so it's been effective. Ikechukwu sets the quickest lap of the race at a 54.05, so he's got good pace. It's only 2/10 off the lap record in these cars here, which was set by Liam Lawson in 2020. So the track is very fast. It's been cleaned all weekend long. This little battle pack headed up by Yevon David. 53.6 for Ikechukwu, breaks the lap record. And he gets the lead margin down to 0.8 of a second to our race leader, Freddie Slater. That's the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Louis Sharp in front of Jin Nakamura. Choi continuing to hold on. He's got a 2nd over Yevon David. A little bit further back behind this battle pack. And then you find Zach Schooler, Calais Rovanpera and Ryan Wood. Theo McLaughlin rounding out the top 10.
This is a great recovery as well for Louis Sharp. He's had a shocking weekend to this point. Some of it due to bad luck with not getting a proper run in qualifying yesterday morning due to so many red flags and then getting caught out in an incident from being off the back. So to be running inside the top 3 this race is certainly feel good for him.
Ikechukwu close enough now to get some tow from our race leader as they notch off another lap, and side by side further back, Zach Schooler having a run on Yevon David is going to go side by side on the run towards turn 1. Can he sweep around the outside again? He's certainly going to try. David keeps the wheel up the inside and keeps the position as well. Good hard racing. They're wheel to wheel behind Ryan Wood, going all the way around the outside of Calais Rovanpera, but it's not paid off. He got out in the marbles. He's trying to clean the tyres, you can see. So, and as a result, he's actually lost a spot to Theo McLaughlin. Had a go, didn't pay off.
And that's the effect that it has when you get out of those marbles. Not only does it affect you for that corner, it affects you for the next few. After that, you just can't get the car back to the race line because those tyres are so dirty. And still, Ryan Wood under pressure after getting wide at the exit of turn 1.
Jack Taylor looking to go around the outside, gets the door shut, and he's going to lose a position because Seb Manson is right in behind him as well. So this 3-car freight train locked together, 4 in fact, because behind Manson is Nolan Alla, and around the outside goes Taylor. Is he going to sweep across the front, or will Wood hold his ground? And Taylor is going to get out in the marbles as well, unless he's careful. slots in behind car number 40 and holds position. So Ryan Wood clings on to a position inside the top 10. Nolan Alla clinging on to the back of this with Giles Motorsport. Freddie Slater the leader by 0.4. This is that battle again.
School there on the outside, getting it a bit wide. And then from there, Ryan Wood tried to go around the outside of Kelly Rompera, got into the marbles, and from there you just can't do anything as this battle is starting to heat up between Freddie Slater and Uga Chukwu, the two N2 competition drivers.
Slater was on the push to pass. We're hearing he may have had a moment coming onto the straight potentially, so he got onto the push to pass to push to not be passed, and it's paid off because he holds onto the lead from Uga Chukwu. He couldn't use the toe to get past. So we're understanding he may have gone off at turn 5 potentially on the last lap, and he drops the wheel off. He almost goes off at turn 2, right on the ragged edge, Freddie Slater.
And that's the thing for Freddie Slater. He used the push to pass to make sure he didn't get past, but he is hustling the car this lap to build enough of a gap that when they get to the straight, Uga Chukwu isn't able to take advantage with that push to pass. Providing Uga Chukwu's got a push to pass, he's going to use it. Maybe not available from this lap. He probably used it at the same time.
5-second time penalty coming the way of Zach Schooler for a safety car restart breach. So that will get added to his race time. He's 7th at the moment. 5 seconds would see him tumble down the order outside the top 10 at the moment, the way they run. The lead is still locked together. Lap 15 of 29. Oh, wow, he had an off. He had a massive off.
Super lucky that wasn't any worse. You can see how much the front of the car lifted off the road. And that allowed the gap to close just enough.
The steer through there again, pushing out wide through turn 5. That 6 a little kink, and then into 7, which is arguably the most critical corner on the racetrack because it dictates how you go all the way down this 840-metre long front straight. Look at Freddie looking in his mirrors, and the classic weave begins as they go left and go right. Uga Chukwu is on the push to pass. He goes round the outside. Championship leader wrestles the race lead away from Freddie Slater.
Gets the move done. Now, again, remember, the push to pass will not be available for Uga Chukwu in the next lap. So Slater needs the lap of his life here to close that gap back up so he can try and do the same back to Uga Chukwu there to go round the outside of him.
Great racing in CT Front. The 2 leaders out in front. Louis Sharp is next and was quicker than the pair of them last time by. Wow, off the road again. That's not going to help you, Louis. Freddie, I should say, it is trying to chase down the leader. So Freddie Sharp wide, out over that curb. It's been his bogey corner in this race.
Yeah, Freddie Slater wide over that curve again. You can see they're struggling with understeer through that turn 5, and that is enough to give plenty of breathing room for Uga Chukwu there to just sail off into the distance. And then now, under pressure by Louis Sharp is Freddie Slater.
That was the race. I think that moment might have been the race. Little error, man, he couldn't get into the toe of Uga Chukwu. He couldn't use the push to pass, and it opens the door for Louis Sharp to get himself up one position and recover from what's been a tough weekend. And it's raining again, by the way, just to throw some more drama into this one.
So just getting reports, there's quite a lot of rain at that part of the track there at turn 5, so that explains why they've got so much understeer through there. Look at the shot in the background, how misty it is. That is rain. That is the direction you normally see it come from here at Teretonga Park.
This one far from over there. Schooler, he's got Evan David in front, 6th and 7th position, and Theo McLaughlin, the Irishman's on a bit of a charge here. He's recently passed Calais Rovenpera to get himself up into 8th position, and he's going out after Zach Schooler. So that's just confirmation of that penalty for the restart breach that we touched on earlier. And that will be added afterwards. Right now, they just race for what they've got. Ryan Wood still in 10th place, then Jack Taylor, Sebastian Manson, Nolan Alla, Cooper Shipman off early in this one, and Paddy Baptista.
Certainly has that look about it, doesn't it? When you look in the background, just how gloomy it is out on track as we see there. Even David with a bit of a slide. There is certainly rain falling in that part of the track. You normally don't see these cars sliding through that part of the track. So they are now starting to battle the conditions.
Schooler has to defend as well from Phil McLaughlin. We're hearing safety car. Safety car, and Rihanna has just mentioned from pit lane, proper rain. So it is properly raining here at Teretonga, and that's why we're under safety car.
That's Seb Manson there. So he's got the wall on the exit of turn 4 there, so...
Quite heavily too, by the looks of it. Yeah. Front and rear wings missing on this car. It is pouring, absolutely teeming down here at Teretonga. The 6th drone can shows the scene. Great to see young Seb moving around in the car. Oh man, that thing has had an enormous accident.
That is the main thing, seeing him jump out of that car. Obviously a lot of damage to that car, but most importantly, Seb, he's climbing out of that car, and that is just a huge testament to the safety of these T2's chassis, these Castrol Tour de Formula Regional Oceania cars. They are very, very safe. There's a lot of safety gear that goes into making sure that these drivers...
Yeah, it's not just the halo that's the visible component, isn't it? It's all the crash structure and the carbon fibre tub that have evolved so quickly over the years. That's clearly where the car has gone in to the tyre banks here around Teretonga. And the carbon fibre monocoque, the crash structures, the side impact protection as well. The big carbon box on the back of the car's rear crash structure. The nose takes impact as well. And the word is now that the track has been declared wet. So that does two things. It allows you to put a wet tyre on if you want, but also it allows or removes the use of push to pass. What a weekend for the Manson family. And Marco coming off a remarkable win in an unbelievable Formula Ford race in NAPA Formula Ford New Zealand Championship just early. He's watching his brother and glad that he is A-OK. Recovery teams on site and tending to him, get that car recovered. So the track has been declared wet, no push to pass. Ukachukwu is the race leader. 10 laps remaining in this one.
This is certainly where they're going to have their work cut out now with these conditions. Slicks on a track like this with rain falling. Just shows how quickly it can all change. You can just start seeing them slide around a bit. And all it took was one car to leave the road.
And red flag, the race has been suspended. And I'm taking a punt here, Andrew, but I reckon it could be to allow the teams to put wet tyres on.
Yep, for sure.
So the teams aren't set up. We should clarify, the teams are not set up for racing pit stops. So unlike Formula 1 or IndyCar, even Formula 2, they're not set up to perform competition pit stops. So from a sense of balance and making sure everyone has the same opportunity, the race is suspended. Teams can come in, fit a wet weather Pirelli tyre, and then resume the race in the order that they currently run, but with a wet weather tyre.
So they still managed to get Shipman's car there done in enough time to get it back out on track without losing a lap, looking like it. So they'll get that done as quickly as they possibly can. So red flag means they'll stop on the main straight. So there's Seb Manson in the background there, so he just loses the rear, only the tiny loss of the rear end. And obviously at that point, you've got to correct back the way the car is sliding. The car's straightened up, and then you're on the brakes, and before you know it, you're on the grass, and there's not a lot of room from that point.
So Seb Manson's car will be lifted onto the flatbed truck, all the team in pit lane. Wait for a resumption of this. So the race has been suspended under red flag conditions here at Teretonga. That's a great sign Sebastian back. Mark Pilcher, the team boss at M2 competition. Remarkably successful squad. And Rusty on the scene there, just making sure that young bloke's all right. Let's go down, but let's go to Rihanna first.
Carls, it's just been one of those weekends, hasn't it? It rains, it stops, it rains, it stops. Obviously, we had a quick downpour just before Cooper Shipman came into pit lane, fitted those wet tyres on. Pretty much every team had wet tyres out, ready to go to their cars, but it had stopped raining now. It's stopped raining for this brief period, so now there's confusion at Kiwi Motorsport. What do? Do we put the slicks back on? Do we keep the wets on? It's just been one of those weekends where it's just such a gamble and so difficult for teams to make a decision.
I'm with Sebastian Manson, who's just had a word to some of the management and the crew here at M2. Firstly, mate, you look like you're okay, are you?
Yeah, all good. Just a little knock.
Just tell us what unfolded, how it felt. The weather was tricky, obviously, and what state the chassis is in the car.
Yeah, just probably a little bit ambitious while the rain was coming down. Grabbed fourth gear coming out of the exit of turn 2, and then just lost it into the entry of turn 3. Just couldn't keep it out of the barriers.
Will it be right for next weekend? Important home race, obviously, with the Grand Prix.
Hopefully, you will have to have a check with the mechanics and everything. But yeah, I would love to hope it's all right. But yeah.
Okay. Respect the honesty. Thank you, mate.
Cheers. Thank you.
Greg Rust with Sebastian Manson down there in the M2 competition pit. So thank you to Rusty and for Seb for having a chat. Open and admire his honesty about how that one played out. And then you heard from Rihanna before that. So the rain has just picked up again, as we were hearing from Seb Manson. I wonder what you do, and it's such a light shower, and it's only a little passing one according to the radar. So do you put a wet on, or do you roll the dice and keep it on a slick tyre? And if you're Ugo Chukwu, what on earth do you do? Because you got a 50-50 chance of getting it right at this point.
At this exact moment, what Ugo Chukwu is doing right now is the right call, just to sit there and wait it out as long as you can before you make any decisions. Because you don't want to make a decision now, right, let's go to wets, put them on, and then we sit here for another 10-15 minutes and it dries out, or vice versa. So the best thing to do here is just sit and wait it out, as you can lightly see that rain starting to fall. And they cannot change the wets while they are sitting out there. So they've got to come into the lane to be able to put the wet weather tyres on, so they can still not work on the cars out there. So that makes it super difficult for these guys as they sit there and watch that rain fall, knowing, do we come in for the wets? Do we not? Of course, if you're a bit further down the field, you take a gamble, unless it's an obvious, right, it's pouring down rain, we all need wets. That you may stay on slicks, or vice versa, or if it's starting to clear up, or you know, right in the middle, you do the opposite if you're down the back and you know you can make a few positions. But if you're up the front like Ugo Chukwu there, you take the safe option. If it's looking wet, you come in first lap, put the wets on, get on with it. But with only 9 laps remaining, that's not a lot of time, so it is certainly going to be a bit of a gamble from here.
So the Kiwi Motorsport team took the gamble to stop early for Cooper Shipman. It seems unlikely that it could pay off for them with the way that this is all going to play out, but we're just waiting on some clarity on how that all rolls. Ugo Chukwu, Slater, Sharp, Nakamura, Shui inside the top 5, which would represent his best race of the season so far. Don't worry about the cars on the circuit there, folks. If you're watching from home, they've just opened the circuit to allow some of the competitors in other categories to get themselves out of the circuit, start the drive home to wherever they might be going.
So this could work out perfectly for Shipman here. If it starts raining more, he's in the pit lane now. He didn't lose a lap there, so he's going to be able to rejoin at the back of the queue. And if the rain gets worse to a point where everyone either needs to come in or they're just too slow due to the wet conditions, I feel like he's in the box seat here.
The question is, though, is that if they decide to allow the field to put a wet on under the suspension in the race, get them into pit lane and do that. So Stephen Giles Motorsport, who with young Jack Taylor has found a little bit of a talent after his experiences this weekend and what he showed at Topor in the Denny Hole Memorial Trophy race where he finished 6th, having qualified on pole position. So you could be on the money here, Andrew Waite, that Cooper Shipman could be in the perfect position. So they're not allowed to change on the straight. And we're hearing 10 minutes now until the race resumption. So that will just allow them time to make sure that that tyre wall is all correct and proper, to make sure that the circuit is safe and good to go racing. Again, when we do go racing, that's standard procedure.
And this is certainly making it very, very difficult for these guys as they're watching this rain start to fall. At least the decision's getting easier, what they need to do to come into the lane and put the wet weather tyres on. See some of the tyres there from that impact being pushed up on top of the wall. But the most important part, the safety of these cars these days. You wouldn't even be able to tell that Sebastian Manson's been in an incident, does it? It's just, there was a big hit. The car's got a lot of damage, but as we said, and I'll say it again, the main thing is he's safe.
There's the Yevon David Army. They've still got something to cheer about because he's been spectacular today and in these conditions over the weekend. Ree?
Just down in here in pit lane, and as you can probably understand, when we have these red flag situations, there is a little sense of confusion, and that's not just about the weather and what they do with the tyres. So pretty much every team is just seeking clarity on the exact rules and regulations and how they can go about doing this in this moment, and whether the rain continues, which at the moment has just got slightly lighter for the moment. But yeah, all teams are just actually having a huddle in the middle of pit lane and just seeking the exact clarity on the way in which they need to go about this decision.
So I'm just walking with Stephen Giles here. There's a bit of a huddle happening on the pit wall with some management from all of the other teams, from Kiwi Motorsport, TJ Speed with MD Motorsport, HMD Motorsports I can see there as well. So they've been looking back through the regulations just in relation to what happens in stoppages like this. You can see Bruin Beasley is there as well from MTech, representatives from Hi-Tech as well. So I think there's some discussion about exactly what Ree alluded to there a moment ago about whether, I mean, and now it's eased again, the rain, the misty rain that we've been having as we've been here. So there's debate about what to do, whether to bring them in and swap the tyres over. I'll come back to you guys in a minute. This is ongoing, this discussion.
Thank you, Rusty.
It's a lot of conversation. Obviously, you get different sides of the coin as well, where some guys have made decisions where they've put wets on. They, of course, want this race to be resumed with the long wets. And then you got other cars at the front of the field in championship contention. They want to be able to put wets on now. So in some categories, you are allowed to put, if it's declared wet, then you can put the wets on track because all cars can then get work on them. So there's just been clarification within the rules of exactly where it goes from here.
Yeah, so you can argue that if you're Kiwi Motorsport and you've rolled the dice with Cooper Shipman, who was down the back of the field anyway after that off early on, it's like, well, they made a call. They feel like they should probably be rewarded for that. And if everyone else wants to put wets on, then they can do that. But
they've got to come in the lane.
They've got to come in the pit lane to do that.
So you can certainly understand that argument. But then the flip side of the coin, we don't want to see 20 cars into turn one turn into absolute wrecks as well. So so there's safety on the line at the same time. So yeah, everyone's working hard at making sure that end of the day it comes down to the rules and the way the rules are written, and they've got to be clear on making sure that they follow exactly that and what the outcome is here.
Yeah, and the other thing to keep in mind is that the cars are on track in 4 days. So there's testing sessions, practice start sessions scheduled for Thursday at Hampton, at Highlands, I should say, for the New Zealand Grand Prix. Rusty?
So there's a bit of movement happening here now. Bruin Beasley from MTech, can you tell us what's been relayed to you and what's happening here?
Well, we are now allowed to push the cars back into pit lane and change to wet tyres, which logically we should be able to do it now. On the grid, everyone drive off, but we've got to push them back. So we've got to go all the way down there, push them back in. Everyone gets wet tyres, we start again.
Thank you. There's an update. He's got to go to his crew and get that happening.
Knowing Bruin Beasley for a little while, I appreciate the thought he put into that answer.
Yes, I was lucky enough to do a lot of racing with the Bruin a few years ago, so I can certainly understand where he is going with that one. So they're all just having a discussion at the moment. So 5 minutes until resumption of the race here. So what they're trying to work out, what they're trying to get to the bottom of is, can they work on the cars while they are sitting on the track? And that's what they all want to know. Can they work on it? Can they not? And at this stage, they have figured out they cannot work on it on the track, so they need to get the cars into the lane to be able to do this.
So the teams have been told they push their cars back into pit lane under these red flag conditions, and then they can put the wet weather tyres on. And that's what they're going to do. So they're going pit lane, going the wrong way, and then get them back into their various grid boxes, which if you're MTech and you're all the way up at pit entry end of pit lane, you've got a bit of a push to do. Fortunately, Teretonga is not the hilliest racetrack in the world, so there's not much elevation to deal with.
And then so the question here is, once they put the tyres on, will they sit under red at the end of pit lane?
Well, then the resumption of racing process from a suspended race would pick up from where it left off. Would be that they'd be given the signal, there's a countdown system in place, and then they would resume, because the timing is frozen, so they would resume from where they were and basically go out behind the safety car, and safety car restart, go back to racing. We'll get full confirmation of all this, folks. We're learning on the go, as you are and as the teams are in this process, in their conversations with Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand and Motorsport New Zealand upstairs in race control. In the meantime, the teams have just got to throw some wets at the cars. Now is priority number one, and then they'll get the race to go. Stephen Giles, Giles Motorsport, going to get steps up today. So we are getting word through that there will be a delay to the restart. Some teams have had the right idea and got the cars fired up and are just driving them back into the lane now that they've got them pointing the wrong way. You're not allowed to drive a car the wrong way around a racetrack. That is cardinal sin number one in motorsport. So they'll push them back up to pit entry, and then they'll be able to drive them into their boxes and get them fitted. So we're hearing a delay to get the wets on these cars, so a delay to the restart procedure in this race suspension. In the spirit of a nation trophy race, the Cup, and lots of spirit needed to be shown by these teams representing several different nations from around the world to get this one back and going. So let's have a chat while we're waiting for this process to unfold about some of the moments we've seen so far. Yuan Pu Chui in good nick in the top 5. He's been racy in this one, showing the kind of speed that we've been looking for out of karting superstar out of China, who was successful in F4 racing there. Seb Manson out of the race. Kanato Lee did not start the race with technical issues on his car and was pushed off the grid, was unable to resume his position or start the race from pit lane. And then, of course, Ernesto Rivera, the 17-year-old Mexican youngest driver in the field, lap 1, turn 2. Reef?
I just want to duck under here because Cooper Shipman, you've been sitting here. You dove in and put those wets on first before anybody else. Lots of confusion at the moment with this race, but I suppose up until this point, what's it been like on track?
Well, yeah, you know, it was obviously a dry to start the race, and then when rain started coming down, I was told I was able to come in, so we pitted, put on the wets. Still a bit confused myself about what's going on, but we'll see what the ruling is.
Was it nice for a little bit of dry running for the first time this weekend?
Yeah, it feels like the first time I've seen a dry track in a while. So always good to get some dry running in, but with the way the weather's been all weekend, I knew it was going to probably turn at some point. So yeah, I always knew it was coming.
See how this one plays out. Thanks, Cooper. Really appreciate your time. As you can see, all the teams just trying to fit those wets on safely and as quickly as they can. Lots of confusion in pit lane, but it seems that we've all got everyone on the same page, everyone fitting those wet tyres.
So the clear thing there is obviously we've got everyone that's gone onto wet weather tyres, even though now I say that, it doesn't look like there's much rain falling at all. Just looking at that puddle on the left-hand side there. So there's no rain again. So by the time we get this race underway again, we might see everyone wanting some slick tyres. But some of the cars still getting pushed back into the lane. So that's what we know so far, is they're all going to take wet weather tyres. And the next phase is how they will take their positions back out on track.
So High-Tech go to work. Based on what we've seen so far, Carlo Rovanpera will enjoy a wet tyre and a wet racetrack with his pace from earlier today and yesterday as well. Career best circuit racing weekend for the Finn. Wet's going on the front of Jim Nakamura's car. He's 4th in the race at the moment. High-Tech still looking for their first win of the season, but they've been building and they've been very, very strong. And just heartbreaking for Kanato Lee with a technical issue ruling him out of this race before the start. So no championship points for him, having already dropped down to 3rd in the championship. There's some big championship point swings after this one, especially if Ugachukwu remains out in front. As they run, it would be Ugachukwu 261, Freddie Slater 215 points, Jim Nakamura 208. That is, of course, extremely provisional. Thanks to our hard-working team behind the scenes here that put the show together so you can watch it wherever you might be watching around the world. Appreciate our crew in the truck. Our director has officially missed his flight home, so he's down for another night in Invercargill, and we thank our camera operators around the circuit as well, who've braved some pretty poor conditions all weekend long.
They certainly have, and what gets me here is looking at that puddle down in front. There is no rain forming on that puddle. Yes, looking at our commentary position here, and the track here, the track is still wet. So if we get racing within the next 10 minutes, it is still the right call to go on wet weather tyres. It's not going to be dry enough. It's not warm enough to see a drying track anytime soon. But by the time we get underway, it may be worth someone towards the back of the field taking the gamble and going back onto a slick tyre and giving that a run.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is bad news. The donut van's leaving.
Is that Greg Rust?
Oh, well,
back at it again.
He'll be close. But in fact, I wonder if that does look a little bit like his Ranger. Interesting. I don't know how we're going to debrief today with the donut van's gone. Disappointing. So we're understanding 10-minute signal is about to be displayed again. Yep, and so it'll be 10 minutes. So the countdown is on from now to get this one going again and resume the race following a race suspension with Ugachukwu at the front after a great move. Used the push to pass to perfection on Freddie Slater and got that pass done down towards turn 1.
Use it to absolute perfection, the way he got that move. And from there, once those conditions started changing, and this is the thing as well for Ugachukwu there, he's been good in wet conditions, he's been good in dry conditions, so it doesn't seem to matter what we've got coming our way for him. It's he seems to be able to make it work.
It's amazing. This will be for probably after the safety car is in 8 laps of racing, but short, sharp championship, it's so important. Every single point, every single lap is so critical in CT Frot in this condensed championship. 4 weekends this year rather than 5. 4 races every weekend rather than 3. So 15 races to make up the championship. 3 races at Highlands in a week's time, culminating in the Grand Prix. Ree?
We're just going to try and get a quick word with Freddie Slater here. Freddie, another little delay before we get going. It's been such a confusing sort of 10 minutes or so, but you've been so strong all race long. How do you keep your focus for this?
Yeah, it's been pretty hectic. I thought we weren't changing, then we are, then we're not. And I think it's more hectic for the teams, to be honest, to organise it all. But now it's just reset, completely different condition, try and win this race and see where we end up.
What were the track conditions like for you guys out there?
Yeah, especially that last lap, it started to rain quite a lot. You know, you saw quite a few people drop a wheel, so wasn't the easiest. But yeah, that's why they pulled the safety car. It would have been nice to race for a little bit longer, but obviously the crash happened, so hopefully everybody is okay.
All the best, mate. Thank you.
Just over Rihanna's shoulder there, beyond Uga Ukachukwa's car, is Jonathan Morey from M2 Competition, who's been good enough to chat with us. Can you just step us through what happened on the pit wall there and what we've been told here?
So the procedure, I mean, this is quite a special place. So the situation we're in is a bit special as well. I think the series and the organizers have the safety of the drivers as a priority, which is good. So it was decided to give enough time to all the teams to change to wet tires, for fairness as well, and not to have any dangerous situation either in pit lane or on track. So we've been allowed to go back to pit lane, change the tires. It's under red flag conditions, so in pit lane you can actually touch the car and do some work on the car. So in this way we are all legal.
And the most difficult thing for us is it was kind of misty, tough rain while that decision is being made. It has stopped as you and I talk here now. This is really tricky, isn't it?
Welcome to Teretonga.
Thank you for chatting with us. Good on you. There he is.
Louis Sharp, appreciate you giving us a quick comment here. We've spoken to everyone, there's confusion everywhere, but just tell me how you refocus, reset to go again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the chaos. I think it can throw some people off, but no, just need to stay cool, calm, and collected. You know, I think yeah, whatever happens. Just need to keep a level head and just refocus.
Everyone's on the wet weather tyres now, but it seems to be drying up. I mean, how do you make this choice?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer. Like the end of the race probably is going to be ready for slicks, but there's not enough laps, and I don't think the slick tyres will switch on fast enough, so you'll lose too much to start with. So no, I mean, everyone's in the same boat, so at least there's no advantage or disadvantage down the field. It's just about trying to make the best of tyres we've got. You know, it's only 9 laps to go, so it's not a long way, but I do think we'll have to manage these tyres. You don't want to be overheating too much with the last couple of laps.
Appreciate your time. I'll let you get set for this one. As you can see, teams continue to go to work on the cars here, and let's get this race underway.
Yeah, agreed, Rihanna. Thank you. And beautifully explained by both of those interviews, I thought, about this procedure. So it's about making sure that everybody's legal from a sporting and the sporting regulation sense. Then there's a safety element as well. And then there's Louis Sharp talking about perhaps not running a slick tyre because you probably wouldn't get it switched on enough. Andrew, I have just checked. Sunset is 9:29 p.m. this far south. So we're okay. We've got plenty of time. It's all right. We get this one in.
I did wonder why you were starting to give that a Google. The sunset time. Plenty of hours left in the day for racing for us.
Here's how it's all played out. This feels like quite a while ago that Ryan Wood had his massive moment. And then off the road went the 14 car. And then this was a strange incident for Ernesto Rivera, who ended up buried in the gravel trap there at turn 2. Race restart. We finally got to see some push to pass in use. Zach Schooler. Remember, Zach still has a 5-second penalty hanging over his head for a safety car restart breach. Then Ugachukwu on the button in a straight line and drove past Freddie Slater to grab the race lead. And then Slater had a couple of big moments at turn 5, and that really cost him the opportunity to fight back and wrestle the lead back and actually open him up to Louis Sharp. And then Sebastian Manson had the big one around the back of Teretonga Park and unfortunately found the bundles. He's okay. We've heard from him, the car not so much, and the team are going to have to go to work, M2 Competition, to get it fixed for the Grand Prix next week at Highlands. So that's a little summary of how we've got to this point, notwithstanding all of the twos and fro's under a suspended race with 10 laps remaining, and Ugo Ugachukwu, the race leader at the moment.
The last driver in shot, Ryan Wood, he'll be looking forward to this weekend being over, I would say. Certainly hasn't had the pace that we've seen out of him in the first 2 rounds. He's not had the pace in the dry or the wet. We heard him say earlier that he's struggling with the high-speed parts of the track, and it is a very, very high-speed track, this. Rihanna.
And Andrew, the irony of all of this is as the cars are slowly getting put into the fast lane of pit lane, it is dry. It is completely dry out here now. It even is a bit brighter. There's less cloud. So we've gone through all of this and the cars are obviously now on the wet weather tyres, but the conditions have certainly got better. But as we've seen as the weekend has been unfolding, that this weather just changes so quickly. So we still don't really know what is going to happen over the next 9 laps.
Marie, what's the feels like temperature at the moment? I know it's been fairly brutal this weekend.
Look, the feels like is better than what it was earlier, and certainly better than what it was yesterday afternoon. But it's still very, very cold out here. And huge shout out to everyone that has stuck out and enjoyed the racing we've had here all weekend long, and of course to all of our officials and our volunteers who have been working so incredibly hard all weekend long. So yeah, huge shout out to everyone who has stuck by us, and hopefully we can put on an entertaining show for the remaining laps of this race.
5:43 p.m. local time in Invercargill. We showed you this earlier. I wanted to show it again. This is Nolan Alla rolling out of the grid earlier today, and this was recorded by the Meta glasses he was wearing on his run to the grid. So wet conditions earlier. It'll look something similar to this when they roll out of pit lane in a second. This is a remarkable insight into what it's like behind the wheel of one of these cars.
This is down into turn 1 straight away. You can see, as I was saying earlier, with how the car moves around so much. And this is obviously just his out lap, so he's just slowly building into it, getting a feel of the grip, feeling what's happening around him. And that's what you do as a driver. You just straight away, as soon as you get on the track, you're trying to work it out. You're trying to work out where the grip is, what's actually going on around you, and see the way he was moving the wheel underneath him there. He's doing that on purpose to try and see where the understeer limit is, just so he can understand the grip that he does have underneath him. Obviously, it's only very, very low speed, so it only gives you a certain representation.
Give a shout out to Nolan's dad, Robert, who is a TV guru, producer in the United States, works on the NHL, among other things. He's been popping in and out of our TV truck here this weekend. And keep an eye out for more of this, I'm told, especially at Highlands. So there might be a little bit more of this coming next weekend at the New Zealand Grand Prix, which would be very, very cool. An amazing shot.
Falling in now. So you can hear him on the radio as well, chatting to the team. That's the button that's on the right-hand side. That's obviously his radio button where he's able to talk to the team as well. So great insight of what it's like from a driver's point of view in these cars. Is just obviously the halo around you, all these safety features. You're sitting so low in the car. It's certainly something when you're locked in those cars, belts are tight, helmets on, visors down, you're in the right position. It's a very, very cool feeling.
Young Nolan, 23 years of age, from Detroit in Michigan, graduate of mechanical engineering. He's been racing Indy Next on the pathway to the NTT IndyCar Series so far. Great to have him as part of the Giles Motorsport team this season. Been a tough run so far for Nolan, who currently sits just outside the top 10 in the championship. 94 points, had a best of 7th, qualified 5th this weekend, which was the best of his weekend for best of his season for race 1. So the sound of racing cars once again. The safety car leads the field out of pit lane. We're going to get a resumption of play here soon, with more variables and more opportunity, which is what we've been talking about all season long. That chance to capitalise on an ever-evolving situation that is CT Front.
Maybe wondering as well why the car at the front is Cooper Shipman. He obviously came in for those wets as the rain started falling before the red flag was called.
They're going to wave Cooper Shipman by, because just with the confusion around how that race suspension played out, he ended up a lap down. So they need to get him back on the lead lap, which is true and correct. So he's passed already and catches the back of the queue, and then we'll go racing once again. The question I've got is Ukachukwu beatable. I mean, he's been so unbelievably strong all weekend and in every condition. He qualified 12th, which we were surprised at in the wet yesterday, but it was such a compromised session. He didn't get a clean lap, and he raced his way to 8th, but that was important because it got him pole for race 2 for the reverse top 8, which he then converted into a victory. So again, capitalising. First driver to win 3 times this season, and then qualified 2nd for the feature race. He's just so strong.
He is. The only car that has had an answer to him so far this weekend in terms of pace is Freddie Slater, who was sitting in behind him. Freddie Slater was on pole for this one, and it was wet for the qualifying for this race as well. So Slater does have the pace, but he just doesn't seem to be able to piece it all together. There always seems to be a situation where he just seems to fall back just that little bit further. So if he can piece it together now, he might have a chance.
Needs to judge the restart to perfection, Freddie Slater, to challenge for this one. Louis Sharp waiting and looking to pounce and score some more championship points. Just 10 points between 2nd and 6th in the championship. 44 points Ukachukwu has out in front. We start talking about that kind of margin, we start talking about possibly wrapping up things on the Saturday of the Grand Prix weekend, where there'll be 2 races. Peter Shipman's about to catch the back of the field. Tell you what, his Pirellis are going to be nice and warm for the restart.
That's one advantage he's got out of taking the gamble. At least he's managed to get some nice warm tyres.
And read the conditions as well, to be fair. I understand the grip level better than anybody when the race restarts, when it does restart. 8 laps to go next time by. I suspect there'll be one more lap at the end of this one, given the lights are still on the safety car. Some enthusiastic fans around the back of Teretonga Park. All the teams talking to their drivers, coaching them through this one. It's going to be a short, intense run to the checkered flag.
Get the feeling it is not done yet. We have seen all sorts go on in these conditions. We've seen so many cars off the road at turn 1. Sitting there all weaving again, getting on the throttle on the exit of the corner to warm those rear tyres up. Louis Sharp still sitting there in the 3rd place. Jin Nakamura there, still in the championship hunt after that unfortunate last race where he got caught up in a tangle and really affected his championship points.
Good news, safety car in at the end of this lap. There will be 6 racing laps to go. Spirit of a Nation Cup here at Teretonga Park. What a weekend it has been. Got sunburnt on Friday. Sunburnt and then froze yesterday. And now a massively unpredictable day. Wet. Then it dried out. We did go to the beach.
Had the opportunity to go down to the beach. Took a sticky frock car down there.
Cut some laps, which was very impressive. Check that on the NextGen NZ YouTube channel. Brilliant opener. Brayden and the boys at Scrambler have done an amazing job cutting our packages this weekend. Some beautiful vision. Check all that out on our NextGen NZ socials. All right, how does this play out? Tell me, Andrew Waite. The lights are out on the safety car. He's pulling away from the field.
Fingers crossed we get all cars around turn 1. That is going to be the first hurdle. As you've seen on these restarts, it happened a lot of times, as I was just saying before. But Ukachukwu there is controlling the pace. Freddie Slater right up behind him.
They're teammates at M2 competition, but they won't be thinking about that in this restart. Both desperate to make their mark in their careers. Both desperate to win this race. Ukachukwu has already won 3 times this season, including once this weekend. Freddie Slater has won once this season. Came in race 1 here at Teretonga. All right, here we go. 6 laps to decide this one. Ukachukwu the championship leader. Freddie Slater in 2nd, good restart. Louis Sharp, the Kiwi, in 3rd place, and Nakamura in 4th, a championship contender. Then a couple of wild cards who could throw a joker in the pack in a race to the checkered flag. How does this play out?
Oh,
Ugochukwu off! He's off, the championship leader off! Driving through the undergrowth, can he get out? He's got to get out! Another massive swing in the championship, and he goes from first to last. The championship leader drops it at turn 1, and Freddie Slater is the race leader. Enormous moment in CT Froth this season.
Super lucky there for him to get it back on track and be able to continue on, but that allows Freddie Slater to have that gap out in front. Louis Sharp now elevated up into second. Jin Nakamura putting pressure on him in behind.
Sway next, going well, potentially best race of the season for him. And then Yevon David, same story. Zach Schooler next, but he's got a 5-second penalty, so this is still not working out for him. Theo McLaughlin trying to work his way past. He's up a bunch of spots from where he started. Raven Pera just in behind him as well. The seas parted for Freddie Slater, and he finds himself 2 seconds to the good of Louis Sharp. What a moment. Ugochukwu, P16, here it is.
I just feel like with Ugochukwu there, he doesn't make these sort of mistakes, but he knows how fast Freddie Slater has been in these wetter conditions. And just got a little bit too wide, knowing the pressure was there, over the other side of the gravel, and was super, super lucky to get the car back out and over the other side.
What a moment. 44-point championship lead could be slashed at the end of this one. Jin Nakamura and Freddie Slater in a perfect position to capitalise. 4 laps remain. There's Ryan Wood. He's up to 9th position. Yevon David leading this queue with Schooler in behind, and then Theo McLaughlin, Roven Pera next, Wood and Jack Taylor rounding out the top 10. Louis Sharp, second. He's got Nakamura behind him.
Still same sort of position there for Nakamura, but a little bit of pressure on him.
3 times a runner-up this season, Nakamura. He's been the king of consistency in the championship without quite cutting it for a race win yet. Hi-Tech still looking for their first CT Froth victory this season as well.
Look at the way the cars are moving around through that second section of the track. But Freddie Slater has just cleared out in front.
European champion in these cars for a reason, and this is the weekend we've been looking for. Busy freight train here. Remember, push to pass has been disabled, so they don't get the extra 25 horsepower. Ryan Wood at the back end of this queue, up in behind Kalle Rovenpera.
Again, they elect to take that wide line around turn 1, using the grip of the outside of the track, but then making sure as they exit they don't go near that white line on the outside of the track. It's Theo McLaughlin sitting there in 7th place.
Points as they run. Ugochukwu 237, Freddie Slater 215 would move to 2nd in the championship. Big swing, massive swing.
Just feels like as well with Slater, just throughout this championship, he's just been knocking on the door more and more as it keeps going on. So he just seems to be finding more form as the championship unfolds. And look at his lead there at the moment. Last lap across the line, it was 3.7 seconds. Out to 4.3, opening that gap out even more. Doesn't need to, he only needs to control the race from that point. He's still super wide through turn 1. He's still hustling that car, using the paint on the outside of the track. He's pushing on still.
Still a bit on in this battle for 2nd and 3rd place. Nakamura trying to find his way past Louis Sharp. What a response this has been for Sharp as well to get up to 2nd place after such a rough start to the weekend. This is a huge drive, and it feels like a really important one in the context of the championship as well.
It certainly does. It's just all weekend long, it's just been swinging one way than the other with the championship, just as Ugochukwu starts cementing his big championship lead. A slight mistake from him, and he's down the back of the field again.
14th place. Ugachukwu, who's got by Trevor Tourette, but that is it. Drivers out of the race, Manson, Rivera, Lee. 1 lap remains, 2 and a bit Ks for Freddie Slater. Less than that now because he's already cleared turn 1, and on the exit of that corner, Nakamura trying to find his way past still Louis Sharp, and he seems pretty resolute in his defensive second place. Chway looking for his best result of the season is next, and has Yevan David behind him. Another one. He's been 7th on 2 occasions so far this season, so a top 5 would be a first for the Sri Lankan. Zach Schooler's going to get a penalty, 5 seconds. Wow, he drops him well outside the top 10 for that restart infringement. But he came to New Zealand as the European champion in Formula Regional. It was a tough start to his championship campaign, but Teretonga delivers everything we expected and everything he expected. Freddie Slater, the spirit of a Nation Cup, goes the way of the British driver, and he wins the feature race in round 3 of Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy.
So Ugachukwu off
again.
It's important he gets it back on the road to finish this race as well.
Critically important. Had to finish. A DNF is so costly, a 0 score, but he will get the checkered flag. What a moment. And he'll be classified in 14th. So he still had enough of a margin over Latourette to get to the line. Freddie Slater is the winner. Louis Sharp second, Jin Nakamura in third. Yuanpu Chway in 4th, best result of the season. So too for Yevan David. Theo McLaughlin in 6th, that's his best result of the season. Ryan Wood worked his way up to 8th in the end there. That Schooler for penalty for Schooler dropped him down to 11th place. It's been a long day. Nolan Alla, Cooper Shipman, Ugachukwu 14th. 14th, he led the race on the restart. Championship leader still, but his lead just about halved. Highlights of the CT Front Enduro from Teretonga.
It certainly felt like that. And off the bat there was Shipman there, got wide onto the gravel. And it all unfolded there. Rivera straight ahead off, just missed the tyres.
This was a long time ago. The restart. So Freddie Slater led this race early. Schooler making moves. This was Rovan Pera on the push to pass, then sweeping around the outside. And this was the pass for the leader. Ugachukwu used the button, got by that extra 25 horsepower, built that margin. Freddie Slater had a couple of moments around the back at turn 5 that ultimately would cost him a shot to fight back for the lead. And then back of shot, just caught him going wide, was Sebastian Manson, had the big crash. Brought out the safety car again. Then a lengthy red flag, race suspension delay, wet weather tyres going on. And then this critical moment, just a little bit wide, the corner that's caught everybody in the field out, even the championship leader. Ugachukwu off the road. Open racetrack for Freddie Slater. And a victory, 2 from 3 this weekend. And he is now back in championship calculations. And it just got worse for Ugachukwu right at the very end. It looked like he just made a move, actually, trying to get up another spot. But spun off at turn 7 and ends up finishing that one in 14th place.
That move didn't actually end up costing him any more positions, as he was able to recover in time before Trevor Latourette came back around. So that last spin didn't cost him too much. And we got rounded down in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane.
It has been a massive weekend of racing here at Teretonga Park. And we congratulate our winners for the final race here for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy, Freddie Slater. That one threw everything at you. Red flags, safety cars, suspension, all of it. How satisfying, how relieving is it to get this win here?
Yeah, honestly, we didn't have the pace in the dry. You saw Uru go past me, and then we had the red flag, and I knew it was reset time. So managed to reset quite well and then put some pressure on that safety car restart. Had a mega safety car restart and was on his tail into T1. And then at the end of the day, put him under the pressure. So, a good race and a good way to finish it, but we've got some work to do to try and win this thing. So, full send from here.
We've spoken about the conditions all weekend long. Talk to us about, I think it was turn 5, maybe quite a serious moment from you, but you held on and survived.
Yeah, to be honest, at that point it was dry. So if I'm going off in the dry, it's not a good sign. So yeah, no. Then it started to spit towards the end of that first stint, and then that obviously made it very difficult. And then managed to capitalise when it was wet. But yeah, just like I say, we didn't quite have the pace in the full dry. So a little bit of digging to do to see if we can find some more pace.
2 victories this weekend, and you're well and truly into the championship hunt. Congratulations. And second place for the race. It's been an up and down weekend, but Louis Sharp, a podium at the end of it all. You're here, well done.
Yeah, it's been a pretty steep road to get here this weekend. Yeah, our weekend started off really bad for us as a team in qualifying yesterday. Unfortunately, you know, 3 of our guys, including me, didn't get a lap in qualifying due to red flags. So yeah, qualifying on your outlap is never good. So it's been an uphill battle since then. But you know, the team have worked so hard. And I think, although we hadn't probably had the pace we've had the last couple of weekends, especially in the wet, I think you know, the team have done a mega job, and we've never given up. So nice to be back on the podium.
Just quickly, what do you need to do to turn your mindset around when you had that disappointment earlier on in the weekend to be here now?
I think it's just to reset and not think about it too much. You know, yesterday was a pretty tough day for me, probably the worst I've had in motorsport for a while. So it's always difficult, but you know, a new day is a new opportunity. So can't think about it too much, and that's what we did. We kind of cleared our head. You know, went back out there today. Although again, it wasn't amazing. I think we kind of maximised the most we could, and we kept it clean, and you know, it rewarded us in the end.
You fought back. You're onto the podium. Congratulations, Louis Sharp, and rounding out in third place from High Tech, Jin Nakamura. Jin, it has just been so challenging all weekend long. Tell us how satisfying, how good it is to be here on the podium.
Yeah, it's second podium of the weekend. I think overall not bad result in here. But yeah, I had a big mistake in race 2. So I have to say, yeah, sorry for the team, everyone. But yeah, this race was quite good for me.
Tell us the conditions when it's changing constantly, how hard you have to focus to be on top of it.
Just no mistake. So yeah, I was focusing on no mistakes whole race. So especially after it started to raining. So yeah, it was quite a tough race.
We appreciate your honesty. Congratulations to all of our competitors this weekend in the CT Frot.
Time now for the podium for the feature race, the Spirit of a Nation Cup for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy here at Teretonga Park in Invercargill. And a special guest is going to deliver both the trophies and the cheques today. Fittingly, it is Chris Pither, the inaugural winner of the Spirit of a Nation Cup back in 2005. And he's, of course, our current Drivers' Standards Observer in CT Frot. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place today, from Japan, representing High Tech, how about it for Jin Nakamura? Well done, Jin. We go to second place now. Proud Kiwi, tough weekend, bounce back well from M-Tech. Give it up for Louis Sharp. And now to present a Spirit of a Nation Cup. In first place, a proud winner of this, a breakthrough moment for him in this series from the UK. For M2, how about it, Freddie Slater? There's the check. We've got a special laurel wreath to present there too. The media will grab a photo of the moment. Nice and smiley, please, drivers. Great Sunday afternoon here. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your feature race Spirit of a Nation Cup podium for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. The celebrations are underway.
Thanks, Rusty. Only the 4th time in 11 races contested so far this season that a driver has converted pole position to a race win. Freddie Slater, another double winner this season. And a big swing in the championship points as well. Igachukwu still leads the way, 237 points. Slater with a rocket up to second place. Nakamura to third. Louis Sharp to fourth. Ryan Wood still very much in the fight in third. In fact, there's 35 points covering the top 5 now. So it is absolutely game on going to the final round of the championship. And you will find that at the incredible, the wonderful Highlands Motorsport Park in Cromwell, just outside of Queenstown. It's the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. It is one of the most special events on the New Zealand motorsport calendar. Check your local guides for details on Sky New Zealand, Fox in Australia, or YouTube around the world. On behalf of Rihanna and Rusty and Ronan and Wadey and our entire hardworking team, thank you for joining us at Teretonga. We'll see you next week for the Grand Prix.